Hi there, my name is Phixfox and welcome back to Heroes of Might and Magic 2. Folks, very excited to be coming back to you here today from a map from Tundar. Tundar, of course, did the map Spritely, which we enjoyed so very much a few weeks ago on stream. And now we are coming back for part 2. We just can't get enough. It's a good looking map, I think. I haven't looked at this map, but I think it's a good looking map because the previous map was so good, folks. Before it was Spritely, and now it is Spritely's Demon. Chat is filling up nicely. Thank you to everybody who is here on Twitch. I'm happy to catch you here on Twitch, and I'm happy to catch you later on YouTube, wherever you get these videos. I appreciate your time very much. Since the last time that we were here, we have had a couple of follows. Just want to shout out Raptoid Power, Lebet16, Hestrika, E-Dude, and Arctic Melody. Thank you so much for the follows. I appreciate it. I hope that we get to spend a lot of good quality time with you moving forward. So, with that being said, let me tell you a little bit about what's going on. Phixfox wife says, what's on the whiteboard? As you could tell, well, you could tell just a second ago, it looks like somebody was in here and they were working on assets, cash carry equivalent, gold and silver. I think somebody is trying to break into the financial markets. We will see if they are successful or not. Okay, here's Spritely's Demon. This is going to be a 3-player large map coming to us from, yes, the resurrection version of the game. The map editor for FHeroes2 is good and getting better all the time. I was really happy to do the most recent patch note updates. I thought that the FHeroes2 team is really starting to outdo themselves, and there's some really cool additions that they're making. Again, this is the best time in the world to be a map maker if you are so interested in doing. Folks, we have an interesting thing to consider here. We cannot lose a specific hero, and we cannot win this scenario unless we beat a specific hero. It is us against some big bad evil guy. We will have to check out who they are in just a moment or two. This is an expert difficulty map, and the description reads as such. Another family reunion. Can King Phixxy stop the tyrant from the north of Spritely? Watch as the Demon King crushes your cousin's home. Oh no. That doesn't sound good at all. There's going to be a tyrant we're going to have to deal with, and I'm sure that that will be the big bad evil guy. We are obligated to play here in the blue position, and we are going to be up against a green player and a purple player. Maybe we're allied with this green player, maybe not. Either way, we're going to stick this on impossible difficulty, and I see no reason that we ought to pick who we're going to be. Let's just leave this on random. I'll assume that Tundar has kind of built this scenario the way that they want. And folks, with that being said, let's just dive right in. The seas are rough, and you and your party have crashed far from the lands of your cousins. Your men throw up and complain of the smell. You tell them it's just the sulfur, but even you struggle. You collect your men, something familiar about the men around you. It's the same troop that woke you up in the forest when Spritely needed you. They've been loyal to you since then. Auntie Phixxy has arrived at Unicorn Peak. She'll do what she can for our cousins, but it doesn't look good for helping them. We have to gather our strength back up before we can help them. You would be wise to take the following advice. Attack towns wisely. You can't always see the numbers. Check the taverns weekly. You might learn something game-breaking. Don't rest for too long. Special note, if the Demon King reaches base camp before you reach Luna Landing, well, I wish you the very best of luck. For more tips like this one, check your tavern. This, of course, coming from Tundar. Also, a special note, this is the second saga. It would be recommended that you enjoy a game of Spritely before you embark on this journey. Whew. Awful lot going on here. Looks like we have Auntie Phixxy. If you recall last time, I actually lost Auntie Phixxy in the first week due to my negligence, due to my poor use of my head, my brain, this thing that decides whether or not we keep things alive and if we play safe or if we play aggressive. Yeah, it malfunctioned, and we lost Auntie Phixxy very early in the previous playthrough of Spritely. Let's try not to do that this time. Auntie Phixxy is here south of Unicorn Peak. Unicorn Peak was the same peak that was found in the Spritely campaign, so this would essentially be the map to the northwest, I suppose, of that previous playthrough, if you were to stitch the two maps together, which is kind of fun. One of my favorite things from Warcraft 2 was that the maps would sometimes mirror each other, whether you're playing with the humans or the orcs, and it's really one of my very most favorite things to see map makers keep some consistency in the way that the playthroughs are supposed to go. Folks, we have Unicorn Peak and is well upgraded. Look at this. Phoenixes, unicorns, druids, sprites, battle dwarves, and grand elves. Last time Tundar did not give us the druids. I imagine that the Lunatic has not stolen the druids this time like they did last time. There's a magic arrow, a cure, and a view mines. Magic arrow, that could be pretty interesting, especially since Auntie Phixxy does already have this magic book. And with 2 spell power, 2 knowledge as a wizard, we're going to spec into knowledge and spell power pretty well pretty soon. Also, Tundar does tell us earlier that we need to check the tavern. So the very first thing we ought to do, they say you should check the corners. I say you should check the corners. Folks, I say you should check the corners. That is a very important thing. Is there a corner nearby? It looks like this might not be the time to check the corners, but we're going to do the best we can very soon with that. So, Bearded Man, thank you for the reminder to check the taverns. So, yeah, perfect. And it looks like over here in the far west, we have Phixxy, who's level 1 here. Whoa, nice. Basic Wisdom and Basic Archery. We're going to make great use of these Grand Elves, and these are the same troops that we had in the previous encounter, if you recall. It was 25 Grand Elves, 30 Battle Dwarves, and these 150 Sprites. But this time, we've also got the Sailors Astrolabe of Mobility. We're going to have increased movement by sea. That's pretty interesting. The Bless spell is going to be halved. Do we have that in our spellbook? We sure do. That's a little scary. We start off with Armageddon. I don't think that these troops here would appreciate it if we used Armageddon. 25% of the time, the battle doors will just shrug it off, but we don't really have the magical resistance to make great use of Armageddon. However, look at this. This is pretty important. We do have the Identify Hero spell that will allow the caster to view detailed information on enemy heroes. So even though we don't have the means necessary to really effectively view towns like we would appreciate, even though we do have this Thieves Guild that'll give us a little bit of information, we are going to be able to see heroes, and that'll help us pick our battles a little bit. We need to look out for the green player Vitania. We need to look out for this Shadowcaster sort of crazy person. We'll take a look out for them. And I see no reason why we ought not to start here with Phixxy and go from there. All right, Stisen's in the chat. Hello, Stisen. And to Bearded Man, and to Roman and Tundar, and to everybody, and Phixfox wife. Yes, thank you everybody for being here, Stisen. Why play my map? My map? Still haven't finished making it yet. Now have I? Yes. If you finish a map, generally, I'm quite happy to play it. Sometimes there may be some issues because, you know, Phixfox takes some time, and he's a nice fellow, but he does sometimes get a little bit distracted with other aspects of life. So make a map and we will take a look at that. Glad to watch you have fun, though. Then I can peek at your gaming while I take care of my family at the same time. Good. As a family man, I always appreciate another family man doing what they ought to do. So I appreciate that. And then Mushanki Pet. Hey there. Hi. Hey, Mushanki Pet. Very nice to see you there. And Arctic Melody. Hello, Arctic Melody. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciated that. Love this game. I've been playing it since I was 5. Yes, that's one of my favorite things about Heroes of Might and Magic, is that oftentimes we started very, very young. We watch somebody else enjoy it over their shoulder. The Hydras on the beach are guarding our ammo cart. That's going to be a priority, right? You notice your troops retching. Their priority is to get off of the beach. Yeah, and so I see this pack of Grand Elves. We could probably defeat them with minimal losses. I don't care to try necessarily. We're going to pick up a little bit of soul for this on the way. The ammo cart, is that really a priority? It gives you the opportunity with these 6-speed creatures to shoot and run, shoot and run, shoot and run. Plus, we do have the haste, and so we should be able to kite them into oblivion. Last time, I think that Tundar mentioned, he said that the lots of Hydras that were near Phixxy in the previous playthrough of Spritely, he said that those were definitely winnable before. Tell you what, I will take Tundar at their word. We will go straight for these Hydras, and we will pick up the ammo cart since it sounds like it's so very, very important. Mushanki Pet says, remove the Sprites and the Elves, divide the Dwarves into 5 stacks, play slot machine with the Armageddon each fight. That is, that's an idea. A good idea? Mushanki Pet, I did not know that you were such a gambler, but I think that I'm okay with that. I'm happy to hear that you've got a little bit of a mischievous streak within you. There can't be anything wrong with that, folks. We're going to have to keep the Dwarves and the Sprites alive. Right now, the Bless is doing me very good. We are probably going to kill... Let's see. We're just going to keep skipping. I'm waiting for the Hydras to start going up. It looks like they're simply going across the battlefield. These Dwarves might end up having a bit of a rough time. Do I want to cast any other spells? I don't think I do. I should have cast Bloodlust a while ago. That actually might have... That's actually kind of a big deal. Yeah, look at the damage difference. Over 3 hits, it might be enough to kill off a whole extra Hydra. I think it's time that I do this. I'm going to send the Sprites to here. I'm going to hope that maybe we can pull some of these enemies back. We can't. The ranged creatures are just simply too many. I did not do single stacks. I should have done single stacks. Clearly, that's what we call here in the business an error. I'm going to Yeah, with the bloodlust, you do so much damage here. I'm gonna hope that the dwarves now do so much damage here. If they do, no problems. Let's keep the sprites healthy for future fights. And I think what might be best, we're gonna attack this group because it's gonna be closest. We're gonna stick the dwarves one step back to here. We'll see how these hydras move about. So we're gonna take 2 hits from these hydras, and it's gonna be time for us to actually haste these elves and sprint away. Run, run, run as fast as you can. You can't catch me. I'm the gingerbread man. That is the way that the rhyme goes, and I'm sure that the dwarves would appreciate not having to be under such duress, but we are going to help them out. We're gonna give them just a little bit of a haste so they can step through the trash here and avoid further losses, if at all possible. Let's see how this goes. I should not call the hydras trash. They're not trash. They're just misunderstood creatures. It looks like the bless has worn off, by the way. That's a bit of a problem there. We're going to want to reapply that as soon as possible. I should have reapplied it there. We'll apply it now. And because of the snake ring, it's absolutely not a problem to deal with it. Dwarves are going to be able to step up to right here. That's going to prevent these hydras from getting around, especially if we kill them. We do not kill them, but the sprites will follow through. And I must tell you that, folks, I'm a little bit addicted to these early game fights. The late game fights where you have massive amounts of phoenixes and dragons, those are very cool, very fun, very exciting maps. But these maps, in the early game where you're just fighting these smaller encounters, you have so much tactical gameplay, and it's so very fun to see how well can I do against this enemy and lose as few creatures as possible. In this case, 8 dwarves. Clearly we did worse than the AI. Maybe I should have just stacked and prevented losses, but all the same, we got through it. No major issues anyway, and we will take for our trouble this advanced wisdom. The basic estates early on, that's kind of interesting because on day 1, day 2, you get the estates. That's 100 gold per day. Should we go for the wisdom, or should we go for the estates? The likelihood of us running into a 4th level spell is kind of low. Unless there's a pyramid out there and we really wanted to pick up the expert wisdom, I think that the estates here makes too much sense. This early on, I think it makes too much sense. And folks, between this choice, trust me, I love the wisdom, but the archery for these 25 elves is too great. We will take Tundar at their word. We will pick up the gold for now. We will see a nearby Cyclops that we will obliterate, and we will take our prize for the ammo cart and carry on our way. Wonderful. Let's see. And then Bearded Man says it would be pretty likely for at least one dwarf stack to tank the hit while all enemies get annihilated. I think so, based off of what I know about statistics and probability. I think that it's, 25% chance times 5, and yeah. It seems pretty likely at least. And Stisen does say, I didn't watch others play it when I got my hands on Heroes 1 back in 1994. My brother installed it on my dad's good old IBM computer with 20 megahertz processor. He never showed me how to play it. He was 9 years older than me and lived with it at his mother's. I learned to play it on my very own. A very steep learning curve, I might add. I was 7 or 8 years old back then. And was it in a language that you were not familiar with, Stisen? That's also a question I have. I know that there's some people that they were stuck playing Heroes Might and Magic themselves until they learned what the Hourglass did. We enter into a rickety hut and talk to the magician who lives there. He tells you of places near and far which may aid you in your journeys. Folks, we see a prison guarded by black dragons, piece of the Battlegarb of Anduran. Look at our sprightly friends. Oh, are they friends? Many green sorceress castles, lots of treasure, a big island in the middle. That is truly interesting there. So several black dragons guard a jail, and then it looks like Ariel, Natasha, Astra, Rebecca, Vitania. Here's green, but they're guarded by several black dragons. Will they stay safe? Are these our enemies? I believe that these are our enemies. Yeah, there's no indication that these are our friends, and yet it says, watch the Demon King crush your cousins. I worry that these are my cousins, and I worry that they are set up for damage very soon. ZePicso in the chat. Hello, ZePicso. Hello, my dear Phixfox. Hello, everyone. ZePicso, thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for the subscription. It's a pleasure to have you, folks. Can I brag? Can I brag about ZePicso for a second? He's done something beautiful that I simply must show you. And I don't know, I haven't asked him if he's okay with me showing, but I simply must show because this is beautiful. ZePicso does some beautiful beautiful pixel artwork, and he has been so very kind. He got me a wonderful gift. In one of the previous streams, he had said, Phixfox, what is your favorite creature in Heroes of Might and Magic 2? And I said, it's the Rock. And he said, oh, okay, yeah, I can do something with that. And so let me show you what he did, because really, I'm absolutely flummoxed. I'm amazed, and I want you to go and support him if you possibly can, because he does some wonderful stuff here. This artwork, I don't know how I'm going to use it, but I'm excited to use it. It's going to be pretty fantastic, folks. This is from ZePicso. Look at that. Isn't that pretty as a picture? Oh my goodness. I saw that and I just about fell out of my chair. That is so cool. That is so freaking cool. Of course, this is a rock with what I think is probably the most accurate representation of a Phixfox headband ever. Yeah, that's pretty cool. So expect to see that in some future artwork, maybe backgrounds, maybe, I don't know how I'm going to use this yet, but I'm very excited to use it. So ZePicso, thank you so much again for the subscription, for the continued friendship, and for this beautiful art. If you're interested in getting some art from ZePicso, go talk to him and maybe make it worth his time, please. That would be a wonderful thing to support him with. Okay, back to the game. And yes, Stisen says, it was in English, so I was totally lost. I had absolutely no idea what the English words were. So, yep, absolutely. Playing the game that you don't speak the language for, that's kind of difficult. Bit of a problem, I would say. And I'm glad that you were able to continue on all the same and not give up. That's very important to me that you didn't give up. To the northeast is Unicorn Peak. To the east is the Mountain Trail, Market Spritely Spire. Was that in the previous playthrough? I think it was. Yeah, and south is the Spritely Forest. This sign gives us some indication about where this world is in relation to the previous one. And to the west is the International Trading Port. So trading to the west, Unicorn Peak is here. And then the Mountain Trail, maybe through this Lith. That'll be kind of interesting to find. Folks, we should not attack anybody. We have no troops. We have nothing to spend our gold on, and that will bring us to the end of month 1, week 1, day 1. Holy Hammer and the Breastplate of Anduran, those immediately get picked up by that green sorceress. It looks like they are clearing their area quite well. We saw a purple hero. It looks like a warlock. They stepped out onto the land bridge, and then they turned back the other way. Are we in danger? I do not know. A letter from your cousins. King Phixxy, we are under attack. We don't think we can last, but we will try to the very end. Fixer, the exile, was defeated. What should we do? Yeah, I did it. I defeated the exiled. Me. So, and now I feel bad because that person could have actually saved us major issues in the future. It's kind of like Kerrigan from StarCraft 2. Oh, we needed to keep her alive. How could we have known? Well, maybe don't kill people just because you don't like the way that they look at you. Auntie Phixxy says you have arrived in the northern mountain trail to the Unicorn Peak. Wrap up, it is cold. Yes, it is. I've always wondered if these barbarians ever throw on some extra fur or anything else, so that way they do not get too cold out here. As you can tell, Ivan looks like he's just wearing a light tunic, or rather, excuse me, Aunt Phixxy. We're going to ignore the sulfur for now. I'm going to go through this throng of goblins. It just seems like a good idea, but we are going to travel by road to do so. You see a ship ahead, defended by green men. You quickly realize it's just an army of goblins. Get through them. We can sail around all these troops inland from the beach. Our luck is changing. Okay, we crashed here and now we're up here. Let's check this out. 22, the Sprites goes down. This is the second fight in a row that I wished I had at least one single stack of Sprites just to make this go a little bit better. I failed yet again. That's okay. People fail all the time. We don't give up on them just because they fail once. However, I do have to tell you that I feel pretty bad about my failure here. Makes me feel like I should have done something different. The one single haste here is just to make sure that we have as many opportunities to destroy goblins as possible. I am going to spend the additional 3 spell points just to make sure that we don't take any losses. After the previous fight, losing 8 of those dwarves, it just felt better to make sure that we had 0 losses here. And then I really wish that I could know whether or not these elves would or would not join me, but I see a bottle, I see a shipwreck survivor. I think that's thematically we need to go into the boat. So that is what we're going to do. Although, does this end right here? Are we just to pick up this little area and then it looks like all these reefs prevent us from sailing out into the big wide ocean? I don't know, but we're gonna have to wait and find out. By the way, here was that purple player. I hope that they, I don't know actually. Is it better that they take out green immediately since we're not allied with green directly? Or is there some value in the AI maybe not going east? Maybe Tundar, maybe you anticipated that they would, and if they failed to do so, maybe that breaks the map. I don't know. King Phixxy, your sister. Phixxy in the exile. She will break free if we fall to the Demon King. She means to help him bring down Spritely. Yes, yes. I think that that's safe to say, fair to say, that in the event that your defeated foe is released from prison, that they're probably going to go back to doing what they wanted to do. So, yeah, I think that I ought to be very, very cautious about losing the scenario. Otherwise, Spritely will fall in the future. King Phixxy's ship, the Phixxylantis, couldn't handle the waves. I was thrown overboard and don't think I will make it. I've tried to get out of here, but the currents are hell here. If this is my last message, tell Luna I love her and avenge anyone who labels her the Lunatic. Goodbye, my love, Sir Sandro. Oh, what a very, very sweet sentiment. I hope that we find this Sandro fellow later down the road. We will have to wait and see. Oh my, look at this. So obviously there's plenty of sulfur here. We haven't spent the time to really go and pick that up, but I could see how you might think that that was a really good idea. I do believe it was probably better that we not go through elves, and so on and so forth. Our stack of 25 would only last us for so long, but what else can we find here? I see giants along the coast. I see master swordsmen, lots of pikemen. I do see a sign here. The sign is almost enticing me, begging me to land. I think I shall, but this time I will not make the same mistake I have previously. I'm going to put these sprites out like this, but I'm going to do single stacks in this sort of function. Let's land and let's see where this takes us. Glorious victory yet again. Let's see if we can make these even better. And ZePicso, okay, thank you. I should have double checked to make sure it was a go ahead. So thank you for that. And yeah, beautiful artwork. So I appreciate very much your help. It is beautiful. It's a really kingly gift. And of course, one of my favorite bits of artwork is of course the Phixfox riding a horse. And that was of course from our dear friend Weimaro. So I'm very grateful. I wish I was talented. I want to reciprocate. That's maybe my favorite thing to do, is if somebody does something really nice for me, I want to reciprocate. I will find a way to reciprocate. You just watch. Give me some time. I will find a way. I think that we're going to attack here. I think that the sprites can kill one whole stack. 4 to 6. Yeah, we should kill one whole stack. We do. And then with the elves getting their final shot off, it'll cost us 1 dwarf, 1 sprite, 720 experience. Not too bad. And folks, expert archery. That's kind of a big deal. It's kind of a big deal. To be clear though, the mysticism here might be fairly useful given that we are burning through spells pretty quickly, but I'm okay with this. So far, I think that this is fine. Now, this sign, I hope, is going to be the indication that I was correct in landing here. That's my hope, that this is the way that I was intended to go. It feels like Tundar is the kind of map maker that really designs and tailors an experience for you as the player. I'm hoping that that was their intention, is that I would be going in that direction, following the lead that they have set for me. Just picking up pieces of candy. Follow the pieces of candy, Phixfox. 2 unicorns, 4 of the grand elves, 3 of the druids. This should be enough of a force to defeat either skeletons or goblins. Both, probably both. Let's see, any spells here? Remember, we do have the magic arrow and the cure. We're going to do that now, and then we're also going to end up casting the view mines right here. It's going to cost us 1 spell point, and it looks like the mines are centered around this island. Not much over here, although there is the 1 sulfur mine. Perhaps that's an opportunity. Perhaps we should try and make our way south just to make sure we have some amount of sulfur coming in every day. I don't know if we're going to have dragons in the future available to us, a warlock castle or other, but I'm interested to find out. Looks like purple is situated here and here on the island, and green of course here. So if everybody's in the center, maybe we need to follow the exterior. I don't know, tough to say. Mushanki Pet, speaking about English in the game, says I had the game in English too, great for learning. Yeah, I think that a lot of people realize that they love to learn when it's things that they're interested in. The people that struggle to learn things in school or with formal training, it's usually the things that they're not that interested in. And so, yeah, if you want to learn a language, you might as well have a game or something that's engaging to you and fun. I think that that's one of the best ways that we can learn, to find something that we already enjoy and then just do it. Wishington, a place giants wish they could become titans. Oh, the sadness. Well, they're going to keep on wishing, because I think that I'm going to have to take them out. An old knight appears at the steps of the gazebo. My liege, I will teach you all that I know to aid you in your travels. Ooh, now that's interesting. Mysticism, not that good. Pathfinding might be amazing. I do see snow. Pathfinding, this might be an excellent hero. We might not even know how good of a hero this is until later on. But folks, look at this. I do see, is this Wishington? I keep clicking on trees. One more step. Yes, Wishington. But we were warned, we were cautioned not to attack towns unless we knew what was in them. My vision spell only lets me know about heroes. It does not let me know about castles. Is this danger? Is this danger? Of course, if we lose Phixxy, we just lose the scenario. However, here's the deal. Here's the deal. We have a haste. We have a bless. Giants are 4-speed creatures. And if there's one stack of them, we can kite them around infinitely with these elves. Because we have the ammo cart. Folks, I can win this fight. I don't care how many, I do care how many giants it is, but theoretically, I don't care. Theoretically, I should be able to win this fight. And so even though this is a bad idea, we're gonna fight this fight. A few giants, I'm not gonna worry about that. I'll pick up just a little bit of gold here. Should I pick up one more treasure chest? How close am I to a new level? 1500. You know what? If I can get one more level, and if that happens to help me out a lot, we're going to be feeling really great. But this expert archery combined with this ammo cart, maybe this ammo cart was placed here for this reason. I hope that Tundar is smiling as he watches this and just goes, yes, yes, Phixfox. You see my grand schemes now. Now you understand. Sorry, Tundar, I don't think that that's your actual voice, but I can just imagine the conniving sort of like, oh, let's see what we can do to Phixfox today sort of thing coming on out. And I hope that you appreciate that. I appreciate that you're probably enjoying this. Basic luck here. We're going to take the luck over the mysticism for Aunt Phixxy. 20 spell points, not a big deal. Have you noticed the barrel? The barrel is new with FHeroes2 map editor. This is going to allow you to pick up resources at sea. Before we had flotsam and we had sea chests. Now the FHeroes2 team has added a third water object that will give you resources. This was a way that you could actually get gems or crystal or mercury or what have you. I don't know if it can give you artifacts. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't know, but I'm kind of interested to find out. It might be worth our time to find out. Bit of an issue here. I don't want to lose any of these other forces. Let's see what the best thing to do is. We're going to kill one full stack each time. We're probably going to use this single stack of sprites here in just a moment. Big stack is going to stay alive. Small stack is going to go right to there. Oops, wish I had that on the elves. But this is just in the interest of trying to get as much experience as possible. That's what we're trying to do here. I'm going to take the time. I'm going to kill one full stack right there because these guys are too far away. Can't get me. And then might as well just jump out and start doing some amount of work here. One single haste onto the big stack of sprites, and that should do it. Okay. And that's going to give us the extra level. That's going to be the knowledge. It's not going to be a direct combat stat, so it's not really going to help us for this fight, but still, it feels not too bad. 1400 experience away. The gazebo's right there, but it's also day 5. I don't want to give Wishington any more chances to get bigger and stronger. I don't think that the giants and the gazebo are going to be enough to give me the experience needed. Let's continue on our way. The giants are awed by the power of our forces and begin to scatter. Do you wish to pursue and engage them? Yes, I do. Aw, rats, poor guy. 150 experience. Though he is very important, and I feel bad for him. Okay, you must keep the Grand Elves together. Battle Dwarves, you want to keep them together. Sprites, because they can fly forever. We're going to have some single stacks there, and we're going to fight this fight of Wishington. Let me get caught up on chat. Oh, I overthought it. I thought there was going to be like 100 giants, and there's only 6. I was prepared for the very worst. I was really prepared for 100 giants. I truly was. I truly was prepared for this fight to take the next 5 hours, and I'm glad it didn't, but all the same, I recognize that it could have been something different. I gotta kill the halflings right now. Sprites are gonna kill these boars as they come on up. And the giants we will deal with as we've discussed already. Stisen does say, the amazing thing is, even though the game was close to impossible for me back then, the atmosphere, the looks, and the gameplay was way too awesome to let go. I felt like a grown man with a luxury game in my hands. Absolutely. I think that that is wonderful. I'm glad that that's been your experience, is that Heroes of Might and Magic has been worth all of your time. So good stuff. Good stuff. ZePicso asks, is the map dedicated to you? I think that there was some inspiration definitely in the names with the Fixes and the Phixxies and the Aunt Phixxies. So it's not for me, and yet I really appreciate that Tundar said, yep, I definitely included you for those people who do stay active on the FHeroes2 Discord. Yeah, this is Phixfox. So, yep, you're right, ZePicso, on that. Oh, and Tundar does say, yes, it's a map for Foxy. Absolutely. As a map maker, you will confirm that. Perfect. Perfect. All right. Alrighty. 9,999 giants, 9,999 halflings, 9,999 boars. Bearded man, actually 9,999 boars would have been impossible to deal with. Funny enough, that would have been a great misdirection if it was one giant and then a billion boars, because then I would have lost for sure. Probably. Tundar says, haha, yes, maybe be more confident in Wishington. Oh, good thing I fought the fight before that even happened. So I'm glad that I didn't let that change my feelings on the matter. I'm going to take the navigation here. Lots of water. Navigation feels good for the +1 knowledge. And then, yep, with the barrel and the black cat for the map maker, for the map editor. Perfect. And then Fukity Fook is back in the chat. Hello, Fukity. Happy to see you again streaming. Hope everything's going well. We're doing okay. I wasn't feeling exceptionally well this morning. I had a little bit of a late start because I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to stream today, but we've pulled ourselves up by our bootstraps. I am properly caffeinated and I'm feeling much, much better now. And it sounds like Phixfox Kid, he loves to spend time with his grandparents, and they are currently at the dump, as Phixfox wife says. A young person going to the dump and seeing the big construction equipment that moves the refuse back and forth, that's actually one of the coolest things for a young person. So that's what Phixfox wife and Fix Kid are doing. Mushanki Pet says, who wouldn't want to include Phixfox on his map? I appreciate it. It's very nice of you to say, and I really do enjoy being a part of these maps, and I've been a part of a few wonderful maps. Mushanki Pet, you would know. Thank you very much. And awesome to hear that, Fukti says, and I hope that you're doing well. For everybody who it's their Friday, I hope that you're having a wonderful Friday. A letter from your cousins. King Phixxy, we fear this may be our last message. We have taken many losses. Our outer walls are falling. Where are you? Bro, I don't think you can put this on me. Yeah, I don't think you can put this on me. This is not this is not my fault. What do you mean, where am I? What do you want me to do against a guy with 32 attack and 35 defense and 33 spell power and 28 knowledge? What do you want me to do? Where are your forces? Yeah, green's going down. The Demon King is level 39 with 32 attack, 35 defense, 33 spell power, 28 knowledge. 47 Titans, 35 Black Dragons, 100 Phoenixes, 780 Gargoyles, and 155 Archmagi. And we're supposed to beat this hero? My word. We will see how this goes. Yeah, ZePicso, that's a perfect emote for this exact moment. I love that. Let's see, there was something nice in the chat. Give me just 1 second. KhelbensCoin TV followed you. Kelvin, Ross, how are you doing, sir? It's a pleasure to have you here. Welcome so much. Hey, for anybody that is unaware, but you should be aware, Ross from KhelbensCoin does some really wonderful things. I want you to go support them as much as possible. I'd really appreciate it, especially the challenges that you've put up with the KhelbensCoin invites. I think that Stisen and a few other people that I know have participated in those maps. I think most recently was Winterlands, and I hope that the map that you are creating and generating is going very, very well with the help of your community. So please go check out Ross over at KhelbensCoin. I really appreciate the way that he plays through his maps. Yeah, I really appreciate the way he plays through his maps. I think he's a very genuine sort of soul, and so absolutely, I've said it a few times that I once heard Ross say that anyone who plays Heroes of Might and Magic is a friend to him, and I feel the exact same way towards him. So Ross, pleasure reaching out. Looking forward to talking with you more in the future. Okay, we've got Auntie Phixxy and Phixxy here, and we're having a fun time. We're moving forward. We'll get there eventually. We'll get there eventually. But in the meantime, as we see Wishington generating some amount of giants, I wonder if I should continue up this way or if I should go back for the Sulfur Mine. Check your corners. Check your corners. I'm going to pick up this gazebo here, and then I'm going to go south. There's probably more opportunity up here, but I want to go south, and so I shall. This little boat, it didn't do much other than save me some of these early game fights, but I could definitely defeat the pikemen. Maybe I can go through these ogres and such. Yeah, let's go south and see where this takes us. I'm worried because apparently there is a little bit of a time limit if the purple player finds the Lunatic. I'm guessing that there is a prison like there was in the previous scenario. And if in the prison they get the Lunatic and we don't, we're probably going to be having a real bad time. Folks, have you noticed that we picked up some amount of the Mercury? That means we're going to take this one Phoenix, and from thenceforth, all of these goblins, these centaurs and such, they're going to tickle. They're barely going to even hurt us. So I'm very excited for what's about to come. Folks, look at this. This is, again, an interesting choice. I think that you already have the pathfinding. I think that pathfinding paired with logistics is too good to turn down. Luck is one of my favorite secondary skills because damage in battle and being able to double that damage is so good. It's so good. But you may never get offered logistics again. Logistics is always S tier. And luck, even though it has a very special place in my heart, it does not perform as consistently as the logistics does. So for that, we shall go south. And we shall see with our logistics where the road may take us. This is day 7 of this first week. Recall that we have already gotten to the point where we've already seen the very first tavern here. And so there's not much else that we need to do. We've already seen this first tavern. Before we do anything else, let's make sure that we go through here and see what this new tavern has to say for us. Folks, the kingdom tax falls upon us. -3 mercury. I'm guessing that any amount of mercury we get for the rest of this game is going to immediately be swallowed up. Picking up these phoenixes is a bit of a problem. Oh, you're right, Fukidi. Only 249 spell points out of 280. Yeah, this guy's a pushover. What am I talking about? What am I worried about? This is fine. This is fine. And then ZePicso talking about this early sulfur mine, that this early in the game, the sulfur might be very useful. I think so. Because we can always come back for these other resources, but getting some amount of resource generating mines and resources, that can never go bad for you. From henceforth though, folks, I think I'm going to start to take experience over gold. There's my luck. I'm going to take the luck. I think it's that good of a skill. And the experience is going to translate into these troops being more effective than later anyway. We'll pick up other random bits of gold where we find them, but for now, let's take experience over gold. You take a deep breath. The sea breeze and the trees fill you with energy. You are enjoying the sights, but you know your family are not going to last. They've asked for help. Let's help. Are you kidding me? We'll help when we can. I mean, I will help you when I can. There's a very important sort of principle when it comes down to helping people. You can't help somebody more than you're capable of. Like, you can lift someone up to where you're at, but you shouldn't get into the hole with them to try and push them out of whatever hole they've dug themselves into. Now look, it could have just as easily been me in my cousin's position here, but you got to admit that at no small disadvantage to myself, I could probably help you, but would it be that effective? I don't think so. I really don't. So I feel bad to my cousins. I'm very sorry. I'm going to have to suffer with your loss very soon. Thieves operate in this area, by the way. We must keep our eyes open. Oh, and before I do anything else, I immediately had forgotten that we must check our tavern. An unknown force is being resurrected. This is a little bit common. Tundar, I see you. I see you. Is the Demon King the unknown force being resurrected? Possibly. If that's the case, I think that we have spotted them and we are well aware that there's a problem. Gold is good, movement is even better. And again, I feel really validated by taking the experience over the gold. Okay, a couple of these little other fights here. Windmill is actually gonna be really pretty nice. Weekly resources. Every time we get a Mercury here, we're gonna be feeling like a genius. And we immediately purchased 2 more Phoenixes. I don't think that we have... I mean, eventually we can go through this pack of Phoenixes, but I didn't mention the several bit of Titans. That's more than I want to deal with, but if I can get Mercury again and again and again, if we can go through this Lith, this might prove interesting to me. We will have to wait and see what that is. Okay. And let's see. On a large map, there's no question, there's no debate about the sulfur mine. Yep, I think so. Phixfox wife. Stisen says, he's asking about Bluey, the blue dog from the cartoons. My niece, friend, and her baby sister do a voiceover for the Danish broadcast. Oh my gosh, you're like a celebrity, or rather you know a celebrity. I love Bluey. If you haven't seen it, it's a wonderful little kids show. But it's actually one of the shows that I will absolutely sit down and watch with my kid. I will sit down and watch Power Rangers with my kid because he likes Power Rangers, and I remember when I used to love Power Rangers, so I'll do that. And Bluey is, of all the different cartoons that are modern that my kid likes, that's the one I think that I appreciate the very most. So yeah, Bluey is really super cool. By the way, the lighthouse is now under our control. We will move faster at sea. To the north is Orc Chiefs. I was told to check my corners. I will be dutiful in doing so after we picked up our 1 sulfur there. What is that? Pack of Giants guards the Sword of Anduran, +5 attack. Lots of ogres, and then this is this supposed to be here? Endless Pouch of Sulfur? You visit an alchemist who, upon seeing your army, is swayed by the righteousness of your cause. The newly loyal subject gives you his Endless Pouch of Sulfur to help with the war effort. Alrighty, we've officially got 2 sulfur mines, folks. Let's do Giants first, and then we'll go through everywhere else. There's this... I'm hoping that this 2nd level shrine is summoned boat. That just makes sense, doesn't it? Tundar. Does it make sense? I think it makes sense. ZePicso agrees, though, that Bluey is the best cartoon ever made. Yes. Even for adults? Yes. I'm glad that we're on the same page with that. Yep, I agree. Bukati says, I'm curious about why they used the word zounds to refer to 500 to 999 units. I think that there's some wonderful people here that have hopefully already provided their insights onto that, because all the people that do translations, they talk about, well, what is zounds? What does that mean? And then we're able to discuss, okay, so then how do they translate it? So hopefully they've already kind of given their input there before I've even gotten there. Folks, this says it's going to be a loss with 3 stacks of Giants. I would have much preferred that this was 1 full stack of the Giants. That is a bit of an issue for me. We do not have a slow, but we do have a haste. And maybe more importantly, we do have unlimited shots. So let's start to, let's see, we're going to go right there. These Giants can't reach. Dwarves are going to go into this position here, and this terrain is actually going to be pretty important. This bottom sprite is going to be useful later to make sure that nothing too bad happens. We're going to win this fight, but I don't love it. I do not love it. The Bloodlust is critically important. That's going to give us, looks like 13 attack skill against the 10 defense. So we're going to go from, that's an additional 46 damage per shot, and we get 2 shots. That's a big deal. Oh, that's a big deal. This stack of Giants is going to be slowed down by this 1 single sprite. Let's start to work on this bigger stack over here. Here they come. And skip. And the reason I'm going to keep this 1 sprite alive is that they're going to be able to plug this gap for at least 1 turn somewhere. So let's do skip. And I think at some point we're just going to have to admit we're going to take some amount of losses. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. He's going to sneak through. Single stack is going to go last. They're kind of out of position for that. The dwarves can actually engage with this group here. I do think it's time to do the haste and skedoodle. We're going to skedoodle to right about here. Actually, I don't want to be at an edge. I want a little bit of room to maneuver one way or the other. Yeah, one way or the other. I want some room to maneuver around. So we step to here. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to get attacked by a big group of Giants here. Dwarves are hardy. This is their job, though. They can do this. And then we're probably going to end up hasting these sprites so that they can take their damage. They can 1, 2, 3, 4. They can get some damage off, and then they can run 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, I don't want to do that because this big stack of 4 Giants is really big. But there's only 1 HP worth there. We don't have the haste just yet. And if we attack here or we attack here, we will take the damage from the Giants. So we don't want to do that. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I think that we back off with the sprites for 1 more turn. Back into the corner. Giant step down. Sprite step up to there. To the corner. To the corner. Yeah, I think to the corner. Dwarves take their damage. There was a bit of retaliation damage that we were able to take there without any issues. I'm going to sacrifice these dwarves a bit. I'm going to put them right here. That's going to mean that we're going to get at least 1 or 2 unencumbered shots off with these grand elves. And if I don't attack, we might be able to survive multiple rounds. There's 1 bit of damage, probably a second coming up. We'll wait on the haste for now with the sprites. Is this single sprite going to go down? It does not, which is actually really important, just kind of blocking this little bit of a gap here. So the dwarves, we are going to lose all the dwarves, but we are going to get through this fight, as I mentioned, and that is my main goal here. The bloodlust is worn off. It only lasts for a few turns, 3 turns every single time. Bloodlust is one of those few spells that's not dependent on your spell power. So it's the friend of the knights and the barbarians because they absolutely love how good it is, folks. Elves getting good morale 2 times in this fight. You think that matters? You think that turned out pretty well for us? Holy kittens. Holy kittens. At this point, I'm gonna use the sprites wherever I can. Let's kill this big stack here, 1 and 2. Yeah, 16 HP, 103. Let's kill 1 giant here. You can't quite reach me. It's close, but not quite. We'll take 1 grand elf worth of damage, and folks, I wish I didn't lose that 1 elf. That felt more like a skill issue to me by missing out on that, but the 21 dwarves against these 14 giants, yeah, we will take it. I like this game. Now, this is important. Diplomacy is an interesting skill. On the one hand, I always take it because I like the idea of being able to surrender at a reduced cost. The flexibility that provides me is lovely. It's wonderful. When you get up to expert diplomacy, the cost efficiency of having troops join you either for free or at the price that they're worth, it's pretty darn worthwhile. So I'm going to take the diplomacy as my final secondary skill. The only secondary skill I would rather have in this position is leadership. I don't think that that's going to be possible. And leadership, I can get the exact same effect if I'm able to get some amount of medals of distinction or medal of courage or something like that. I'm going to hope that this is the right decision. We're going to forego the logistics and we're going to take the diplomacy. And with that, Phixxy the Sorceress, level 11, is doing pretty good because a troll has stopped us and says, pay me 5,000 gold or the sword of Anduran will slay you where you stand. You refuse. The troll grabs the sword hanging from his belt, screams in pain, and runs away. Picking up the fabled sword, you give thanks that half-witted trolls tend to grab the wrong end of sharp objects. That is going to be +5 attack for us, folks. 10 attack, 7 defense, 10 spell power, 9 knowledge. We got plenty of spell points. I think that we're going to clear out this whole area. This looks like an opportunity for +1 wood per day. We're going to love to take that. And as I just soak up whatever's right around here, we will continue on our way. There was another hidden treehouse. There's 3 hidden treehouses. Do you see this? 1 treehouse here for sprites, 1 here and 1 here. I didn't even see this one or this one. Tundar, you've done it again. You've done it again. Well, I think that we've all learned something very important about Tundar as a map maker today and the things that they like to do to make their maps go even better. Look at this terrain. I would be upset if I was the AI. Look at this terrain. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, we're going to have a real good time with that. Let me get caught up on chat. Beardman says, well, not directly. There are only so few quantities great enough to make you say zounds. Yeah, that's for sure. Absolutely. The game wants you to dragons. I think you're totally right, ZePicso. If there's so much sulfur, I think that makes sense that the game wants me to get the dragons at some point. But we got to find a warlock castle for that. So far, we have not seen such things. So we'll see that. Shrine first. Tiny tip, LOL. We are definitely going for the shrine. I think I noticed it, and then I said to myself, okay, that's got to be special. Check your corners. Yeah, I better check my corners. So, Sandro the Peasant Killer says, hello to the real Phixfox. Hello to Sandro the Peasant Killer. Welcome, welcome. It's nice to have you here, as always. Hello to the Phixfoxes and to their master as well. Yes. Grateful for the opportunity to have some good-looking family here in this map. This is going to give us the expert wisdom. I actually feel like the navigation might be better. If we come upon a pyramid, though, and I don't have the expert wisdom, I'm going to be very sad. We're going to take the wisdom now because it might be the best thing sooner than I think. With that sword, exploring is going to be easy. You just need to find a way around those giants. You hatch a plan, you may have to return, but that sword will be yours. I will not return, I will simply win because that's how I do it. In times like these, you wish that you had brought with you your magnificent artifacts from Spritely Common. These giants are only guarding our new treasure. It's nice to know that there's multiple swords of Anduran out there and that this was just a copy. It's just a copy, not a big deal. 40 boars here are up against us. We're going to send these single sprites down so they can stay alive. I could, yeah, we're just gonna surround the Grand Elves here and here. Back corner. And then what? He kills here, he kills here. I think I actually have to put this other sprite there. So 1, 2, and 3. Oops. Did not expect that. We're gonna haste. Oh, it's not gonna matter because one of these boards is gonna get to go next. Oh well, we're gonna lose an elf. You hate to lose any amount of elves. I think that you could absolutely win this scenario without losing a single elf. We're gonna lose 1, 2. I'm glad to have lost sprites over the elves there. 600 experience. We'll take the Court of Wood first thing in the morning. On Phixxy is taking the gold here. We've already gotten the windmill. Might as well get this gazebo. And with the basic pathfinding, I'm feeling pretty good about being here in the snow. We shall wait for future adventures. Okay. And this will take us from month 1, week 2, day 3 on to day 4. And then Fukuti says, yeah, that could be an argument. Yeah, it could be an argument about how big of forces do you actually need to say something like zounds. Like, zounds. I taught the young people, my French friends are going to appreciate this. I taught my young people that I took frisbee golfing the other day a new phrase. Whenever they throw their frisbee and it goes wildly off course, I taught them to say Zutalar. And they thought that that was pretty cool. So that could be the replacement for zounds in French. I imagine it's just an exclamation. It's kind of my understanding is that it's the equivalent of saying shucks or darn. But anyway, you see beyond the artifact a shrine of the second circle. You cross your fingers for a damaging spell, anything to help keep your elves alive. Now I understand. So we actually are sort of meant to go through this area. Oh, I should have gone through. Now I understand, Tundar, what you meant was you should go to the shrine before attacking the giants. We still made it work, but we did lose 20-something dwarves. I would not have needed to lose those dwarves if we had the lightning bolt. So that is my error, my mistake. So I wish I'd understood beforehand. You probably heard me say what I said about, oh yeah, summon boat, we'll get that. And you're just facepalm. Absolute facepalm. You know what else is also a facepalm? When these ogres think that they can defeat me with my ranged damage. I'm going to spend the 1 bless. And this is actually way more ogres than there were in the previous playthrough, but you know, going from 2 or rather 4 ogres per stack up to 6, you think about that, that's actually a lot of HP. That's an extra 120 HP per stack times 5. You're talking an extra, what, 5? Well, it's an extra 120, you know, and you're increasing it by a third. It's pretty massive, I would say. I guess it's more so for the Ogre Lords, isn't it? Ogre Lords have 60 HP, Ogres just have 40. Well, one way or the other. The Bless just makes this that much better. I'm going to do this. I don't know if these Ogres are going to step up or down. I don't think it really matters. We're going to shoot them down before there's any problems. In fact, I'm wondering how we lost any amount of sprites. Maybe the AI was just a little bit too impetuous? Tough to say. 1240 experience, and we will take, in this case, oh, the luck is so good, but I feel like we're going to be on water. We're going to take the luck because we know it's going to be good now. Uh-oh, was this leadership? Diplomacy. I'm vindicated knowing that the map maker wanted me to take diplomacy because you can choose what appears in witches' huts now. This is not simply a random choice, and so I feel very happy about that. I am worried though, folks. What if this is all a red herring? What if this is actually... What if I should be up in this direction already and I failed? Tough to say. I do see, looks like a halfling hole. Looks like north, dwarves, halflings. We're going to take this gold here. We're going to come back for sprites later, but yeah, we will come back later. We'll pick up this treehouse on our way up north and see what we can find yonder. Okay. And then Sandro the Peasant Killer says, I hope you're doing well, sir. How's your offline playthrough going? Haven't done it yet. Have not done it yet, but I will get to that when I can possibly do so. Right now, I'm working on both Final Invasion and I'm working on this new scenario. But what I find is that if I tried to stream the same map 2 weeks in a row, it's not as interesting for people. People like to see a new map. And so we will finish the Final Invasion stream for Heroes 2. We're just going to have that in smaller increments. In fact, I did part 3 to that last night. And so we actually, I don't want to spoil it for you. We do have a pretty nice foothold on that map. So you recall a time when Sandro the Necromancer fell in love with Luna and vowed to never let anyone brand her a lunatic ever again. You recall he is from this region and could possibly lend us a hand. Is he in prison somewhere too? Now that would be very interesting. I'd say in prison too. Last time Luna the Lunatic was in the prison, I simply must assume that when it says that we must find her before the enemy, that's probably what they mean by that. The witch was useful this time. If only we didn't kill those we'd have loved to have had in our party. Well, never mind. Onwards and upwards? Well, north seemed like the only way to go. Because I got the diplomacy. Hold on. Because I have the diplomacy, will the elves join me? It's a pack? I don't know if I've got enough forces to get them to join me. We'll try. I'll take it. Any amount of troops is better than no troops, and I've got gold. So 5 of the 19 elves do join. I still think I'm going to take experience here over the other stuff. Goblins, I'm not going to let goblins join me. I'm not going to let them kill sprites either. But we'll clear out this area just because that is a very interesting wrinkle. Now that we've got the diplomacy, it's not very well advanced, but it should do something for us. So skip, kill. And from here, I'm just going to hit Q to end the battle. 99 experience, not too bad. Okay. One more stack of elves. Let's hope that they join. They do. 4 out of 15. Very expensive. Not the way I'd like for it to be, but all the same, not too bad. And then pack of Battledoors. We will try to get them to join. Yeah, let's see how many of these troops we can get to join us because we still got 12,000 gold. Might as well spend it when you got it. And very nice. I'll stop helping. LOL. I'm not needed, clearly. Yes, you are, Tundar. You're absolutely needed. But I do want you to appreciate somebody enjoying the map through their eyes for the first time. I know as a map maker, that's got to be very difficult when you're trying to deliver a very tailored experience. And then somebody like me just has that random misfiring brain cell and the player does something you completely and totally did not expect. So not if, but when that happens, I apologize. All right, we are going to go pick up these elves. Any amount of elves could be useful. What in tarnation? What in You got me again. You got me again. There's some really weird shenanigans here. The shrub is really cramping my style. But you can't be blamed for that, Tundar. Winnie Morrow's in the chat. Hi, chat. Hi, Phixfox. Nice to have you there. Welcome, welcome. It's a pleasure to have you here, sir. We were just mentioning your artwork a little while ago and how I really appreciate your pixel art. So good stuff. Nice to have you here. Thank you. The Dwarven elites of Spritely invoice you for Spritely guard works to prepare for the war effort. That's my treasure. Thankfully, I did already pick up all these creatures. Maybe I really just helped myself out a lot by spending the gold before we lost all those creatures. Huh, that seems good to me. Okay, this treehouse is empty. We'll come back later. And folks, let's start to go north and see where this will take us. This is the end of month 1, week 2, day 7, on to week 3. Tundar says, if you didn't stream it, then you'd not believe it. LOL. Oh, gotcha. Okay, that works for me. We lost 1 Mercury yet again. Let's go back for our weekly allotment of resources. That's gonna be 2 gems from the windmill. If I had a marketplace, I would be feeling great because I could trade. Let's keep an eye out for, what do you call them? Trading posts. You trade at the power of having 3 marketplaces, which is already better than other opportunities anyway, but it would be nice if we could put ourselves in a position where we don't have to worry so much about anything but trading for the Mercury we need for those Phoenixes. I really think that as soon as you can get Aunt Phixxy out through that Lith, I think that you're going to be in a really good spot, so that's what we're going to try and do. Meanwhile, I'm going to try and keep the dwarves and the sprites back and let the ogres slowly lumber towards us. They fought very valiantly and they died very stupidly. 1,000 experience there. And lots of grand elves. I think that, I don't know. Maybe they'll join us if I don't have the gold to have them join me for free. I've only got 3,000 gold. It's lots of grand elves. Tell you what, I'm going to leave the stack. Maybe I can come back later and they'll just keep growing and they'll get bigger and bigger and eventually they will join me. Let's do that. Let's do that. But ZePicso says, yes, diplomacy is a really interesting choice here. Yeah, if there's no other great way of beefing up your forces, I think it might be the very best way of doing this. Horde of battle dwarves, we're gonna do the same thing there. We're gonna ignore the battle dwarves. Well, we gotta go through dwarves one way or the other. And we're only getting 850 gold per day. Well, I wish that they would have joined us, but I recognize why they didn't. This little alcove, it looks like there's nothing hidden. Oh, and before I forget, sail to the corner, they say. Is there even a corner? I say that. I say that. Check your corners, people. Check your corners. And folks, it's happened. Green player's been vanquished. The Demon King has defeated our cousins. This is a very important moment in this saga. This Demon King has officially thrown us into a loss of allies, fear, and I don't think I can simply say the only thing we have to fear is fear itself here. I think we have lots to fear, and that includes this Demon King. A letter from the Druid elites. My king, we are in desperate need of stone to rebuild. The Demon King stole our shrine circles. Please help. I don't know why you gave me gold for that, but oof. The only thing I think I can hope for right now is that the AI will maybe split their forces a bit. I think that that's possible, just not probable. We'll have to wait and see. We have 8,100 gold. Let's see. Archers. I mean, I don't want to fight these forces. I really don't. I don't know why I resplit my sprites. 10 for 40. No, we got dwarves coming up in just a second. I'm going to shoot here, lightning bolt there. Yes. Yes. Here and there. Hope for good morale either here or here. Neither came to fruition. Okay. And it's going to be no elves lost. Perfect. A little bit of lucky damage, and we got through this fight with no issues. I didn't really want to have to take those archers in my forces. It was just really expensive. With so much experience needed to get to the next level, I'm going to start taking a little bit of gold. That might be useful. Might be useful. Do not accept orc chiefs. We want to accept elves. But I will go to this orc tower. That might be useful. 17 orcs. They are going to slow me down, though. Maybe that's a mistake. 6 of the 24 want to join. The answer is negative. I'm going to accept 2 sprites lost. And because there's these dwarves here, I guess I don't feel too bad about accepting those 2-speed creatures, because you're going to want 24 dwarves. Eventually, you're going to want to get to this hill fort, but for now, we're going to use these forces to clear out some of these other enemies. Cyclops, they're going to be useful there. Let's see where this path takes us. Will the elves join? They might. They might. 8 of 31, we'll accept it. Really bad ratios. Maybe that's the reason why I should have taken more experience, so I could have gotten the advanced diplomacy. That would actually make a big difference. It really would. Okay, on to a new day. Where did you go? Folks, the AI has town portal. So if I find town portal, I'm going to use it. It doesn't seem fair that they get to use that toy and I do not. And so if we find it, we will take it. No ifs, ands, or buts. I'm going to take the gold here for now. Still we explore. And I will get caught up on chat too. Winnie Morrow says, wait, are you Phixxy now? Yes, I am. Well, there's Auntie Phixxy, who's my secondary hero, and then I am Phixxy the Sorceress. So far this is going excellent. And then ZePicso says, Zut alors, très magnifique. Il est très magnifique. Mon ami. That's about all the French I know. But I really appreciate the kindness from so many wonderful French-speaking individuals for their kindness and helping me along. I think, ZePicso, that there was a tongue twister that I was supposed to attempt. I will tell you right now that I will absolutely ruin it. I will attempt it, but I will ruin it. So just fair warning there. On ZePicso's stream, he had offered me to try a French tongue twister. We'll see if that ever goes well. Okay, what about this? Hold on. Eventually we could just dismiss these 4 battle dwarves. Maybe we can come back for the Cyclops later. There's a town. We can drop the troops off in the town that we don't want, and then we don't have to dismiss anybody, and maybe we get the Cyclops to join us later. That sounds like a better idea. Okay. All these creatures are going to be a bit of a problem. 1 lightning bolt is actually going to go pretty far in helping this go even better, though. So lightning bolt here. We're going to do full damage to this top stack. Down the battlefield we go. 2 stacks here, 1 and 1, and we will take, it looks like, no losses from 10 Orc Chieftains. 10 Orc Chieftains cannot kill a single elf, 5 sprites, 750 experience, and this is the Necromancer town of Solzy. Vampires, skeletons, zombies. Look, if I could defeat Wishington, I think I can absolutely defeat Solzy, but we will do that first thing in the morning. A rather smart and sophisticated vampire flies beside you. My friend, I believe one of your kind by the name of Luna has been captured by the barbarian army just north of here. That's very nice of him. I hope that we don't end up fighting this very regal vampire on the battlefield. I hope that it's like the one peasant that you have to kill, and then he was digging amongst the coconut trees so he could go spend time with his wife. I hope that I don't have to hurt my own heart dealing with these vampires. Okay, let's make this happen. Whoa, 65! 65 vampires? You're kidding me. Tundar, what have you done? Bearded Man says, who knew the undead could love? I suppose love always finds a way. Yes, Sandro loving his lunatic. Lord Shadowing's in the chat. Hello, Lord Shadowing. Welcome back. Man, it's been quite a while. Work and church have been keeping me busy. I'm glad you're busy with good things. I never want you to stop that, so keep going for it. I appreciate you very much. And Bearded Man says, that's a great way to think about it. Letting the stack grow instead of grabbing it immediately is a great investment in the future. Yes, that stack to the bottom of the Grand Elves, we're going to let that happen. In fact, somebody mentioned to me, it was Stisen, price of loyalty 8, the final scenario. There is a stack of Grand Elves on your starting island. Do not take them. If you have the Elven Alliance, don't take them. Let their stack sizes get absolutely out of control, and in the late game you can have thousands of elves that will join you for free. And then you can use that to kind of help take some of those fights you otherwise had no business doing. It's one of those things where if you're short-sighted, like I am, then you'll take them early on and then you'll struggle. Let them grow bigger, let them grow stronger. That's kind of what we're doing in this map, but it's very effective on price of loyalty 8. Okay. And then Tundar says it was the ore tax, but you have none. Ah, so they took my mercury. Very sad. And then ZePicso says, you must say... ZePicso. I can't say that. I'm very embarrassed. I don't think I can even try. Yeah, that was it. Perfect. Flawless. Absolutely flawless. Round of applause for Phixfox. He said it right the first time. Good job, Phixfox. Okay. What I'd really like here is a slow. I would love a slow to deal with these vampires. I think that the vampires are immediately going to come and start working on these Grand Elves. I don't think I can stop it. I'm going to cast the Bless. I'm going to do as much damage as I can to these vampires. We're going to kill 24. Tell you what, let's do that. Let's kill 24 vampires. Oh, but the good luck. 53 down 2. 27. We killed 26 vampires on that final shot. That's nuts. That was awesome. We're going to maybe lose oh, great. We're going to lose these dwarves on this retaliation. That's totally fine for me. And then everybody's just going to envelop these vampires. What a great turn this was. Holy kittens. The blessed luck. The blessed luck. And the losses in this fight are instantly totally acceptable. Whatever plans were laid for us to suffer and struggle in this map, at least in the early game, a little bit of luck goes an awful long way. 66 sprites for 65 vampire lords, or vampires, 2,700 experience, we will take it. And in this case, I'm going to take the estates. Over the navigation, I think that a little bit of extra navigation is not going to be as useful as a little bit of extra gold. Wonderful, wonderful. And then Mushanki Pet, letting stacks of elves grow is a great idea. Wonderful, I'm glad that we agree on that. Stisen just tucked his 3 kids into bed. What did I miss? Probably some incredible feats from the Phixfox gameplay. We tried. And then ZePicso appreciates my attempt, but also says, yeah, that wasn't it. Vampire Lords. Oh, this is kind of interesting. In the previous playthrough, Tundar actually did some interesting things by making you kind of use these Necromancer troops to supplement your army. I think that we're going to see a little bit more of that now, and I'm good for it. Lightning Rod, Lightning Bolt, yes, so we've already got 11 spell power, so currently our Lightning Bolt's doing 275 points of damage. This artifact is a must pick up, no ifs, ands, or buts. I am going to, let's see, I'm going to split off a single sprite to try and step in front of troops here. No, I'm going to leave these orcs hanging out to dry, but I'm going to keep my most important Grand Elf stack alive. 13 sprites, that's actually that's pretty acceptable. 1 lightning bolt's gonna make this go even better though. So let's do it just like this. Lightning bolt here. damage here. Good morale? No good morale. And I don't know, I actually feel like I just need to do some damage. Rather than go into a defensive position, this looks just fine to me. Let's see. If we can kill this big stack of 9 with the 31 orcs, then these 3 wolves aren't going to do too much damage at all. Yeah, 8 damage, not a problem. 1300 experience for free. Holy Pendant makes us immune to the curse spells. Not too bad, I'm fine with that. Horde of Orc Chiefs. Ooh, I should have split my sprites a little bit better. Maybe not. No, I think I did about as good as I could have done there. So the 1 sprite's going to go up in just a moment or two. I've got 71 spell points. I will use a lightning bolt on this bottom stack. We'll kill 1 full stack with the elves. I'm going to use the sprites to work on this very top stack. And then this sprite's just going to hang out right here. That's going to eliminate the damage from 18 of these Orc Chiefs. That's going to cost me the 1 Grand Elf from here. It's not even a concern. 1300 experience points. That's just the way the cookie crumbles. I will step on this artifact. Through a clearing, we observe an ancient artifact. Unfortunately, it is guarded by a nearby green dragon. Do you want to fight the green dragon for the artifact? Yes, I do. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Lightning rod. Our lightning bolts went from 275 damage up to 412. That feels pretty good. That's a big increase, and we're happy for it. Another 1,000 experience from the gazebo. There's a watchtower just sitting here. We might as well pick that up. Yeah, we might as well pick that up. Do I need this ore? Do I need these other things? I don't think so. By the way, can we upgrade this town to a castle? No. Can we upgrade this town to a castle? No. And surely we can't upgrade that town to a castle. Looks like not. And that's actually just fine for me. I think right now that won't worry me too bad. The Blackguard. He's back. Demon's Toy. The Portrait of Crag hack for this purple player does have that same spell, the Town Portal, and so any of these castles can be defended at any point in time. We may get to here, and then they might Town Portal, and then defeat us. This is actually very dangerous. This is a very dangerous prospect in taking any amount of castles from this purple player. When you are ready to win the scenario, you have to be ready to go, and you have to do everything you can. You have to do everything you can to be already in a fairly overwhelming position, because the fight will be brought to you in a way that you can't change. Like you just can't do some misdirection plays where, oh, the enemy's over here, but we're over here. That's not going to work. You're going to have to simply fight them in the way that makes the best sense at the time, and they're going to bring the fight to you. You can't just stay on your heels. Folks, lots of Cyclops. We talked about wanting the Cyclops down here to join us. We don't have nearly enough gold. Let's see. Yeah, 11k. It's not nearly enough, but I'm going to wait one more day to fight this fight. We'll pick up the little bit of extra gold here, and there's a prison, there's a jail, there's a wizard staff for +5 spell power guarded by a horde of war trolls, and there's lots of Cyclops here. Clearly, we must fight this fight. Clearly, we must fight this fight. Is this Sandro? Because there's a necromancer town? I'm hoping for something wonderful. We shall see. And then Mushanki Pet says, too bad I won't have the Elf Alliance next time when I try the map. Yeah, if you did not know, Mushanki Pet is doing a great thing. Mushanki Pet is going through all of the original scenarios without the best bonuses, which is a real challenge because some of those maps were meant to be possible with that bonus, whether you have dwarves join you or whether you have ogres join you or whatever the case is, right? And so Mushanki Pet is really a glutton for punishment, and Mushanki Pet is doing a great job with that. So go check them out on Twitch and on YouTube. ZePicso is helping me out. Here's a phonetic one for the English people. Les chaussettes de l'archiduchesse sont-elles archichesh. Yeah, I can't do it. ZePicso says, you will not escape from this challenge. Phixfox, you will not escape. You will do this tongue twister. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. On to a new day. Stisen says, hate the Vampire Lords and the Necromancy. They spoil the game for me. Vampire Lords getting back their lost lives is okay, as long as they can't bring them to stay alive after battle. Else, it's way too powerful. I think, though, as we don't have any issues with this Kingdom tax, I think, though, Stisen, that it's pretty well balanced in the sense that you look at the rest of the faction, early game, you're gonna lose some forces. You will lose some forces. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Because you got skeletons, mummies, and then zombies as your first 3 stacks. And so your reward for the necromancers is that if you can get to your upper tier creatures, your 4th, 5th, and 6th level creatures, then you've got some nice stuff happening. But if you don't, you're going to suffer, you're going to struggle, you're going to have a real bad time, you know? So I hear what you're saying, where you're saying, yeah, there's an opportunity for it to be a little bit too powerful. I hear that. I don't reject that, but I do have some issues with it in the long run, because I think that it was balanced. Lots of people like to say that Heroes of Might and Magic 2 is an unbalanced mess. I completely disagree. I think that the longer I play the game, the more I see times and places where the map makers, and rather the game designers, they purposefully did things in order to make the game balanced in its own right. And I can't hate them for their choices that they made, because I think that there's some very wise choices that oftentimes get overlooked because in the moment it doesn't feel the most correct thing to do. That's bad. That's good. But yeah, I think that even that thing that you rail against and you really dislike, I actually think it's balanced. I do. Call me crazy, but I think it's balanced. We're in a weird position here. I thought that the haste would actually get me above the Cyclops in speed so the dwarves could sit to here. They did not. And now we are paralyzed for a couple of turns. That is bad. I think that what I ought to do is attack here, and then 61 of these orcs, they might as well kill 3 to 4. They kill 4. Now I will take my damage here onto these orcs. I will let the sprites finish this fight off. We will call it a day. 2 of the Grand Elves, 7 of the Dwarves, 3 of the Orcs for 2,400 experience. That's a pretty good fight. I will take that any day of the week. Oh, there was a watchtower I didn't pick up. 2 watchtowers? Maybe not. All right, folks. Place your bets now. Sandra or Luna? Who do we think that this is? And Wishanky Pet says, not a bad try. Not a bad try at all. Well, when it's spelled out for me, I better do pretty good. ZePicso says, GG. That was almost perfect, dude. That's because you spelled it out very perfect for me. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Vexen is in the chat. Hello, Vexen. Nice to have you back. Welcome, welcome. Less balanced equals more strategies to do. I completely agree. I think that one of the things that people haven't liked for like the upcoming Heroes of Might and Magic Golden Era game is when they've said that we're not going to have the game be perfectly balanced from faction to faction because there's fun in difference, right? So less balanced means more strategies and different opportunities and different ways you can do things. I think that there's a lot of value in that. So yeah, less balanced is more strategies. Bearded Man says the paralysis actually sucks. It was pretty bad. It was really pretty bad. Glad that we don't have to deal with that too much longer. And then let me do just a quick little split here. Let's go attack some more trolls. Stisen says the issue is not the faction per se, it's when you land on a map where 10 out of the 24 castles or necropolis, vamps get way out of hand really quickly. That sounds like a map maker's problem, but I hear what you're saying. I completely hear what you're saying. I'm not here to tell you that you're wrong, Stisen. That's totally the map maker's problem. and one of the many things I think that map makers have to contend with is when they're designing that map, how do you make the map so that you know that it's going to work as intended? And I think that you can't really do that. I really don't. I think that there's so many different ways that a map maker can try and design around its audience, but ultimately it's going to come down to just whatever we as the people do. Case in point, I've recently been asked to help test a certain map from a certain individual, and I'm really grateful that people are asking me to help them test their maps before they come out. I'm really honored and I'm happy to do that. And what I did is, because there's multiple factions, 6 factions in their map, I went through and I tried to play each faction for the first 2 weeks, because I figure after the first 2 weeks you can't plan for anything. In the first 2 weeks, it's kind of like a new game of chess. There's so many openings and so much stuff you can do. But after 2 weeks, the game is going to be entirely different from playthrough to playthrough, not just because of the different secondary skills you get, not just because of the different random resources and the different monsters, not just because of the different skill levels of players that you're going to encounter, but it's just going to be tough to make the map deliver a certain experience after 2 weeks. And so I only played that map for the first 2 weeks. So Stisen, to your point, late game necromancers and tons of those big, beautiful, wonderful, very scary, mind you, very scary sorts of vampire lords. It's a problem. It's a problem. And I think that that's just something that map makers are always going to have to contend with. Folks, I did not like those losses. And after I fought that fight, I realized, you know what? You got genies right here. Why didn't you pick up the genie lamp? I don't know. I should have. Why didn't you pick up the jail? Well, I told people to place their bets about who this hero would be in the jail. Let's wait no longer. They've captured him. Phixxy, please help. Sandro is being held in the northern forests of one they call the Demon King. Please save him. I have view heroes. I used it to track him. Oh, so this is not Sandro. This is Lunatic the Sorceress, level 9. It looks like her boyfriend has given her 3 spades of necromancy. And look at this, expert necromancy and all of these pluses. I don't think that multiple spades of necromancy actually stack. I don't think that they do. So this is not like +6 necromancy, but still very cool to see this. Oh, look at that, chain lightning, 240 points of damage. Not to mention you've already got the lightning rod. Chain lightning could be pretty useful, and the view heroes. We're going to need to use that view heroes very effectively, I am sure. I will move these 70 greater druids over. I don't think that this is the time or the place that I should let my heroes all have a crack at doing the best that they can to make the scenario go well. I think that this is one of those times where I'm just gonna have to say, look, I appreciate all of your help, but you are relegated to a secondary type of hero, and it's going to be Phixxy that does the best that they can to get out of this scenario and help us win at every turn. We're going to pick up this genie. Thankfully, we picked up the exact right amount of gems necessary to make this happen. Do I want to take the orcs off this hero? I think I actually do. 2 speed creatures. Let's just go for these higher speed creatures. 4 speed is our minimum. That's going to help us go faster. We're going to get through this map a little bit quicker. And I'm going to split these greater druids into 2 stacks. For now, we'll see what the upcoming fight will bring. But then Luna is going to pick up this artifact and give it over to our main hero. While out scaring up game, your troops find a mysterious staff levitating about 3 feet off the ground. They hand it to you, and you notice an inscription. It reads, "Brains, best brawn, and magic beats might. Heed my words, and you'll win every fight." Folks, do we believe that that's true? You tell me. And then Beardman says, Sandro, surely. Close, close. There was a 1 in 2 chance, and you just picked wrong. That's okay. Jay Nasty says, goof afternoon. Good afternoon there, Jay Nasty. Nice to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Pleasure having you back. Lord Shadowwing says, still waiting on that VCMI Farrier playthrough. Yes, that's definitely on my list of things I should be doing, so I will work on that. Also has it coming along looking at the business internet plans. Haven't looked at it. If I'm being honest, I have not looked at it recently. There's a possibility that we might have Google Fiber coming to our area, and I would like to see kind of where that goes first before I explore these other options. If I can get Google Fiber, I think that my internet's gonna be pretty good, so that's what I'm gonna hope for in the near future. Stisen says, I don't tell others that they're wrong either. And by the way, it's when all 24 castles are randomized and you just happen to get that many necropolis out of it. It forces you to race for vampire stacks. What a good way of looking at that. Yep, I appreciate that, Stisen. Yeah, and yeah, those are just my thoughts on it. Beardman says he has been proven wrong. That's okay. Phixfox is wrong all the time. I fail every single day. Because I fail, it's fun. It's fun to fail. You receive a letter from the Demon King. Phixxy, this is from the Demon King. Phixxy, I have taken your pathetic stronghold in my dominion. I will come for you. Spritely will be mine, and all that you care for will perish and burn. I don't think I can tell him that he's wrong. At this point, given that we've already seen that enemy hero, I think that he's probably onto something there. I think he's onto something. I don't think I can stop the enemy hero as we've already seen. Now, maybe there's some opportunities in the future. If there's a single barrow mound on this map, I think that our forces can change drastically. Our fortunes can change drastically too, for that matter, but I'm still a little bit scared of this gentleman right here, the Demon King. The stats just look too tough to deal with. Folks, a Black Dragon will take out a Titan any day of the week. That is wonderful information to have. And I think that we've already discussed whether or not we believe that that is true. I think that we've decided that that is true. Let's see. Phixxy the Sorceress. We don't want these orcs. Folks, if you see a hole, holes don't just randomly appear. Yay! What? No! You beat me at my own game. How could you? This is just a little bit under that time that Stisen's child made a sign that said, "What are you doing looking at this sign?" or whatever that was. That, oh my goodness, this is a top tier moment, folks. Most people will not go to step on holes, but it appears that map makers have learned what Phixfox likes to do and what he does not like to do, and they are now officially setting traps for me. I am being trapped. Have you noticed? Tundar, what have you done? You see a lot of searching has taken place, and you note a small shimmer unearthed at the epicenter of the digging. There you take your prize. Why would somebody leave it? Fizbin a misfortune, -2 morale. I feel sheepish. Maybe I should have seen that coming, but oh well. And then Stisen, let's see. It's okay. You were forced to stack dragons and titans in order to win, but the vamps can be a very cheesy way of winning. That's fair. That's fair. Beardman says you could also get Lunatic to the bottom left corner for regular lightning. That's true. Oh, we should get her back down there. That's a great choice, Beardman. I will do that because I don't really have a lot for her to do except for go pick up that Fizbin of Misfortune. She's gonna go grab that real quick. And then Tundar, I do have the Mercury. Yes, perfect. So I should pick up a Phoenix, shouldn't I? Good call there. Thank you. And then Mushanki Pet baited by the hole. Yes, Mushanki Pet knows because Mushanki Pet leaves holes for people too. Yeah. Definitely. Derek's in the chat. Welcome back, Derek. Nice to have you here. Barrow mounds can turn a total loss into an absolute win. Totally. Absolutely. And so you have to be very careful if you're a map maker and you're putting barrow mounds on a map. You have a couple choices. You can put them in places that are accessible to everybody, or you can just have them not included on the map. But you have to be careful if you're going to include a barrow mound because I will take full advantage. Mushanki Pet says, he knew your weakness. Yes, he did. Fire in the hole, Bearded Man says, and then ZePicso is laughing with that black dragon. Not a lot for her to do, LOL. Tundar says, oh, there's probably a lot for Lunatic to do. You're probably right. I should probably make some changes. You're right. Mushanki Pet says, thanks for reminding me I need to add a hole to my map. Oh wait, it's already included. Can't forget that one. Now I know what to look for in the future. I love this. You all are great. I really appreciate everybody here. You're some mighty fine people, and I'm very grateful for you. Grateful for my association with so many great people. I'll never stop saying it. I will never stop saying it. You can't make me stop saying that the FHeroes2 community and the Heroes of Might and Magic community at large is full of great people. That's just the way I feel about it. That's how I feel about it, and I make no apologies for it. We might be getting into pathfinding soon, and you'd rather be better on pathfinding or better on bad terrain than a little bit better at sea. That's how I feel about it. The soldiers living in the fort teach you a few new defensive tricks. I feel very tricksy. It's here. For the first time in game, folks, we are going to get the opportunity to see a black cat in action. The black cat is going to be a adventure map object that is going to give you lots of morale, but it's going to curse you and give you very, very poor luck. Mushanki Pet with the cat emote in chat. Yes, absolutely. I'm very excited for this. Folks, this is gonna be the first time that we see the black cat adventure map object in the game. I'm gonna get there just as quickly as I can so I can enjoy and reap the benefits of this beautiful new object. We're gonna sit right here with Phixxy, so that way we can get that Fizbin of Misfortune off of us. Interesting though, actually, hold on, the black cat, I mean, the Fizbin, hey, I've got negative morale. I could trade my luck for morale. We're gonna do this. This is actually gonna be one of the best case scenarios. We're gonna wait on Luna catching up to us, and I'm gonna show you what I mean by this. The mummies wanna run, I'm not gonna let them run. They are a free experience. There is 2 sulfur, and then a little bit more sulfur at this windmill in just a moment or two. Yeah, this is actually really cool because this is the perfect situation in which the black cat, you can tell how valuable it is. We go here. No problems, no problems. 2 mercury, very good. Let me purchase my phoenixes. There's 7, great. 4 mercury remains. And then here's the black cat. So note, -2 morale with the Fizbin, +3 luck. You see a strange cat in front of you. This is not the adventure map object. This is from Tundar. You see a strange cat in front of you. You'd heard rumors of how the cats bring all kinds of people together, even green goblins and sprites. With those ghosts up ahead, the mix of forces we have. Oh, I see. You come upon a great cat, purring as it rubs against your leg. Charmed, you reach down, but it bites you and flees. At least the laughter at your misfortune lifts your troops' spirits, folks. +3 morale, -2 luck, and we are now up to +1 morale and +1 luck. That is the best possible situation. Should we fight the ghosts? We will, but we are going to see if Luna can go and still take that Fizbin off of us. I don't want to have to use it if I don't have to. Okay. Beautiful, beautiful. Tundar says, is Auntie not ready to go? A pack of phoenixes? I got 10. I kind of want one more. I don't know. Do you think I'm good to go? Do you think I should go? With this many phoenixes? 10 phoenixes? Auntie Phixxy has Cure Magic Arrow? You think? Because a pack is anywhere between 9 and 19. That's a lot. That's a lot of phoenixes potentially. I'm gonna wait, Tundar. Maybe you know better than I do. Maybe you know that we should be able to beat this area here, but we only have 9,000 gold, so I can't even really purchase these surrounding troops that would help us really win that fight. So I'm gonna wait for now, but I'll keep an eye on that because I would have missed that if you hadn't said something. And then Bearded Man, yes, we are going to give the Fizbin over to Luna. That's for darn sure. Chris is in the chat. Hello, Chris. Hello, Phixfox. Hi to everybody. Nice to see you there. Hope you're doing very, very well. I hope everybody's having a great Friday. Not always am I going to get to stream on Fridays, but today it just worked out in that way. Okay, Fizbin over. Excellent morale. The luck is actually worse now because of the black cat, but that is okay. I'm still going to take the best luck, or rather the best morale that I can. Lots of ghosts. Let's actually do this. I don't want the sprites. 10 HP, 20 HP. One big stack here. Genies with 50. I think you want to split. I mean, 10 HP orcs. This fight could get out of hand so very quickly. I don't know if we can win this fight. We will because of the greater druids and our speed. 6 speed, 6 speed. Plus, I don't know, maybe the Chain Lightning actually would be better. Maybe the Chain Lightning would be best. Luna, if she's to do this, 6 spell power versus 16, 10, and 12. The 10 and 12 is what's going to do it for you. The 12 defense is really fantastic. So we're going to fight this fight just in this direction, just in this way. It's going to be not the best, but okay. All right, it'll be fine. Phixfox, were you overthinking it again? Yes, I was. Phixfox, do you feel bad about that? No, I really don't. No, that's just kind of how we do it around here. Okay, let's do one lightning bolt here. Damage. 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 Oh, lots of damage. And then it's going to cost us 0 greater druids, no problems. 580 experience, and our morale has now turned back to this place that we are in a nice spot. So actually, though, negative morale because we got all these mixed troops. So kind of interesting that the Black Cat, one way or the other, is pretty useful for you. Do you want to have this expert luck for these upcoming battles? An abandoned mine, we're going to do this again. We're going to go back to the Black Cat. It's better to have the 2 and 1 than it is to have the -1 and the +3, I think. I think it truly is. So we're going to fight this fight over here. Horde of Ghosts. This is even more than the previous time. I think that we can still make this happen. You come upon an abandoned gold mine. The mine appears to be haunted. Do you wish to enter? Yes, I do. Glorious fight. Let's do one more lightning bolt and make this go even better. 26 degrees in my flat. We're having a heat wave by British standards. Yeah, I think that a year ago we were talking about just how hot it gets over there, and it was very tough. It was very difficult for you out there. Yeah, hopefully things are going okay for you, because, yeah, I tell you what, my dear sweet wife, I don't think that she'll mind that I share this, but she was originally born in Alaska, right? And so being born in Alaska, she's very much used to the cold weather. She moved away from Alaska at a very young age, but she always says that that cold weather has stuck with her to this day. And so my house is always a very brisk 70 to 68 degrees. And do I love it? I've gotten used to it. The things that we get used to for the people that we love. So, yeah. Hopefully 26 degrees Celsius, the British heat wave standards. Hopefully I don't make you feel bad by saying that here in America, our air conditioning is absolutely working overtime. Stisen says, good morrow and gentle dreams, Sir Phixfox, to thy lady fixed wife and thy thy sprightly babies. May restful slumber grace thee upon thy arrival hither. Thank you. Thank you, Stisen. I hope you have a wonderful night, because I got a feeling that that is you trying to say that you're going to bed. Hope it goes really well for you. And good night, Stisen. Bye-bye. Okay, we're going to split these forces back. You just didn't want the sprites against the ghosts. That just invited disaster. But now I think I'm good to let my morale get just a little bit better. and several Titans. I think that we are obligated to fight this fight, folks. I think we are absolutely obligated. A sword breaker is too great of a prize. And even though we're going to accept some losses, I'm sure, we're going to do this right now. Actually, hold on. Yeah, I would actually like... I'd like the flexibility of being able to split my sprites, because the dwarves are going to be completely non-factors in this fight. Even one single sprite like that could be useful. Let's do it just like this. Okay, much better, much better. What's that in Celsius? Oh, I don't know. I'm going to have to Google that. 26 degrees Celsius in Fahrenheit. That's 78 degrees. That's a British heat wave for you. I tell you what, the other day I was in Utah and I was actually at 95 degrees Fahrenheit, which was 95 Fahrenheit into Celsius, which for you over there across the pond is 35 degrees Celsius, and it was warm. It was definitely warm. Not my favorite thing to do, but you know, you gotta enjoy what you can. Okay, look at this. 600 damage. Boom, one full stack, dead. Boom, one full stack, dead. Boom, one full stack, dead. We didn't half the stack. Oh, we did on the retaliation though. That was kind of sick. And then I hope we kill this one Titan down here. Not quite, but the sprites are gonna help this go just a little bit better. Let's see, 211, 61 HP. We'll kill one right here. And then the one single sprite goes down there. We will put the damage here and here. I actually thought that the elves were gonna go next, and so that was actually my bad. I thought the elves were going to attack first, and then I lost an extra genie for free. That was my mistake. 2,700 experience, and we will take this artifact, the Swordbreaker, and there's a second one. So a former captain of the guard admires your quest and gives you the enchanted Swordbreaker that he relied on during his tour of duty. 4 defense, 1 attack. We are turning into an excellent hero, can you tell? Of course we have to if we know what our enemy is going to be up to. And then what is this other artifact hidden right here? I can't quite tell. There's a watchtower that Luna needs to path through the cat to get to, and a magical garden. So you can just barely see the tops of these, and you can see the horse rearing up sometimes, but you have to be on the black cat in order to make that happen. Clearly, Tundar did this on purpose. Did we pick up this watchtower too? There's a lot of works. This hill fort, we're gonna want to get there. Oh look, it looks like the road is gonna combine at some point. Beautiful, that's perfect. So actually access to the hill fort's not as far away as I thought. Very good, very good. And then Vexen says, me, I use a fan and an ice cube bowl in front of me when it gets too hot. That's the most high-tech option I've heard of all day. And that makes me very happy. Very good, very good. Stisen says, having a chatbot translate anything into Shakespearean is way too fun for me. Yeah, I like Shakespeare. I like Shakespeare. And occasionally just say, how art thou to people, and it throws them off. And you don't mean to throw them off, but you're trying to be courtly, stately as it were. And inviting them to do the same, there's nothing wrong with that. A brief stop at a hastily abandoned wizard's tower turns up a magical vial of mercury that always has a little left in the bottom. Recognizing a treasure when you see one, you cap it and slip it into your pocket. Folks, we are never going to have problems with mercury again. Maybe this is the week. Tundar, maybe with these 10 phoenixes, 13 phoenixes, and then we attack the pack of phoenixes. We've got 20,000 gold. I think that with this gold mine, all of our problems are fixed. I think that now I completely agree. It is time for us to go there, folks. That was 19 additional orcs there. Probably some more here. Let's take our ore. We must get this lighthouse because of course we must. And look how kind our map maker has been to us. The enemies cannot land along this coast. There's too many reefs here. And so we're not gonna have to deal with marauding enemies, especially if those marauding enemies have so much hit points and so many bits of attack skill. Pack of black dragons, it's day 7. I do not love this fight. Titans, you can kind of do something against as the sorceresses. You can't do much against a pack of black dragons because they're going to jump right on top of you. I'm going to ignore this area for now. We're going to pick up these halflings. It's 52 halflings. We're going to go south. We're going to get access to this upgraded hill fort, and then we're going to bring these orcs into orc chieftain territory. Once they're orc chieftains, then we're going to use them to maybe help us clear out those dragons. Folks, it is month of the dwarf. After regular growth, the population of dwarves is doubled. Kingdom tax falls upon you. Very sad. You find a note in the sand on a thick, expensive hide, and it reads, I bestow Luna Landing as my gift to you. My love, may your sprite beauty flourish. This is a good love story. I like these sorts of deals. I'm a little bit of a, I'm a little bit of a softie when it comes to love stories and such. Although, can you blame me? I grew up on The Princess Bride. That was one of my all-time favorites early on. It was more so my sister's all-time favorite, but I recognized something really good when I saw it. And I make no apologies for it. Okay, we're gonna follow the way down the road, clear out everything we can here, and actually, I've buried the lead. There's 13 giants here. We could probably use 13 giants to go through some dragons, don't you think? Yeah, maybe we should do that. It sounds too good to be true. Maybe it's a trap. No, I don't think it is. We're gonna wait 3 days and then we're gonna head on through. In the meantime, let's save up our gold. There's no reason to purchase things until we're ready to set off through this pack of phoenixes, and then we shall go, go, go. There's purple, doing purpley things. I wonder what the AI is doing on this map, actually. A little worried. I don't really know what they're doing. So, bit scared. Bit scared. Beardman says, I was watching a British streamer a day ago. He was complaining about the heat and how it was unbearable. The heat he was referring to was 22 degrees Celsius, which is about 71 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, to his point though, I mean, if I guess if you're used to something much cooler, I could definitely see how that would be a bit of a problem. So I will totally understand, because remember, I'm the guy with my air conditioning on in the high 60s, low 70s. So can I really get on somebody else for not enjoying the heat? I think not. Advanced diplomacy. This is a big up. Folks, look at this. If we have troops join us in the future, they will join us in much better rates than they did before. Folks, there's another jail. Who do we think it is? I'm excited. Who do you think it is? We're gonna find out right now. Let's see, pack of paladins. There should be no issues with this. I will split off a single sprite. Nope. There we go. Single sprite to deal with this. 5 sprites goes down, no problems. You see a goblin in a knight's outfit, you know what it's likely to be, born a sorceress, but destined to be a sorcerer. So you save this confused fellow who loyally assists in your cause. Wait a second. It is Max, the Goblin Knight. Way to go, Goblin Knight. I thought it was Sandro. Clearly I was wrong, but these things do happen. Whoa, Legion of Peasants, that's a lot. Lots of Minotaur Kings. Tell you what, I don't think I need the experience nearly so much as I just need to clear some of this out. Yeah, so let me clear this out so I can have access to Wishington. Let's have Luna head on south through the dwarves. No, I kind of want these dwarves to join me. And they might, again, with the advanced diplomacy that we have now. I don't think we actually want to kill these dwarves. I think that kind of like with these elves, I think we want to wait. And so I think we shall. Yeah, we're just going to wait for a little bit and see where that takes us. Okay. Still waiting on Aunt Phixxy, making sure we have enough resources. Mercury, especially, chiefly among them, actually. 2 Mercury, we're going to need a little bit more than that. And then before Phixxy accidentally attacks a Legion of Peasants with no forces, let's have Max the Goblin clear out these creatures. It should go a little bit better than this. Let's make sure that there's no losses. Chris says, I've never gotten to Fahrenheit. To me, Celsius makes more sense, as in 0 degrees Celsius is the temperature that water freezes and is the most abundant thing on Earth. I gotta tell you, as an American, I completely agree. The metric system is vastly superior in every which way to the system that I currently have. It just is. It's just better. And it's not like I feel like I'm betraying my countrymen by saying that. I think it's painfully obvious that doing things in multiples of 10s, yeah, that just makes sense, doesn't it? So, we're on the same page with that. I wish I could tell you why. I think that there's probably some bit of, I don't know, there's got to be some history as to why America never adopted the metric system, but this is what we're working with, so not going to change anytime soon. I did not mean to lose as many forces as I did here. That was actually a bit of an error. I'm going to kill 1 to 2. I hope I kill 2. I do. Hope I killed 2. I do. 1 and 1. Don't love these losses, but we'll take the leadership. I think leadership would be better for Max since he's probably going to be leading ragtag forces of different varieties. And then we give these forces back. We go south, and he will pick up the giants for us and these archers very soon. Okay. Remember that Luna is going south. Whoops. 2 gems. She's going south because she wants to get to this hill fort very quickly. Legion of Peasants. You see the largest army you've ever seen in your very long life. Ah, it's just peasants, but what a sight to behold. You think about Sandro and Luna. This would be ideal for them to fight. Wait. I'm gonna sit on this for a second. I'm glad that the map maker has included that little tidbit there for me. Chris asks, did you ever see Stardust? That's a good fantasy film. I don't think I did. Nope, I haven't seen that yet, but interested. Wait, Stardust? Does Robert De Niro make an appearance in that movie? Let me know. And then Tundar says, Britain has a very high ratio of moisture. 26 degrees Celsius feels like 34 degrees Celsius in a drier area. We are an island. Yes, absolutely. OMG, what about Luna for the peasants? Ah, Tundar, you helped me. You helped me. Thank you very much. I will do that now because of this expert necromancy. That's too good of an opportunity to miss. So thank you. But that's a very good point on that. I live in a desert, and so it's a very dry heat, and that does change things. Don't get yourself confused. 100 degrees Celsius or 100 degrees Fahrenheit is hot anywhere you go, but yeah, it is very different. I remember that there was times when I lived in Tennessee being much more humid, that even 80 degrees in Tennessee, you were absolutely drenched with sweat. I would come home during the middle of the day, I would take a shower, and then I would go back out into the heat, and it was a nightmare. But we made it through it. Derek says, not sure why we didn't use metric, but the reason we don't adopt it is for a number of considerations. Most importantly, the economic considerations. But resistance from the public is important too. Yep. I'm that person who's still resistant. I didn't learn 5'8" tomatoes to figure out how many feet are in a mile just to discard that information now in my 30s. Yeah, I'm the problem. I'm the reason. Chris says, yes, Robert De Niro did star in that movie. Okay, I do know the one you're talking about. I did like that one. Yeah, he played a very fun character, very stern, and then there was a twist. So Derek says, I do feel like, at least with baking, metric is catching on more and more due to the consistency of weight. I also think that metric system is caught on for 2 other reasons. Number 1, drugs. And number 2, guns. Here in America, if we're talking about a 9mm, we know what that is. If we're talking about a gram, we know what that is. But bit of a shame. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying it is what it is. So, oh, let's keep these over here. I don't think that these are actually going to lead to more skeletons, but let's give it a try anyway. Any other artifacts? No, I think this is fine. It's going to be the chain lightning. Let's go, Luna. First thing in the morning. That's your job. Go and defeat some peasants and get me lots and lots of skelly boys. Skelly bros, as it were. Okay, 2 phoenixes. Did we lose some mercury somewhere? It's day 3. I guess we'll wait one more day. Yeah, we'll wait one more day. And then let's see. Bearded Man says, changing up a measuring system is too complicated. I don't know why I'm talking like Captain Kirk from Star Trek. It has to be a gradual process, slowly integrating the new measuring system to more and more places. Derek says, versus volume. Openot says, hi chat, hi Phixfox, welcome Openot, welcome to have you back, very nice. So you would have to slowly integrate it. I agree with that, Bearded Man, finding places where it made a lot more sense. I offered 2 places for you, illicit drugs and guns. And then ZePicso says, I must leave. It was a real pleasure to watch you, and have a nice evening and night. Good luck. I will surely watch the VOD. Thank you so much, ZePicso. Looking forward to always seeing you. Appreciate everything. Thanks so much. Have a great night. Bye-bye. Tundar says you have the space for the Skelly Boys, right? Right? If I need to, I'm going to use all this ranged damage. Yeah, I would have missed out on that. You're totally right. I would have had to have sacrificed all these sprites. Let's do it just like this. And then all these ranged bits of damage, that should do it for me. Oh my gosh. We just have to look at this. My goodness. My goodness, look at these forces. Oh, there's the bad luck. Bad luck descends on the Grand Elves. Yay. There's the good morale, though. It all works out. But yes, Tundar, I would have missed that. I'm too busy talking. My mistake. I should be focusing up a little bit more. Chris says, drugs and guns, that's America for you. Kind of is. Kind of is. That's a lot of skeletons. How many metric tons of skeletons is that? How many metric tons is 2,700 skeletons? That's a good question. But we will take it. And Luna is immediately going to get massive levels here. We're going to go with the logistics. We're going to go with the navigation. We're going to go with the pathfinding. 3 levels. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Mushanki Pet says, tons of skeletons coming up. That cat might be pretty useful for the morale. I want to see more of this. To my beautiful, wonderful map makers out there, I want to see more opportunities for this black cat to be useful, because I think that trading luck for morale can be very useful. I do. I think it's so. As much as you can, if you show it to me in a map, I will love you forever. I already do, but just in case you wondered, like, show me whatever you can, and I will be very excited for those interesting use cases that only you as map makers can provide. Okay, I'm gonna let Luna continue to just roll. With 2,700 skeletons, I don't even care about the bad morale. She's got 2,700 skeletons. She might as well clear all of this out. Phixxy is just gonna help clear stuff out. First time in a long time, Phixxy has been relegated to a secondary type of hero. Who would have thought that Luna would be the most valuable person here right now? I did not, but clearly Tundar said, "Oh, Phixfox, ye of little faith, just you wait." And I appreciate that I waited. Thank you. Let's see, for this upcoming fight, you want unicorns first. No doubt about it. I think you then want Battlegarb, just because you don't want the enemy to flambe your ranged creatures without issue. Or without recourse, rather. I'm gonna do it just like this. Yeah, just like this. Elves at the top. Unicorns in the middle so they can respond to the north or to the south. The question to me is gonna be this. Do I send my phoenixes out where they're going to take tons of damage? I think that you can't help it. I think that that's going to happen. This is going to be a tough fight, but let's just do this. 1 and 3. Let's see if we can do any better with these losses. Boreasur's in the chat. Hello, Boreasur. Nice to have you there. Good evening, Phixfox, and good evening to you. We are playing this beautiful map. This is Spritely's Demon, which is very fun and comes to us from our friend Tundar, and I'm having a really nice time with it. So, if I sit here, let's see. I wish I had a haste, something for the unicorns to go do. I think that my phoenixes are gonna get absolutely surrounded. Not once, not twice, not thrice, but 4 times. There is a nice little double hex attack there we're gonna take advantage of. So let's use these other creatures up in this way to kill this sack of 3. Here, and then stack there. Oh, there goes that opportunity. Yeah. With the good morale, we're going to get out of this fight just a little bit quicker, but 4 phoenixes, somehow we did even worse. The experience, though, is going to be very nice. Let's take the archery. And it says, you defeat the Phoenix, and this time you know you could be far more important to the completion of this campaign than ever before. Is this time for Auntie Phixxy to carry the scenario? Maybe. Let's go back. Let's get up all these forces we can, because I left these ranged creatures. I didn't want to lose them for free. The 6-speed Grand Elves are a little bit more valuable to me than the 5-speed Druids, but not by much. Not by much. And then we're on to month 2, week 1, day 4. What's through the stone liths? I'm very excited to find out. Bearded Man says, bad luck has such an interesting graphic. Glad we will see more of it thanks to the Black Cat. Absolutely. I think that that is going to be very useful and very interesting, because before, the only way you could get bad luck was the pyramid. Now we've got some other opportunities. Folks, a horde of orcs. We're going to go right through them. No losses. We will take the ballistics over the mysticism. Yes. Yeah, I think we will. You step on a poisonous barb. It appears to have affected your ability to read your spellbook. Who needs wisdom anyway, right? I'm a little scared about that. Transit Hub Island. Welcome to the Transit Hub. Portals to Spritely via Unicorn Peak. Thank you for visiting. A pack of phoenixes over there. Horde of sprites over there. Let's go for the Shrine of the Second Circle. Maybe it's something really nice. No losses? It's going to be Visions. Oh, what a good spell. The Vision spell. Now that's lovely. Now that is lovely. We come across an ornate shrine attended by a group of rotund friars. In exchange for your protection, they agree to teach you the spell Visions. Very lovely. Tundar says, oops, that didn't work. What was supposed to happen there? Or do you not want to spoil it so somebody in the future can come to it on their own? Let me know, Tundar. And Boryester says, okay, about 32 metric tons of skeletons in weight. That's funny. 32 metric tons of skeletons in weight, yeah. And if you crush them into a fine dust, you can actually compact them very neatly into a very small cube. Who could have guessed? Medusas want to run. We're going to get 9 skeletons back. I'm just going to roll right through these creatures, though. Especially this throng of ogres. 60 additional bits there. We're going to take the navigation. We're going to take the wisdom. And look, pack of black dragons with 2,700 skeletons. I don't know the best way of doing this. Death Ripple, interesting spell. Tree of Knowledge, not claimed. Let's take a look at this. 2,000 gold. Tell you what, I will do this. I don't know when I'm going to come back. Expert Diplomacy. There we go. And we're in the numbers of forces where with the Expert Diplomacy and all of these skeletons, folks, are a pack of black dragons going to want to join us? We simply must try. Phixxy's going to try and touch base with the locals here and see if they are amiable to joining our forces. We've spent all of our gold at our other castle, but Max will eventually head back up north to help us here. What a fun map. What a fun map. But, oh, so the Poisonous Barb, we were supposed to lose wisdom. It seems to not be working in 1.9. Or it did work in 1.9. We are in 1.9 right now, so I'm not too sure. I'm sorry that that did not work the way that you hoped it would. Very sorry about that. But because we already had, we already had the advanced wisdom. Maybe Tundar, maybe it's because we already had advanced wisdom instead of basic wisdom. Maybe basic wisdom would have been taken away, but it was coded to only take away basic wisdom and not advanced wisdom. Just a thought. Maybe that's correct. Maybe that's true. I don't know. So yeah, maybe we, the player, might have adjusted this map in a way you did not intend or anticipate. Do these Liths go anywhere else? I have to hit spacebar a few times. 1 and 2 and 3 and 1 more time. Okay, through the phoenixes we go. Another pack of phoenixes. Luck and let's see, actually Visions, 11 phoenixes, 2 phoenixes, 9 red dragons. Yeah, Visions is such a cool spell. I like it a lot. Okay, let's do this quick little split here. Swap. And I actually don't want the necromancy spades over here. They're not going to help me. I'm going to keep the sailor's astrolabe. No, I will not. Yeah, not right now. I might regret that later, though. Snake Ring halves the cost of your blessing spells. I'm going to get rid of that. My morale is horrendous. Let's fix that. Not once, but twice. And yeah, I will take the -1 morale right now. I really will. That'll be fine for me. As Phixxy hopes that we can get these dragons to join. Battle Dwarves and Orc Chieftains. 119 Orc Chieftains is nothing to sneeze at. That's really pretty nice. Let's get out of the way for Phixxy to do his stuff. And all I can do is hope that these dragons are going to join me. I think that they might. I think that they might. I could be wrong, but I think that they might. Okay. You've got to do a little dance, right? You have to do a little bit of a dance. How lovely of a pickup is that? Tundar says. Yeah. Derek says, hit yes. Derek says, for the love of God, don't hit no. Folks, we just picked up 11 black dragons. Massive. So you roll the peasants into skeletons, skeletons into dragons. Holy cow. Holy kittens. That is amazing. and not guaranteed to happen every time. This might be a very unique playthrough in that regard, because remember, we did get the expert expert diplomacy. It's pretty big. Yeah, didn't even have to pay. Bearded Man. Mushanki Pit says, wow. Yeah, this was a big moment, folks. These are the moments that are game breaking one way or the other. But I don't think we can celebrate just yet, because remember, this enemy that we are up against, they're still pretty tough. This Demon King, I still don't think we can beat them now, but let's see what we can do in the future. How dare you send your sister Phixxer? She will spend the rest of eternity locked up. With a view over Spritely, she will watch it burn. This Demon King is goading us into some sort of fight. I don't know if he really wants to fight me or not. I think he thinks he wants to fight me. I think I'm pretty tough though, so we'll find out. Okay, Magic Arrow's gonna do nothing. Can we kill 3 Sphinxes at a time? Not quite. Yeah, it's actually kind of bad. Oh, our Phoenix stacks are taking absolute gut punches again and again and again. Unicorns are blocked off from this fight completely. Their Phoenixes are going to get to go first. It's going to be this big stack of 3. Which one? I think it's this one. 3 down to 2. That's correct. Okay, good. Retaliation, we kill that full stack. We get a nice double hex attack. Cool. All right. We did lose 1 more Phoenix. This is very costly. 4 Phoenixes down, 1100 XP. Man, but these losses, these are pretty bad. Hopefully we can go through these Liths and find something nifty. A few Phoenixes here, a few Phoenixes there. These ones were 2. These ones I'm hoping are 2 as well. Let's see about it. Phoenixes are awed by the power of our forces. They want to scatter. We're not going to fight them. They're not worth the experience. The Witch's Hut sells pathfinding for a fee, but she always sets her fee for entering and leaving such a witch. Oh. Oh, interesting. Not this one. This one's diplomacy. There must be another one that I've missed somewhere. It's almost a new week. It's day 7, so I'm going to see if I can actually go to these other Phoenixes and defeat them before they maybe get a little bit bigger. Because I've noticed that this is the same Lith as before. So if Phoenixes want to run, I'm not going to pursue them. Let's see if there's anywhere else that this Lith goes to. This is a Phixfox spacebar approved moment. Not often do I recommend it, but here it just seems too good to pass up. Okay. We're here on this island. This was the... Hold on, is this a town? What is that? I don't know what this is, but I want to go in this direction. It looks like, yeah, Knights of the Realm. We're gonna have to be careful about that, but let's go in this area and see what we can find. All this ore, might as well grab it really quickly. And then carry on back to where the wild things are. Okay, whew. Good stuff. Good stuff. Mushanki Pet says, this Demon King seems like such a nice dude. I disagree. I know that you disagree too. In this line of work, we call that sarcasm, but yeah, I don't think that he's going to do much to be kind to us. I don't think he's going to invite us over for tea. I don't think he's going to mow our lawn for us or clip our grass. I don't believe that he's going to take our grandmother on Mother's Day out for us. I think that we're just going to have to assume that he has the very worst of intentions for us. Poi A Spanic. Hello all. Hello, nice to catch this live after binging the Heroes of Might and Magic 2 videos for the past week. Wonderful. I'm thrilled to hear that you're enjoying them. Welcome to the chat and welcome to be here on Discord, or on Twitch, excuse me. You could be on Discord if you'd like, but thank you for being here on Twitch. Yeah, we're having a fun time. Let me do just a quick map recap in just a second for you and anyone else who is just kind of joining the stream here. You can't just wait around. The Demon King will eventually figure out how to leave his dominion and come to you. You will have to take the fight to him. Perfect. We shall do so. Haunt spell, kind of interesting. Not sure if we're going to use that. Demon Cave, we're going to enter and we're going to fight the servants. That's going to give us, looks like, the Expert Wisdom and 2,500 gold. Not too bad. Dwarves guard this stables, but these are probably the dwarves that was like the month of the dwarf for. So not too concerned about that. I do think it's time for me to start getting these dwarves to join me, and with 11 black dragons, I don't think that this pack of black dragons is a problem. What's more, now they might join us here too. Our power budget has increased so very much with these additional 11 black dragons. I think that we ought to join. Although I will stop into the Black Cat and pick up the good morale. I think that that will be useful to me. I will henceforth wait on these giants. I don't know if that's going to be so useful for me at this time. And so our green goblin friend is going to go south and pick up whatever free things are here that we left behind in the past. How many free things there are, can't really say, but excited for that. And I wish I had a summoned boat. Oh, I wish I had a summoned boat. View heroes, though. Let's cast the view heroes for the first time in a while. Looks like purple is here. Maybe there's one enemy on the high seas. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 enemies to deal with. We have 4 heroes. They have 5. Good information to have. And then Bearded Man says, you have black dragons. You have Armageddon. Is it time for cheesing yet? I think that sounds like a lovely idea. We should work on that as soon as possible. Yeah, cheesing in this day and age, the AI clearly has many advantages. I don't feel nearly so bad about taking their advantages from them. In fact, one of the things I do sort of wonder here at this point is for our map maker, did you intend on the AI being able to grab the town portal? I could see that being potentially map breaking if we're not careful. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but either way, I think that that's pretty interesting to note. I'm going to do this real quick. I'm going to drop some troops off with Luna, and she's going to come back and take these dwarves in a moment or two. We already picked up that windmill. Good, good. Watchtower we will wait on. And then hopefully Luna can get back in just a moment or two. Green Sleeves is going to go south. Sprites, yes, good, good, good. Because the town portal, again, that makes these very impossible to take without fighting. And if you can't steal stuff, if you can't steal stuff away from your if you cannot steal things away from your enemy, how do you weaken them before this upcoming fight? Folks, here I am feeling like I'm so big and tough. This ain't it. The cap is 30 attack over defense. The enemy is going to be doing 300% bonus damage to us, and we're only going to be doing 30% damage to them. Even if you have 2,700 skeletons, this isn't it. We need better artifacts now. We need better artifacts yesterday. I don't feel good about this. We were very happy that we were able to take so many forces with black dragons. That's not going to be enough, though. Not by a long shot. Okay, there's nowhere to go but up. All we can do is everything in front of us. We will handle that very shortly. Okay, it's going to be 3 days to here. I don't want the morale penalty. Troops of 3 alignments. I'm going to go to the water wheel. I'm going to go back a step. Facilitate this trade, and then we will set off for those dragons. Knights of the Realm. I don't know if I should take this fight or not. I have no indication if it's good or bad. We'll have to wait on this for a second, I think. Lord Shadowwing says, time to get ready to head to work. Still the same, overly stressful, underpaid fast food job. From 4 p.m. to 11 p.m., maybe 11:30, depending on the number of new employees. We can't seem to keep many workers for more than a week. I'm sorry to hear that. The turnover in some of those jobs is so tough. Every time I see an article or a YouTube video about people silently quitting or, nobody wants to work anymore, I'm like, yeah, nobody wants to work for a third of what they're worth, and nobody wants to work for not enough to feed their families and feed themselves and take care of themselves. I don't think that is something that we should, as people, feel bad about. So whoever decided that that's the problem, I think that they're just out of touch with what the average everyday person's going through. Isn't that the last piece by those dragons? Are we going to get these goodies? We'll surely need to collect all 3 of these bad boys. Our cousin's forces got obliterated in just 2 weeks, as we saw. Look at this. This is the helmet of Anduran. We currently have the sword of Anduran. I'm missing the breastplate, though. There was a breastplate over here, and it's gone now. It's disappeared because it was taken by the green player. The green player was defeated by the purple player. I don't know where that 3rd piece is going to be or how we're going to find it. That's pretty interesting, but apparently we're supposed to get the Battlegarb of Anduran at some point. I'll be very happy for that, because you consider all these phoenixes that might be able to come to the front of the fight very quickly. That will be useful for me. But look at this, hordes of sprites. I don't want to fight this fight unless I've got diplomacy. Yeah, I want diplomacy here, folks. I think I've come to the edge, or rather the end of this road. I don't want to go through lots of green dragons. That's too tough of a fight for now. I don't know if Knights of the Realm, if this is too tough to deal with. I don't know. 2 attack, 2 defense. Auntie Phixxy is not that good. We have not seen absolutely crazy forces when we've taken castles here or here. 65 vampires and we saw 6 giants. This could be anything. And by the way, visions will not help here. You can't do visions like this. Sprites are wanting to join or run away. Dragons are just being crazy. But yeah, visions doesn't actually help you with this area here. I'll show you again. We're close enough now. It just, yeah. Yeah. I can't in good faith fight this fight because if I lose, then I feel horrible and I don't have a way to rehire Auntie Phixxy. I would absolutely fight this fight if I had a castle. I do not, therefore I cannot go there. So that's unfortunate. Lord Shadowwing does say that they got to get up at 6:30 to 7 tomorrow to drive an hour to church to go bus calling. We have bus routes and we need to invite all the kids weekly or they'll likely forget. I'm glad that you're doing, I'm glad you're supporting people in that way. The people that are struggling to get transportation to places. Yep, so good stuff there. It does make for a bit of an investment on your part though, it sounds like, with time and energy, especially when you have to get up so early. So good on you for that. And then Tundar says, yes, he had space to collect the chest from Green before he could portal, ensuring that he kills Green. He had space to collect the chest from Green before he could portal, ensuring he kills Green. Interesting. So we have a breastplate to look out for. That's kind of interesting. We'll wait to see about that. Poi says, this map has such a nice visual design. Yes, and we have the map maker here in the chat with us. So if you have any questions or thoughts, I'm sure that they would be tickled, pleased, I'm sure, to hear your thoughts about this map that they've created. One of the best parts about being a map maker is that people get to enjoy the map you've made. And I think that there's no doubt in my mind that Tundar would appreciate your feedback. Folks, a pack of black dragons. These lands have been very new to you, but war is the same anywhere. You get a sense that you could use a foothold, a castle, something to expand upon dragons. All of this sulfur, 206 units of sulfur, it makes sense. There's got to be a castle up here. Folks, we must go through this. Force, will they join us? They will not, but they will not cause us any damage whatsoever. Tundar says, the Demon King has space to collect everything Green could collect to finish his own Battlegarb. Oh, it's a Battlegarb. It's not Town Portal. It's a Battlegarb. Now that's interesting. It's very interesting. Bearded Man says, I mean, did he collect the ultimate artifact borrowed in the island? Because now with patch 1.1.9, with patch 1.1.9, the AI can find the ultimate artifact. Now, there's only one obelisk on this map, and we have it. The AI doesn't have that one obelisk, but Bearded Man, that's a very important point because that didn't used to be a thing, but now with the newest patch, the FHeroes2 AI can find the ultimate artifact. They won't find it without any obelisks. That's impossible, right? But that's interesting. Huh. Good stuff. 53 power equals 2,650 damage from Armageddon. Yeah, and here we are doing only 800 points of damage. Woof. That's not even close, right? So the AI is going to be a terror for us. Derek says, all those sprites makes me think about the barrel mound on this map. Do you think that there might be a barrel mound on this map? I don't know. I can't say, but I'm excited to find out. Okay, with the way that this map is looking right here, I'm going to kill 2 to 4. I was considering hasting the Grand Elves. I'm going to haste them after the Black Dragons go. Because then they're going to get an extra shot of damage off. They're going to move up in turn order. It's going to go Dragons, Elves, and then their forces, which doesn't seem too bad to me. I can likely kill 1 extra dragon here. I couldn't if I attacked there, so I shan't try. But the skeletons are about to have a real good day. Woof. 5 black dragons goes down. I'm going to skip here. I'll lose 1 more bit of skeletons. And 108 skeletons, that seems par for the course. 5,100 experience, and I'm hoping for a castle here to the north. Beardman says, do you want diplomacy or do you want necromancy? Questions. We're seeing about 100 sprites each. Yeah, I think that the necromancy might be better. I think that you're right on that. Yeah, given that you've already got such a big skeleton snowball, I can't argue with that. I think that that would be a good idea. Let me think. Either way you win, right? If they join you, great. Well, If they join you, great, and if not, you turn them into skeletons. But Luna doesn't have diplomacy, and she's the one that would have to turn them into skeletons. So she's the one that would have to fight that fight. So it does matter which hero you take there. Yeah, that's an interesting question. I think I'd rather have the flying first level creatures, even though they have more than half the hit points and their damage is halved and all that. The fact that they're flying and they have no retaliation, I feel like I like that better. Not by a lot, but yeah, but just a little bit. Maybe in these numbers of purple players that we've already seen, maybe that's not the case. Maybe I'm wrong in that thinking. Maybe I need to make some changes. So we will have to consider that. We will stop, we will wait, we will think, and we will figure it out. And once we figure it out, I will let you know. This Dragon City's very, very cool. If I can get this Dragon City, I'm gonna be having a real good time. I don't know, folks. I don't think we can get this Dragon City with just these forces, because we're talking about stacks of dragons, at least 5 dragons. We can do it. And if we do it now, then we're gonna get extra dragons for the future. Yeah, I think that we ought to do that. Let's make that happen. Let's see, folks. There's interesting, fun stuff going on in the Twitch activity feed. KhelbensCoin has rated us with a party of 17 viewers. Thank you so much, Ross. Appreciate it. Thank you for having you here. I appreciated the follow earlier, and I hope very, very much that the folks out there are having a real good time. I appreciate Ross. I appreciate his community so very much. I very much appreciate the things that Ross is doing with things like the Khelben Open, and I appreciate that there's Heroes of Might and Magic lovers near and far everywhere we go. So, best to all of the folks here from KhelbensCoin TV. It's a pleasure to have you. So real quick, let me just catch everybody up. We are playing the aftermath to Spritely, which is a map created by Tundar. You can find it on the FHeroes2 Discord. I, of course, use FHeroes2 for my playthroughs here. And this is an impossible difficulty map that we're playing on. Expert difficulty is what's denoted as. As the follow-up, we must stop the Demon King from crushing us, and they've already crushed our cousins. We've already lost to them. If we can find that hero, I would love to show you. Is this him? The Demon King. Hordes of Titans, lots of black dragons, a throng of phoenixes, hounds of these gargoyles, and a throng of the Archmagi. Not to mention, they've got about 50 plus attack, more than 60 defense, more than 50 spell power, more than 50 knowledge. This is going to be an absolute final raid boss that we have to deal with, and I'm hoping for the best, but we will have to wait and see how that goes. And so, with that being said, there's an awful lot that we have to do. Phixxy here is our level 19 sorceress. Yes, a sorceress, and so the skill progression follows the sorceress sort of bounds, but we've been able to get some really nice advantages here. 12 attack, 16 defense. We're getting some nice artifacts. We're hoping for a Battlegarb of Anduran that's been teased as possible for us, and these 2,700 skeletons have been courtesy of this Lunatic sorceress, who with their expert necromancy +1, they've been able to get an awful lot of those forces returned to us when we defeated a legion of peasants. So many peasants. And with that, we're continuing on our way. There's been again teased the possibility of having some nice stuff here to the north. So these 34 ogres, they just don't fit into my army anywhere nice. We're going to take them for the experience. Halflings, we're going to come back to them in just a little bit, I think. And folks, have we done it? Peace Town. This is not the Dragon City that I had hoped for, but we are going to head in this direction. If you know Phixfox, you know I simply must pick up this sign. Peace Town, home of the swordsmen, north to the Knights of the Realm, east to Demon Dominion, south to Solsley, and west to the Peace Forest. So west to Peace Forest, I think that this teases a future playthrough by Tundar, which I'm very excited for. But let's go to the swordsman, and then let's consider avoiding the Demon Dominion until time is upon us. Let me do some checking out in the, let's see, Twitch activity feed here. Massive B, thank you so much for the follow. Estrelid, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate having you all here. Thank you so much. The pleasure is mine, folks. Okay. And let's get caught up on chat a little bit further here. Vexen says, one is getting them to your army alive, the other is getting them to your army dead. Yes, these many sprites, am I going to want them as skeletons, or will I try to make them join through diplomacy? Do you want them alive or dead? Choice is yours. Math Obsessed is back in the chat. Hello, Math Obsessed. Nice to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Hello guys. Also, dragons. Yes, I'm hoping that maybe there's more dragons to the north. Maybe this is just a pit stop. Maybe Peace Town is just the first stop to something else in the future. Tundar says, I do hope you are forced to use all of your heroes. It's looking like it so far. Math Obsessed says, raid! Raid! Yes, it is. Beautiful raid. Again, thank you to Ross over at KhelbensCoin. And woot woot for that. Let's see, we haven't done this for a moment. The dark side is stronger. It's been teased to us that the tavern has some very many sorts of, what do you call it? tips and tricks for us. I think that we haven't missed any yet, but I do fear that we might have missed one or two. But we do need to come into Peacetown here. It's got the farm, it's got another tavern, it's got some minimal forces here up to the swordsman. Is this upgradable to a castle? It may not be upgraded to a castle, but that is okay. I'll be happy for these troops all the same in the future. If we do get the Battlegarb of Anduran, this is going to be a nice way to teleport across the map from one town to the other, Okay. So up the way we go. I'm not going to wait on this tree of knowledge. Sometimes you see me like to wait so that way I can get more experience for later. Right now, we're just going to suffer with what we have. It's time to take this Dragon City. The losses are not going to be fun, but we're going to take this all the same. We stand before the Dragon City, a place off limits to mere humans. Do you wish to violate this rule and challenge the dragons to a fight? Yes, I do. Glorious victory, but oh my, look at these terrible, terrible losses. Poi says, join me or become a skeleton. That's definitely a kind of diplomacy. Yeah. What do they call it in the Civilization games? The Cassius Belli or something like that, where you can tell people why you're justified in starting a war with them. You can tell people all day long, oh yes, I'm justified for starting this war with you because of this or because of that. It doesn't mean people are going to agree with you or believe you. So I think I'm best off actually taking out this one dragon where I can. It's a waste of damage because we're going to do more damage than it had left. 35 hit points remained, but there was still much more damage to be had. Still, any amount of damage you can take out, I think we'd prefer to do that. One other green dragon goes down. The black dragon has a little bit of HP missing off the top of him, and we're going to get a nice double hex attack off here. 130 HP. It's possible to kill this black dragon. No spell opportunities for us. I can cure 20 HP. I might as well. Doesn't look like it was necessary because we did retaliate and kill that force. The red dragon, we had the low end of damage on the second hit, otherwise we might have been able to take them out. And let's cross our fingers and hope that this unicorn can do some damage. They just barely missed out on that. Of course, the unicorns have the range of damage from 7 to 14, and so if you get the low end of damage, it's like hitting somebody with a wet pool noodle. If you hit them as hard as you possibly can, oh yeah, they're gonna have a real bad time. Having defeated the dragon's champions, the city's leaders agree to supply some dragons to your army for a price. Do you wish to recruit the dragons? Yes, I do. But unfortunately, we can't actually recruit them because we got too many forces in our army. We will come back at a later date, but for now, we will stay where we are at. Yes, we shall come back later. Centaurs guard a cave. Pack of red dragons guard a holy hammer for +5. We don't yet have the ability, neither the leadership nor the diplomacy, to go into Xanadu. This dwarf cottage we can't do anything with just yet because we have battle dwarves and not dwarves. There's another jail. And here's the witch's hut, but I think that the witch's hut offers pathfinding. Yeah, we stepped out here and the sign said that this offers pathfinding. I don't think we actually need the pathfinding right now. And it'll cost us some gold to go in and out. I don't see anything hidden in the trees. I do see this pack of green dragons. This guards the road to the next area. I think we need to go back, make room in our army, because I don't want to just dismiss 35 battle dwarves. We'll come back and we're going to make sure this dragon city pumps us up full of lots of dragons in the near future. Remember, we do have 218 units of sulfur, +2 sulfur per day, still looking for ore, and still looking for crystal and gems. Okay. All right. The Lunatic shall continue on her way, as will Maximus the Knight. And folks, that's going to take us to a very eventful day where we had IRL madness and in-game craziness. That is a combination that I do surely love. Okay. And let's see, Tundar says, is Phixxian still exiled in a jail? I don't know. I thought that we just defeated them outright in the previous playthrough, but every indication here is that that hero is somewhere on this map. If we can find that hero, they might immediately replace Phixxy the Sorceress. I remember in the previous playthrough, they had 35 plus attack skill and defense skill each. So yeah, we'll see about that. A Tree of Knowledge here, might as well claim it. It's absolutely free, 13,000 experience. That's gonna give us the logistics. An extra 10% movement per day. Very, very high quality. 64 Master Swordsman. That's a lot of Master Swordsmen. But I think that we're trying to save our gold for future things. Then again, there's a stack right here that might join. What else am I going to spend my gold on? The problem is that I don't know. I don't know what else I might spend my gold on. This is going to completely drain the bank. I'm going to do this, though. I will do this. And note that our morale is officially the worst you've ever seen. This lunatic cannot come up here fast enough to help us figure this out. We have no room over here. Drop some forces off and catch up to me when you can. Looks like these pikemen, they're going to go down. They don't have the choice whether or not they want to join me. Veteran pikemen, kind of the same. We've got the diplomacy. No, we have the diplomacy. We want all these forces to join us. We just need to make room in our army. The 2K skeletons are going to impress some people to just join us for free. So yeah, let's make this a little bit of an adjustment here. This is too good of an opportunity to miss out on. And so even if right now this doesn't feel like it's the most correct or precise gameplay, I think that it will pay dividends in the near future. And that's what I'm really going for. Who was this hero and what were they doing? Looks like this is the Demon's Toy. They're getting strong as a second hero, but they left the Lightning Rod artifact. That's kind of interesting. The AI for FHeroes2 does a pretty good job of figuring out what its best possibilities are. Very strange that they decided that it's not in their best interests to pick up that Lightning Rod. That seems like it should be pretty obvious to me anyway, but they've got some other ideas. And hey, they know best. They know best. Phixxy is going to wait for the Lunatic to do this quick little jaunt here. We're going to leave, these creatures, 2 slots. Just in case, we're going to leave these battle doors behind as well. And this is going to allow me to take the Master Swordsman. I think that the Elves need to stay, actually. And the Master Swordsman. These forces should be big enough, and then we have 2 slots open for whatever creatures we might come across. So, please join me for free. You do not, I will fight you and take the experience off of you. Join me. They don't. Free experience all the same. We'll take the estates. We've seen that the gold is actually pretty important here, so let's continue to be ready for whatever. Master Swordsman, please join me. What is going on here? My goodness. I don't have enough gold. If it says that they are awed by the power of your forces and wish to scatter, if you had enough gold, they would offer to join you. I just don't have the gold right now. And I know that, but still, I'm hoping that occasionally you'll find them join you for free, and that's what I really want. I suppose you can only get lucky with something like Black Dragons so many times, but maybe the champions will join, who can say. We only have about 3,100 gold. Our Goblin champion moves to the north, and purple continues to be scary. But it's a new week, Kingdom Tax. That happens to take away all of your extra mercury whenever it's possibly available to you. But folks, we can purchase these dragons. We're going to wait just a moment or two longer. There's some gold over here we can grab. That might help make this a little bit easier for Aunt Phixxy to figure out what they ought to do. This is definitely not going to be enough gold to get this horde of champions to join unless they just feel like joining us for free. They don't. We bleed skeletons here and there, but it feels not very worth it to me to fight these fights at the moment. Group of archers, there's 31. More in this upcoming archer's house. Do we have enough for 2? We do. I'm going to wait one more day. Tomorrow we'll have absolutely enough gold. And this whole stack of giants is just going to wait. They're just going to wait until we have a Battlegarb that the map maker has teased for us. And when that comes, then we are going to sally forth with that big group. So another day to wait. All right. Tundar says she's near the Demon King. Oh, she's near the Demon King. So he's already captured our Phyxian friend with the 35 attack, 35 defense. Yeah, that might instantly be the next best hero. So we're gonna have to consider that. Lord Shadowwing says that they're out. You probably left a moment ago. I apologize for being behind on chat, but Lord Shadowwing, take very good care. We'll catch you around when we see you next. It's always a pleasure having you. Thank you. And thank you for moderating. Thank you to my 2 moderators. It's Lord Shadowwing and it is Vammy. I appreciate both of them. They help make sure that these streams go very, very well. And I really appreciate their help. It makes things go so much better. So thank you for all you do, Lord Shadowwing. Beardman saying bye. And then Poi says, very interesting AI behavior. Yes, very interesting. I believe that Heroes2 and the Heroes2 Gold AI would have had dragons all over the archers. No, I think that you're completely correct. The problem is that I'm running into is this. I've been playing FHeroes2 for about 2 years now, so I forget sometimes what the original AI's behavior was. The last time I played Heroes of Might and Magic 2 Gold Edition was the Colossal Caverns playthrough, and that would have been 3-4 months ago. And I remembered saying, oh my gosh, this is oddly familiar, but also very different. Yeah, I seem to recall that they focused primarily on the ranged damage. Cutting ranged damage in half was their priority before, and now not so much. So I think it's better. I think that they're best suited to go after my phoenixes and these other creatures, or the dragons. I think that they're better off going for the big stack of skeletons, but it is definitely different than the original AI's behavior. Better or worse, I'm not here to comment on that. I prefer it, but one way or the other, you can call it different. Either way. FYI, the wood per day was a lucky pickup. LOL. Wonderful. I hope that that pays some dividends. Very good. Beardman says, imagine losing all that sulfur on attacks. That would suck. Oh my gosh. If that happens at like month 6 or something, I'm going to go crazy. In fact, new month is coming up fairly quickly. We may want to make sure that we purchase all of our forces, so that way we don't lose something to Month of the Plague or something. Let's keep an eye out for that. Beardman says, Phixfox has denied that navigation on every single Phixxy level up so far. I hadn't quite noticed. I like that. Okay. And then, yeah, still in the jail, still in green space. Still in the jail, still in green space. That's where Phixian is. Okay, we'll look. A message from Spritely. My king, if you can get a foothold in Luna Landing, there's a suitable land to build a shipyard. Her home is northeast, near the home of Sir Sandro. I need to find Sir Sandro. I'm guessing that they're up here. So let's purchase the 3 dragons. I think that you want to go through the pack of red dragons, pick up the +5, pick up all this, and then we'll go through this pack of green dragons. Not my favorite fight, but let's do this. With the 3 extra dragons. Oof. Oof. Yeah, it really feels bad when you only have 2 attack and 2 defense, doesn't it? Goodness gracious, and no spells. Alright, let's see how this goes. A little bit of damage there. I don't think the elves are going to do much. Looks like on this retaliation, we might do enough when the phoenixes retaliate here. Oh, they didn't even retaliate. The dragons are sticking on the range creatures now. Very interesting. And I actually really like this. The unicorns are able to get into the fight in a way that they weren't able to do so before. So not too bad. I'm going to attack this stack of red dragons here, knowing that they're going to fire through and kill this bottom stack there. Unicorns take some damage. The retaliation's already been taken on this top stack. There's going to be just a couple of HP points remaining. 20 HP on this single stack, 220 on this stack, 170 here, and then 108 here. The phoenixes, it's their turn. I think that you are obligated to kill 1 full dragon wherever you can. This is a guarantee. Oh, the double hex attack would have been pretty sweet though. We're going to kill him right now with these elves. Okay. Yeah, we're still going to get a double hex attack off here in just a moment or two anyway, so I will consider best thing to do, soften up this stack of 2. So then maybe I killed 2 dragons, 1 and 2. I did. I killed 1 and 2. And the retaliation. Unfortunately, the retaliation that time made me hurt my own druids. 57 HP there. I don't think that this stack... I think this bottom stack has no retaliation. Okay, perfect. And then phoenixes. Do your damage, my friends. Oof. Oof. 18 HP, 153. There's no guarantee I can kill this full stack. Let's kill the full stack where we can. That will save damage. We'll take the double hex attack there. The unicorn stack is dwindling. There's only 9 left. We lost 3 phoenixes and 11 unicorns, not to mention 12 of these druids. But folks, the 2700 experience and the holy hammer for the +5 attack and the +1 defense with the basic logistics and mysticism. That's a big fight. Oh, will I pay the 3,000 gold and 5 crystal? Nah, we're good. Nah, we're good. I don't really want that. I'm just kidding. We're going back. What, did you guys think I was actually going to leave? Did you actually think I was going to leave this +5 after those losses? To that I say, ha. You try to pay the leprechaun, but realize that you can't afford it. I thought I outsmarted you, but I was outsmarted by the AI outsmarting me. And now I feel foolish. We have no crystal. We have to find crystal. We have to find crystal. I hope we can do it. There's no guarantees we can find crystal. Group of pikemen join us. That's lovely. It's wonderful. Champions, will you join me? Champions will join. Okay, perfect. All of these other losses, or rather we had to go through these forces and we just took them for experience. I feel very happy to know that we're in a good spot. And I do want to make sure that Phixxy can get these pikemen as well. Let's see if we can get lucky. Carry on west for Peace Forest. If you are in the land of the night, all barbaric troops will be hanged on sight. No goblin knights, keep away. Holy pilgrimage, welcome. Knights of the realm only. You hear that, Mr. Max the Goblin Knight? You must stay here in the south. If you head north, you will be dismembered, among other things, I'm sure. But there's another sulfur mine here. Let's go take that. Pikemen this time do not want to join us. They are simply experience. I will take the +1 spell power from these standing stones, though. You've worshipped, or you found a group of druids worshipping at one of their strange stone edifices. Silently, they teach you new ways to cast spells. +1 spell power feels great. And then, what do? There's got to be a castle up here. If I can get a castle with a marketplace, all of a sudden, Aunt Phixxy feels much better. In the meantime, we're simply going to pick up spell power where we can. And ignore Zounds of Centaurs? Zounds of Centaurs? Yeah, I don't think I want any part of you. We're going to leave that for now. Derek says, castle and trade for crystal. Yeah, I love the idea. Unfortunately, none of these towns may be upgraded into a castle. But if we can find one town that can be upgraded into a castle, or if we can find a trading post. I haven't seen a trading post yet. There's gold hidden everywhere. I wonder if maybe there's been a trading post hidden somewhere that I've missed. That does seem like the sort of thing that Tundar would do. Oh, I didn't even see this. There's an artifact that these Cyclops are guarding. I will go back at some point. I hope that this isn't like a really good artifact that I missed out on. Wait, is that like the Breastplate of Anduran or something? Helmet of Anduran. Sword of Anduran. If that's like the Breastplate of Anduran and I can just like not see it, I'll go bananas. I have to know. Eventually the giants here will help me find out, but my word. Awful lot of good things to find out. So yeah, okay. We shall wait for the crystal. Folks, we're coming up on the time. I just looked at the clock. It's about 2.5 hours into stream. I try and take a break about every 2.5 hours. It keeps me happy. It lets me know that I'm on the right track for doing that self-care and stuff that we all talk about being important, but sometimes we struggle to follow through on. So we're going to finish out this week. It's day 3. We're going to finish out, and then we're going to take a 5-minute break, come back, and continue on where we're at. But in the meantime, just know that that's what you can expect for the next little bit. Okay, green dragons. I do not love this fight. We got to go this direction. I thought that by fighting the red dragons first, it would make this fight much better. It will not, but it's a pack, so it should be doable all the same. +1 of the sulfur. There is a Shrine of the Third Circle up here. Let's have Luna see what this is. Mass Dispel. Not sure how good that is actually, but the Sword Breaker is absolutely worth my time. I do want these Crusaders and these Cavalries to join me if possible. Tell you what, I need a third hero. It's got to be Max. Max, I needed you forever ago, and I didn't send you up north like I should have. I've just got too many of these forces. It might be about time for me to just dismiss Sprites. They're just not that good. In the grand scheme of things, they're just not that good. That might be a problem. Might be a problem. Okay. Yeah, 64 Sprites. Tell you what, let's go pick up our... Oh, it's a Horde of Master Swordsmen. But you see what I'm saying? Like, they could join us, and if they join us, you're gonna be really sad that you didn't let them join. We're gonna go south just a little bit. Pick up whatever we can. Let's help Max help us do well. But I'm running into a problem with all these different types of creatures and getting them to join me and moving through in a way that we can logistically meet the Demon King head on, because I think that every amount of these troops might be very useful, so I don't want to lose any of them. There it is. There's Phyxian. Lots of black dragons. Yep, let's see if we can find that. Okay, folks, I don't love this fight, but we're gonna do it. I just said I don't like this fight. This is way more dragons than it was in the previous playthrough. In the previous fight against the red dragons, this is way more. Aunt Phixxy, what have we done? Okay, the way you win this fight is you have as many double hex attacks as possible. The way you win this fight is as often as possible you take out a full dragon wherever you can. Like here, 50 HP, you got to kill one dragon wherever you can. We don't have, let's see, we've got normal morale, so we're not going to get good morale. We might get a little bit of good luck here and there, but not in great quantities. The unicorn's going to stay right here so they can go north or south. Don't want to go too far out of our way. The red dragon is going to hope for good luck. Did not happen. Bearded Man says for a frowny face. I agree. Bit of a frowny type of moment here. I'm gonna kill one dragon here. Take the guaranteed damage wherever you can. Wherever you can take guaranteed damage, you ought to do it. Red dragons are getting absolutely flambéed. The terrain here is kind of nifty though. I'm not able to get double hex attacks off right now, but I am in a position where I'm still doing some worthwhile things to keep these 3 red dragons alive. They are gonna get to go first next. Let's kill one dragon where we can. Good luck is always nice, especially since we're about to lose a phoenix. We do lose one phoenix. Grand elves, I feel like we gotta keep these folks alive. Then again, the unicorns are probably the bigger and more important stack here. I will take the damage. Usually you see me just skip. I think I need the damage, and I think I need the unicorns to stay alive. We can kill one green dragon here. We do kill one green dragon there. We're gonna do, with these 3 red dragons, 97 up to 195 damage. Up to 195 damage. 113, I think that killing the stack with the 113 is actually maybe my best bet. So let's do that. Okay, and then we flambéed through. One red dragon goes down. I do want to keep the druids a little bit closer to this force up here. Unicorns take some damage. Yeah, unicorns are taking damage. Still got 2 red dragons. In fact, I think the 89 HP, yeah, there's plenty there. Double hex attack here. This is probably going to be where the phoenixes goes down, but they're going to get at least 1 double hex attack off. I can cure. Might as well cure for 25 HP. Up to 86. They might last for 1 more turn. They do. 17 HP. Do you think the 20 HP worth of cure mattered? 25 HP? I think so. 58 HP there. 76 here. If we attack here, we get retaliated against. Let's not do that. We should be able to kill this one dragon here. Yeah, we do. And then 31 HP, 177, 152. There's still 1 extra stack. There's 1 full stack of green dragons more than I can deal with in this fight. Now, when I attack here, 2 green dragons should do 31 HP worth of damage. They do. Druids to the center. There's the double hex attack for them. It's a double-edged sword. It's a double-edged sword. 32 HP on this top stack here. There's just not enough. The previous fight against the red dragons was what, 3, 3, 3, and 3 for 12? That was because a pack is between 11 and 19, right? 11 and 20. This stack of green dragons had an extra full stack of dragons. And with the additional 5 attack from the Holy Hammer, I think that we're fine. But because we did not get that, I think we lose. So Aunt Phixxy is going to fight this to the very end, but this is a critical loss. I don't know if this scenario is going to be winnable without this. It seems like the map designer has teased it's kind of a big deal. 32 HP. If we get good luck. We don't. And folks, there's nothing to do. 90 HP, 101, 168. There's going to be 5 green dragons that remain that we are obligated to run. Wow. Phixfox, you should have taken that break 5 minutes earlier, so that way you could have had your smarts intact, because by losing Aunt Phixxy, we lose control over this whole side of the map. And I'm guessing that means that we lose this jail. Tundar is going to have to inform us as to whether or not this map is beatable from this point or not. Some map makers like to make it so that your second hero unlocks some capability for you. Tundar says we're okay. Okay. And so I'm going to believe that, and I'm happy for that, because I would hate to have the map ruined just because Phixfox lost that one fight. But, oh boy, what a loss. What a loss. Just stopped her from being the carry she could have been. Okay. Alrighty. Well, as we've seen it many a time before, we don't hit the autosave unless it's like... unless there's absolutely no way to carry on and we are so far into a scenario. If it's going to save us several hours worth of gameplay, sometimes I will hit that autosave. But here, this is a time where we have to say, folks, we have to live with our mistakes. Sometimes we win, sometimes we lose, but it's up to us to make the very best decisions and to play this as if we're not going to get another chance. So we're going to have to continue on and do the best we can. Isn't this exciting? I actually like this. Again, I like this. Remember that we lost Aunt Phixxy in week 1 of the previous playthrough of Spritely, and now here it's funny that Aunt Phixxy goes down much later, 2 months in, 2.5 months in, but still, Aunt Phixxy is now gone. New letter from the Demon King. I have been watching you. You don't have what it takes to defeat my armies. Go back to your home, or I will crush you, as I did that pathetic cousin of yours. Well, darn, ask me nicely, why don't you? You think that they would just be kind enough to say, yeah, you know, I mean, you know what they're doing? They're practicing diplomacy. We just talked about how we were practicing diplomacy, where either we were going to, either we were going to take them in as skeletons, dead, or we were going to take them in as sprites alive. The AI is doing the same thing to me. They're like, look, you can come in dead or you can come in alive. It's your choice. So can I really be mad at them if they are trying to practice the same level of diplomacy on me? I think not. Okay. We're gonna do this. Looks like we're gonna have the opportunity to drop off as many of these forces as possible. I was hoping that my knight could get a little bit further than they have. They have not. These forces shall stay. I don't know. Maybe even... Part of the problem is I got this stack of dwarves here, and I kind of want the dwarves to get turned into battle dwarves. I don't know. So we're going to wait for now. I've just got my heroes clogged up with these forces. It's a little bit sad. Oh, I didn't pick up all these archers' huts. Eventually, I hope I can upgrade those. And so the Lunatic shall carry on. That's going to be 31 archers up to 64. Doubling our forces up to 106. That's a big number. You don't want to just dismiss these creatures. And then with 2 extra slots in the army, Max is going to head north. And peasants we dismiss for sure. And maybe even sprites we'll dismiss later. Hold on, what does Luna have? Sprites and archers. So bring sprites and archers. For sure. Just bring sprites and archers. That's all we gotta do. Sprites and archers. Yes, yes. Perfect. Okay. It would be really funny if there was a event bubble that if Maximus passed this way through, that he would just poof and obliterate into a pile of smoke. That'd be actually really cool. I don't think that the FHeroes2 map editor has those capabilities yet, but I think that they will at some point. Okay. Alrighty, it's a new week, folks. True to my word, I am going to take that quick 5-minute break that we talked about. So hang out, do nice things for yourself, go get a drink, stretch, right? This is a good time. I can guarantee you that you're not drinking enough water. I'm not either, obviously. And I can guarantee you that you're not stretching enough. So spend 2 minutes drinking some water and stretching. You'll be better for it, I'll be better for it, and we will come back in just about 5 minutes. I will set the timer, we will go from there. Be right back. Thanks, bye. We're back. And here to have a real good time. Okay. Well, I must say, for those of you who are upset that I called you out for your water consumption, Derek, looking at you, I apologize. It's none of my business whether you are healthy or not, and yet I can't help but care just a little bit. How dare you call me out on my water consumption? Who do you think you are? I'm just a guy. But I'm glad that Tundar took the advantage and did get some water as well. Good stuff. Good stuff. And then Math Obsessed says, I've heard this music before. Yes, Grass Theme is probably my all-time favorite bit of Heroes of Might and Magic music. I would love to actually hear, and maybe it's already been done, I would love to hear Paul Romero rank their personal favorite music that they have created. Of course, they did all the music for Heroes of Might and Magic up to this point. And I think it'd be very interesting to know what they believe is their all-time favorite. I believe that they have, well, ranking all of them, that'd be interesting, but I think that they've actually mentioned that their personal all-time favorite is going to be the Barbarian theme from Heroes 1, funny enough. I do believe that I've read that or I've seen that somewhere. If I'm incorrect, I apologize for my incorrectness, but that's what I've been led to believe myself, and so pretty interesting there. Oh, by the way, we have a interesting, important thing here from the map maker. Tavern reminder for game-breaking tips. There's a golden goose where... There's a golden goose where King Phixxy's ship crashed. What? 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 You aren't... Yeah, no kidding, game-breaking. Oh my goodness. What in tarnation? Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna... well, we're gonna hand off these archers and these sprites, and then Max is gonna head south? No, Luna's gonna head south because she's got all these forces that I can't really do anything with. That's so crazy. 10,000 gold a day? Okay, folks, you've heard it here first. And the map maker is the one that did it, so I'm not ruining any sort of surprise. Yes, there's apparently a golden goose. I don't know how much I'm going to have to search. I definitely know I don't have to dig because I've already got the puzzle map that indicates to me that the ultimate artifact is really here in the very middle of the map, right about yonder. Right? We already know that. But apparently there's an event bubble somewhere that I'm going to need to step on. And when I do, you better believe I'm going to have a real good time. Folks, we got 33,000 gold in the bank. Lots of Crusaders. You are welcome to join me. Yes, you shall. 23 Crusaders. We've still got 10k. Oh, that's not enough. We're going to go back. We're going to deal with these Master Swordsmen and these Cavalries. If they join us, wonderful, great, fantastic. If they don't join us, okay, I'm sad, but not like too sad. Either way, I'll be okay with whatever the future may bring us. Especially since it's going to be Maximus who's going to have the free space available to bring any additional troops off of this army so we can make way for other forces that might want to join us. Okay, good stuff. And then Mushanki Pet says, all right, I'm not going to spoil this map any longer for myself. I'll have to do it at some point. Great work, Tundar. No idea how you did such big maps on such short notice. I struggle already on a small one. Mushanki Pet, have a good day stream to everybody. Ciao. Mushanki Pet, take very good care. Yes, and I do apologize for anybody for whom I kind of spoil this map for, and any of these maps for, but obviously we can all agree that this is a lovely map, and Tundar, I don't know how you do it. I don't know what level of sleepless nights you subject yourself to. I don't know how often you dream of map making, but yes, this is an incredibly quick turnaround for such a big map, so Mushanki Pet there is absolutely giving you a huge compliment. And I think it is well earned. 1,500 experience from these swordsmen that did not join us for free. And then we find another swordbreaker, another former captain of the guard that admires the quest and gives this enchanted swordbreaker to us that they relied on in their tour of duty. We're up to 21 in the defense. That's pretty good. Freeman's Foundry. Gotta have that. 33 of the cavalries will join. I will accept that. I hope that we can find some stables. I don't think I've seen stables yet. Anywhere? Haven't seen stables yet, but I'm gonna hope that we can find stables at some point soon. And this is actually really good because these Master Swordsmen, I might drop them here actually. Yeah, I'm gonna drop the Master Swordsmen here so that way they can be part of a larger force later. Good stuff, very good stuff. What a fun and interesting map. Very, very varied. Okay, but I will only go a little bit out of my way because these forces, though they are plentiful, they're very much important that I get them down south where the Golden Goose is. Every single day I waste is 10,000 gold a day that I lose. So we can't do that too much longer. Therefore, we shall head all the way around, continue on our way, free temple, which is actually very useless, useless. It's the opposite of useless. +2 temple, that avoids us from not getting a turn ever. And remember, the black dragons, they can lose their turn due to poor morale, so we really don't want that. Your kingdom has sent your warlock and sorceress forces to aid, but the seas are too rough. If you can find the camps, you should be able to defeat the Demon King. I sure hope so. We will see. Uh-oh. Maximus, or rather Max the Goblin's gonna step on the sign. No Goblin Knights, keep away. Well, that sign won't stop me because I don't know how to read, because he doesn't have wisdom. Oh well. Too bad. Okay. For the gold remaining... Yeah, okay, all of a sudden, hold on, this expert diplomacy? I wish that we had known this, because all of these forces would have joined me. Because if you have 10,000 gold extra a day, people will join you. You just gotta give them time. You just have to have enough gold. I wish that we'd had this sooner. I wish I'd thought about this. As it stands, I'm gonna wait just one more day to go through these Crusaders. We're gonna get an extra 3,600 gold tomorrow. That might be enough. At 1,000 gold each, you want like 20,000 gold? I'm gonna wait 2 more days. I hate to wait, but I'm going to wait just so that way I can get the best chance at picking up these forces. But what a very interesting opportunity. What if I had wandered on whatever the issue was at the very beginning? Was there any more information? There's a Golden Goose where King Phixxy's ship crashed. This is it. I don't know. We'll have to wait and find out. We're up to 18k gold. Oh, we need a little bit more. One more day here. And I'll be very sad if the Crusaders don't join me. One more day just to be safe. Yeah, just to be safe. And it's Month of the Grasshopper. We lose 10 mercury. 2,500 gold. We can recruit up to 2,500 Crusaders into our camp. All those days wasted. All those days wasted. 1,800 experience. Ah, they would have joined. They would have joined. You see hundreds, thousands of sprites ganging up on a group of druids. As king of Spritely, you feel as your duty to stop the sprites and save the druids. What? Oh, there's druids right in the very center of that? This is the time, folks. This is the time. We're gonna have sprites available to join. We're gonna back off with, oh, let's call it the Crusaders. Cavalries. And then we're gonna start making these forces join us. What is there? Is there something there? There must be. Is there something here? There must be. After Luna takes care of all that, I think that she can handle the Cyclops. She's gonna go back up in that area a little bit. Okay. Tundar's addicted to map making. Yeah, there we go. Bearded Man says, fun teeth brushing tip. Brush your enamel and tongue too. That's very important. Very importante. Very good for managing your breath, right? It's not just your teeth and whatever's in your mouth, it's your tongue as well. I hope you're not trying to like tell me something on the sly, because I will tell you, I just ate some snacks. Are you trying to tell me that there's something green in my teeth? Are you being friendly here? Real friends tell their friends if there's something stuck in their teeth. In fact, it's the worst thing you can do to just not tell them. So yeah, if I need to know, I would rather know. So thank you. Tundar says, I made hundreds of maps as a kid. Perfect. And so now you're continuing that on as well. Grand Legion is in the chat. Welcome back, Grand Legion. Nice to have you here. Sunlit Snow Journey really has to take it. Is that, whose map is Sunlit Snow Journey? I'm excited to hear about that. And I mean hundreds, Tundar said, about the maps he's made. It's in the water, Phixfox. You can't sail yet. Oh, it's in the water. Oh, it's just out here somewhere. Oh my goodness. Look how far I've been coming back this whole time. She's a little bit out of position. I was gonna walk right here and then there and then up there. It looks like we're out of position. That's okay. We're gonna go back up to these Cyclops though, through, looks like lots of dwarves through this area. And then whatever this artifact is, I'm hoping that it's the Battlegarb Breastplate. That'd be kind of important. Okay, 28k gold. There's nothing to do but start kicking butt and taking out sprites. 1 bit of sprites, 2 bits of sprites, 3 bits of sprites, 4 bits of sprites. I will spend all my gold on sprites. I don't even care. Yes, that is in fact the clown music that you often hear. Should I wait 1 day? It might give me a couple more sprites. I think that there was some spaces over there. I'm gonna go back over there in just a moment or two. Some of them are joining me and some are not. I'm not gonna worry too much about it. Whatever joins me will join me, but I'm not gonna continue to wait and take too much time out of my day. Here. And let's... Horde of Druids. Do we want to fight the Horde of Druids? Sure, why not? Druids want to run and scatter. Do I want to pursue them? Nah, it's fine. You clear most of the sprites. You thought wrong. They were not bullying the Druids. They were worshipping this great artifact. You feel bad for killing sprites, but take the prize anyway. I mean, they could have joined me. That was on them. Totally on them. By the way, we have 900 sprites, and this Sphere of Negation disables all spellcasting for both sides in combat. Not always do you want this artifact. Right now, I don't know if I want it or not. It'll probably be very useful for the final battle. For now, I will hold on to it. Remember that if we are to take the Sphere of Negation, you might as well hand over the +5 here and the Lightning Rod because they're just going to be useless. Oh, and this artifact too. For now, I'm going to have Max the Goblin hold on to the Sphere of Negation. The Skull Cap, I'm going to hold on to that too. He doesn't need to have that. And then, we're just going to continue on this way. Should we come back? Tell you what, we want to take out this castle for Knights of the Realm. This would have been a really good opportunity for us to pick up forces that could have helped Aunt Phixxy. We've eventually gotten there, but still, very, very sad. Very, very sad. Phixfox wife says, by the way, maybe Tundar should give me some map making tips, folks. I'm very excited to tell you that my dear Phixfox wife, that she has decided that even though she does not know how to play this game, that she wants to make a map for me to play. And I've told her that I will let her make the map however she wants to, but I will help her at the very end to make sure that the map is actually playable, which all you need to really make it playable is have 2 heroes on both sides. You don't even have to have 2 castles. Both sides can just lose in 7 days, but I will make sure that the map has the bare minimum of playability. And if she makes something beautiful, or if she makes something fun, or if she makes something that's just interesting, that is what we're gonna get. And so, yeah, she may be asking you, Tundar, for some future tips. Just be on the lookout for that. Oh no, wouldn't it? Oh, was this a mistake? Should I have left room for dragons to join me? They would not have joined me here, but still, maybe I should have let this get a little bit bigger. Maybe not. The Helmet of Anduran, that's never bad. That can't be bad. That cannot be bad. I'm not gonna worry about it. But I will kill 7 green dragons. I will lose the bone dragons, or rather the black dragons' first bit of damage. Skeletons are going to go down in massive amounts. Woof. Woof. Sprites are going to take a hit. And so too shall 10 green dragons. Where is this bottom stack of dragons going to go? Looks like they're also going to go for the skeletons. We kill most. We kill all. Very good. 73 and 42. I will accept those losses. And I think I'm going to take the navigation. It seems like there's going to be a lot of water on this map. Even more important than pathfinding right now, we're going to go for the navigation. A sense of pride washes over you as you slay the last dragon. That was a fight worthy of a king. However, the journey is long and the Demon King must be stopped. Absolutely. Folks, we now find a phoenix guarding this Helmet of Anduran. Do you think that's going to cause us too much grief? I think not. Helmet of Anduran increases your spell power by 5. Really hoping that these golden artifacts can continue to stack up for me and that I can find a way to get my stats somewhere close to this enemy that we are dealing with. Shall go up to the Knights of the Realm. We do need spell points. This magic well is very pleasant for us to enjoy. And then note that there's not 1 but 2 sprightly tree houses here. We picked up 74 sprites the first time, another 50 or 60 on the second one. And we're going to go up through these dwarves instead of the battle dwarves because maybe the dwarves are going to join us later, but we'll see. Meanwhile, Max is going to head north. Oh, and look! The cavalries! There is a stables. I forgot where it was, but it's all the way up here. Very good. And note that we are back to the spot where we can pick up phoenixes through these liths back and forth. There's this little bit of a lith sort of barrier here. Yeah, we're going to see if we can figure that out pretty soon. Worth noting that we do not have a summon boat, although I would really like it. None of my heroes have it. I would have noticed by now. View heroes. We haven't cast that in a moment, though. Let's see. Yeah, enemies are kind of in the southern, southwestern region. Lots of room to run in the north. Lots of room to run up there. Let's go and save Sandro. I'm sure he's out there somewhere. Alrighty, Knights of the Realm. 1 sprite lost, 59 of the champions. Ultimately, I'm grateful that we did not fight this fight until now. Is there anything worthwhile in here? Wow, that's worthwhile. So you can upgrade your Rangers here. You got Cavalries in the Jousting Arena, and you got Crusaders. This is really pretty nice. In fact, this is so nice. I wish that these 178 archers weren't so far away. Let's consider this. I'm going to take the rest of these Crusaders. Yeah, I'll take the rest of the Crusaders. They're a great force. I can't be sad about having them. And then we're going to continue on up this direction, hoping for something that we can upgrade. Hold on, I didn't actually check this. Can you upgrade this castle? You may not. That's okay, no problems. You can't always get what you want, but if you try sometimes, you just might find that you'll get what you need. And we are going to continue on with Max here. He's going to follow right behind. And actually, he's just going to go over to here, isn't he? Yeah, does he need pathfinding? I don't think so, not really. Dragons, I will wait on that. I don't have the gold anyway. And Luna shall carry on north. Through the dwarves, through the gazebo, and up the way, again, to these Cyclops, where I'm hoping that this artifact is something really, really nice. We will see. Okay. And then Tundar says, I'm flattered you think I'm a good map maker. Yeah, I think this is excellent map making. I think that this is wonderful. By the way, visions on your main hero, really good, especially if you're trying to get people to join you. But yeah, I think you're a great map maker. I really enjoy the stuff you put out, and so I understand that feeling. Oh my goodness, I totally understand that feeling of worrying that you're not as good as you think you are, and it's really helpful when you get some really nice supportive people early on when you're trying something new who are encouraging you and saying, yeah, it's excellent. If I didn't have really wonderful people encouraging me early on when I first started doing these videos with Heroes, Might and Magic 2, I never would have been here. And so I'm grateful for the people in my life who have been very supportive for me. And so therefore I'm very happy and very hopeful that I can be supportive for you. Yeah, keep making maps. You're great at it. Keep it up. Don't stop. Don't stop. And then Derek says, for real, map making is tough. I've been stuck on one I've been making for like 7 months. Yes. And part of the reason, right, where we are amazed how quickly Tundar has been able to get out these high quality, good maps again and again and again. So, yep, I hear that. And Vexen says, there's not one near Peacetown. You were totally right. It was, let's see, to the south? Nope, I didn't see, not near Peacetown was there a stables, but there was this one up here. So you remembered correctly, Vexen. It was just Peacetown versus Knights of the Realm. So my bad on that. Math Obsessed says, map making is definitely difficult, and this looks like a great piece of work, Tundar. Absolutely. An absolute masterpiece. Good looking canvas that you've been able to adjust here. Very nice. Folks, the butler admits us to see the master of the house, and he trains us in the 4 skills that he thinks a hero should know. Is this really worth my time, going through Zounds of Centaurs? Sure, we'll do it. We'll do it. Chris says, okay, bedtime. Good night, chat. And to the real Phixfox. Good night, Chris. Take very good care of yourself. I hope you drank some water. Peace out. Beardman says, Phixfox theorizing about his diplomacy, ignoring Tundar's message is pretty funny. Wait, hold on. I might have said something, and you might have thought, oh yeah, Phixfox is on the right track, and then I might have failed somehow. What was said? I forget. Hold on, what do I know? What don't I know? Because I will surprise you, right? It's to my great sadness, actually, chagrin, let's call it, that I will misspeak and I will say left when I mean right. I will say north when I mean south. And sometimes I will almost connect the dots, and I will say things that connect the dots, like the diplomacy and the golden goose. But then I will miss something in that actual connection to my brain, and I will forget from there what I'm actually trying to do. So I hope that that's not the case here. Oh my goodness, I hate you. I hate you, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. This is so many Cyclops. Oh my gosh. And look at this. Here's part of the problem. My morale is treasonous. We could probably win this fight if we never had bad morale ever. I don't know if that's likely. I don't know if that's likely at all. Oh my gosh. Why am I so bad at this game? We have to attack. You can't defend. You have to attack. 100%. Put all that saved gold to good use. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that as best as we can. And then, yeah, so Phixfox wife is working on her map. It's very difficult, but she's trying the best she can. And she's doing a great job. I'm very impressed with her. She always impresses me. That's why I like her. She always surprises me, keeps me guessing. Oof. 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 116, or rather 119 of these Orc Chiefs have to go. If they don't go, we just lose. Please go. Okay. Whew. 5 to 6. That's not even killing enough. 5 to 6. We gotta kill a full stack where we can. And we're just gonna have to duke it out. I'll take my losses. 111 down to 77, and they're paralyzed. You lose the morale again. Oh my gosh, this is so bad. I think I just have to bite the bullet. It's my most consistent damage. I have to do this. And oh my gosh, and the chain lightning actually unparalyzed my other forces. I didn't realize how good that was until after I did it. That's awesome. Oh my goodness. There's a paralyze again. Another paralyze. Hey, guess what we're gonna do? Oof. It looks so dumb to paralyze your own forces. I think it's absolutely the best way of doing this. Oh my gosh, let's kill one full stack wherever we can. We did. Now my creatures are having a real bad time because they're all standing right on top of each other. We're gonna win this fight, but oh my goodness. Let's never do that again. 127 archers goes down. That's 127 rangers that will never get the opportunity to wear blue. Wow. Wow. Let's not do that again. 4K experience. We're gonna take the luck, because after that fight, I need to be lucky for the rest of forever. And then what is this artifact? Yeah! I almost missed this. I almost didn't do this. I almost missed this. That's crazy. You come upon a sign, it reads, "Here lies the body of Anduran. Bow and swear fealty, and you shall be rewarded." You decide to do as it says. As you stand up, you feel a coldness against your skin. Looking down, you find that you are suddenly wearing a gleaming ornate breastplate. Folks, we've got the sword, the helm, and now we do have the breastplate of Anduran. You have one job, Luna. That is to go north as quickly as you can. In fact, you're going to drop off your slow troops. Anybody under 4 speed, I don't want them with me right now. We will come back for them later. We need to get back up to Phixxy. In fact, Phixxy is going to go back and try and get a little bit more help. Whew. Big moment here. Excellent moment here. That feels good. That feels great. Tundar, thank you for this wonderful moment. The endorphins are delicious. My brain is enjoying the endorphins, so thank you. Okay, tell you what, it's going to be Max. Max is going to head back and help facilitate that trade. Because yeah, we just gotta get the breastplate up to the front, but when we do, we're in a real good spot. Okay. And then Dexon says they saw the skeletons and being like, hell nah, bro. Yep, hell nah indeed. That's exactly what my enemies are saying when they see me coming. And can you blame them? I submit to you that no, you cannot. Okay, we've done everything we need to do here. Until we find more crystal, there's no reason for me to mess around with that hammer any longer. Several green dragons. Yeah, it's only several because you killed all the rest of my forces. You jerk. You weirdo. Very upsetting. Upsetty spaghetti. Oh, there's another couple of archers there. I'm gonna leave all this. 6-speed elves. Yeah, eventually Maximus will have the 7-speed creatures to kind of help this go even better, but for now, down he goes. Oh, and we need to check, because it's new week. A black dragon will take out a titan any day of the week. Good to know, good to know. And then Derek says, I think that the breastplate is the last one, and then they combine, don't they? Yes, they do. Yes, they do. SR Babmut. I really like that. That's a really cool, yeah, I like that. The little orc icon. Is that from Liquid? That's really cool. I really like that. I think that's a cool little icon. I feel like oh man, I love the people that are really creative with their icons and the fun things that they do. I hope I can be creative like that. So, good stuff. And hello to you too. Welcome, welcome. It's nice to have you here. I'm not sure what this artifact is here. We got some space. Crystal Ball. You come upon a caravan of gypsies who are feasting and fortifying their bodies with mead. They call you forward and say, if you can prove that you can dance the Ramabutta, we will reward you. You don't know it, but try anyway. They laugh hysterically, but admire your bravery, giving you a crystal ball. Somebody once left me a nice comment, and they said, I'm glad that there's still people out there that are dancing the Ramabutta. And I said in my reply, I don't know it, but I'll try anyway. That just felt correct to say. Bearded Man says, these losses were bad, but definitely worthwhile. Yeah, absolutely. And if I didn't know that that was the breastplate of Anduran, which I didn't, I don't think I would have come back. I think I would have been searching far and wide for that breastplate, and I don't think I would have come back with another force. I would have just cut my losses and continued on, even though that was completely incorrect. This is, as we've said before, an information game. And if you don't have the right information, you're going to make some mistakes, and you're going to be really sad. Trolls cost us just a couple of creatures. Steel golems, they're coming up next. And oh boy, I feel much better about my chances. Yeah, and Tundar with the LLL yay. I think that it's nice when the map maker is really pulling for me to win and get that Battlegarb of Anduran. Yeah, that'll be a big deal. You think to yourself, thank goodness you can still use what's left of this road. The swamp is not a fun place to be. You wonder brush off the mosquitoes and bugs on your face. You want out of the swamp. Yes, I do. Steel golems are going to run. I'm going to lose a couple of sprites because sure, why not? And I'm going to take the gold. I think the gold might actually be pretty useful. Bone dragons on both sides, but I think the bone dragons are the way you go to this jail. For now, let's just go up the road. Artifact. Ooh, we come upon a bridge spanning a dry gully. Before you can cross, a troll steps out from under the bridge and demands payment before it will permit you to pass. You refuse, and the troll charges, forcing you to slay it. You take its spiked shield as a trophy. Great artifact, +2/+2. Lovely artifact, love it. Absolutely. And then these cavalries, they want to join. I'm going to just take them out. Wait, did they want to join? Or did I just say that and not really mean it? I forget. 39 greater druids, they might join us. We've got 67. They might find a home with me. I'd be good with that. Tavern check, I think that we did this week. I think it's about black dragons and titans, but let's double check. It's the right thing to ask. Yep, a black dragon will take out a titan any day of the week. And this might be the best time for this conversation, and maybe it won't be, folks. But I had an idea for a future video that I would like to do. And if somebody can hear the sound of my voice and they want to do this video before me, please be my guest. But ranking the different factions across all of the Heroes of Might and Magic games and making your top 10 factions. I think that'd be a very interesting sort of video to do, because on the one hand, you can see tier lists where you rank different factions amongst Heroes 3 or Heroes 2 or Heroes 5 or whatever. But to compare them across all the different games and combine them into one tier ranking, I think that's pretty interesting. And it'd be very interesting to see if there was one faction that came out on top. Like if Warlocks consistently scored very high, whether they were Warlocks or Dungeon or Chaos or whatever you have them. I think that'd be pretty interesting. So the problem with that is that if I'm to do that sort of tier ranking, I would need to play Heroes of Might and Magic 6 and Heroes of Might and Magic 7 for the first time. I would need to actually play Heroes of Might and Magic 5 enough to actually know what I'm talking about to give an adequate ranking there. However, maybe you here in the chat can help me figure out what the very best faction is in all of Heroes of Might and Magic, and you can have your input in that way. North, run high. East, ran low. South, base camp. West, run fast for us. Okay, base camp south, that's what we're gonna do. After we defeat these rocks. They wanna run, I will not let them. More skeletons goes down. Sulfur, good, good. Abandoned ghosts, well, can't say no to that now, can I? And then it's gonna be, let's see, the very best thing I can do is maybe just go to right here with Maximus. Yeah, Maximus is gonna sit right there. Luna will trip that in just a moment or two. And first thing in the morning, the breastplate is officially in the hands of a very great hero. Go, go, go. And then his 7-speed creatures are going to make him fly as fast and as far as his legs can carry him. Up, up, up through the north. And Luna, yes, Luna, is going to figure out what to do now. She's so good. Ah, she is so good. Maybe I leave room for skeletons and I start clearing out some of these other forces. Is there an opportunity that I've missed? I don't think so. I wish she could have diplomacy. As soon as we have the Battlegarb of Anduran, these logistics are instantly going to be trivialized because you're going to be able to move your forces and your heroes all over the place. I think we just want the Lunatic to be in the very far back. I want it to be Max, but he's bringing a very important artifact to the front. For now, we're going to keep things the way they are, but in the future, I hope I can make some changes. You come upon an abandoned gold mine. The mine appears to be haunted. You wish to enter? Yes, I do. Oh no! Ah, I lied. There were no losses. Welcome to the land of Sir Sandro, home of the world's most loved tax collector. That's great. That's good stuff. 92 archers are going to run. 7 skeletons goes down. A graveyard. We tentatively approach the burial ground of ancient warriors. Do you want to search the graves? Yes, I do. 2,000 experience. Spiked helm. +1/+1. We need to find a castle. Ranlow Place. Oh, excuse me. Ranlow Palace. We're going to collect that in just a moment or two. And then I'm going to hope that finally I can upgrade this to a castle. 255 royal mummies. That seems like a lot. But -3 morale. Once we have this oasis, we're going to be a little bit happier, and our forces are going to be moving a bit further. So let's do that now. As I carry on, no major losses, 9,000 experience, and Phixxy is maxed out on his secondary skills. He's got expert pathfinding finally, so he's an expert in everything he does and everything he touches. Folks, I'm hoping that this is great. This town may not be upgraded to a castle, but there's 15 bone dragons in here. Can you believe it? How many skeletons? 89. We're going to wait on that. Level 1 Mage Guild. Magic Arrow, View Minds, Cure. Funny enough, that's the exact same spells we have in our starting Sorceress Castle. Have you noticed? Not in the same order, but still very cool. And then I kind of want to find this Sandro fella. I'd like to, I don't know, maybe I should go back up the road. I was hoping that this would be a castle. Once we have the Battlegarb of Anduran, we can come back to this point. So let's go back in this direction. Let's find what we need, and then we'll come back to the very front of our adventuring just in a little bit. Okay. Bearded Man says, by the way, although the text is very sight-readable, some emotes, like the ones Sir Bama used, are very hard to distinguish over the gray border. Oh, that's unfortunate. I don't know what to do about that. Because, yeah, I hear the problem completely. If your emotes don't work as intended, yes, you get the readability of chat, but you also lose some of the other functionality. Is that a net positive or a net loss? Tough to say. I couldn't advise on that. I'll have to play back the tape and I'll take a look and I'll see if there's anything I can do about it. I didn't run the script, or rather I didn't create the script that we're using to provide the shadow on the words, but I will have to take a look and see how it adjusts, how it messes up those other emotes. Folks, it's day 7. Let's stay right here on these stables for first thing in the morning. And the Cyclops growth is up by 5. Maximus, or rather Max the Goblin, continues to run up the road. I'm very excited. Are you? Oh, and more sprites grow. We're up to 1K. And finally, observation tower. Folks, base camp. We have found base camp. So it really truly was to the direct south was this additional base camp that we might have missed out on. There's this cord of wood. Oh my goodness, you're right. We've had +1 wood per day. And without this +1 wood per day, I think that Tundar has deemed this to be the only source of perpetual wood that you were supposed to be able to get. Oh yeah, we want to set sail as soon as we can. But just a very interesting sort of playthrough here where, you know, as a map maker, you're trying to give us this exact sort of deal, and you put down random artifact, and sometimes the random artifact makes the map play out in a way you weren't expecting. Still, I think that when we're talking about RNG, when it comes down to our playthroughs here, I think that matters. For example here, notice that we just picked up 2 crystal. Notice that we still have not picked up this holy hammer. Notice that we have 4 crystal here. If we can pick up 2 more crystal here, like, we're good, we're solid. That problem that we've had is no longer a deal, and we pick up 5 extra attack skill. Wonderful. That's the kind of RNG that I feel like is totally fine, right? But I recognize that for like a late game boss, I think that Mushanki Pet had issues with Eruption because he couldn't dictate how many forces would be at the very, very end of the playthrough. It's very hard to keep track of exactly what the forces should look like at certain points of the game. And so being able to deliver that late game experience, you have so much control as a map maker, and even so, there's always going to be RNG. Maybe it will hurt you, and sometimes it'll help you. I think that Navy comes to mind. That map, it took a lot of people multiple retries to get a favorable start. Here, this seems, again, like the first 2 weeks are about right, and after that, who can say? A rather polite and sophisticated vampire flies beside you. Oh, it's that same guy. Please, you must help us. Our leader, Sir Sandro, is held captive in the swamp. Is he now? That looks like grass, but okay. Glorious. Whoa, this is the first time I've taken any losses. 1,000 of these zombies. We're going to stay away from you. Holy kittens. Yeah, let's stay away from you. I'm going to just take out vampire. I'm going to take out liches where I can. And let's just rain damage from afar upon these zombies. Skippity, skip, 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 skip. Nice time to have 34 of these crusaders. I do say so myself. And because they're so slow, sprites will toast where they can. Toast where they can. Bad morale, to be expected. Skeletons shall step up. And man, the sprites are doing work. Yeah, they are. Good stuff. Okay. Up to nearly 400. Yeah, and from here I shouldn't have any problems with the good luck. Ooh, zombies do about 100 points of damage. Tell you what though, my crusaders do double damage. They're gonna take care of these guys. No problem. 17,000 experience. It's pretty good. And is this upgradable? Not yet. That's okay. Notice we have vampires here and we have vampire lords over here. So eventually we are going to be able to upgrade these forces. Again, with that battle garb that should be soon approaching. Is it possible to get here? It looks like you're gonna have to land on that little area. 81 Titans guard this artifact. Yeah, it's a good artifact, but I've already got one. I don't think I need to go through 81 Titans to get that. Oh, it's a sulfur mine. Oh, look. Wood, sulfur, wood. Yeah, okay. Wouldn't that be sad if you went through these dragons and you realized that you didn't actually get to the spot you were hoping for? Looks like this is the secret route. And the secret route to Sandro is actually much easier to get to. By bypassing this area, I might have saved myself a ton of issues. Maybe the bone dragons eventually will join us. Right now, for sure, no, but maybe later. Okay, back we go. Luna should give up that sphere of negation to the goblin fella ASAP. To the goblin fella? Yeah, the goblin fella's got it right now. Just so that way it's close enough by my main hero, just in case I need it. I don't know. I still think I'm a long ways away from actually fighting the Demon King. I don't know, maybe there's a spell that's actually really useful for me. Maybe I shouldn't give it up. Maybe he's not going to cast Armageddon with his 55 spell power. Folks, this is a very big moment. The 3 Anduran artifacts magically combine into one. Now, please note, we currently have -3 morale because our forces are absolutely atrociously mixed. And now look, as soon as I hit OK, what happens? Battlegarb of Anduran gives you maximum morale. Perfect. All of our problems, they're over. And, lest we forget, we now have one of the best spells in the entire game here in Town Portal. If the enemy's got a Battlegarb, we're going to use our Battlegarb. I don't feel bad about doing that. I think that that's what the map maker has intended. So, folks, big moment, huge moment. And if we ever need to find some of these other heroes and get their support or get these troops to the front, we've got an easy access for them. So, I'm very happy with where we're at. This feels pretty good. There's a sign here. I don't think I ever picked up the sign. I don't know how I missed that, but I don't think I did. There's dwarf cottages everywhere. I'm gonna I'll let Max start to do a little bit of exploring up here, I think. Maybe I can find out where this all goes. Okay, 20 power liches. Oof. 21 black dragons. Oh, join me? 41k. what is it, 5,000 each? 4,000 each? 21? How much gold does that take? Who's got a calculator? I've got a calculator. It's called Google. Let's see. So I do know that they cost 4,000 gold each. So 4,000 times 21. 84,000 gold. We're halfway there. We're halfway there. I mean, if I wait, they might join me. If I wait, they might join me. The Sandro fella could be really good, though. It's not too far away from this town, a base camp. When we need to come back, we'll come back. But for now, I'll tell you what, let's go back. Well, hold on. We got visions, don't we? Yep, they're in a mood for a fight. Bone dragons are in a mood for a fight. Titans, yep. Giants? Did you see that? It said giants? Oh, they're right here. I didn't see them at first. So, because we got the Battlegarb of Anduran, let's go back to Ranlow Place. Excuse me, Ranlow Palace. And Maximus, or rather Max, will continue on their way. What's this say? Land of Sir Sandro. I don't know how to get there. Let's just continue on in the desert for a bit. Stables. Skeletons want to join. We shall let them. Soulsley, Barbarian Outpost. Okay. I don't feel like I have a lot for Luna to do. I'm just going to have her hold on for a moment or two. Just let me figure out what I need to do with her. Beardman says it would be great if the map editor gave us the chance to limit the random pool of choices any object selects from. So that way you say, I want a random resource, but it can't be wood. I want a random resource, but it can't be crystal. Is that kind of what you mean by that? I start to feel anxious about resources. Even if you get your foothold in Luna Landing, how are you going to get the resources you need? Then you recall some ore guarded by black dragons by Wishington. Yeah. No, I already got that. Buddy, we took care of that. Okay, but we find, look at this, more sulfur. And there's a road. Okay. Dwarves. Okay. Oh. There's a pyramid. Folks, something magical has happened. We're going to clear out the City of the Dead, and then we're going to go straight for this pyramid. That's going to be a big moment. The pyramid is cool for me because I know that the map maker can choose exactly what 5th level spell you will get. That's a really big deal. Because if it's, I mean, it depends on what it is. It could be anything. Is this Luna Landing? Luna Landing, we found it, folks. We come upon this pyramid of a great and ancient king. We're tempted to search it for treasure, but all the old stories warn of fearful curses and undead guardians. Will you search? Yes, I will. 4 sprites, and we pick up the Armageddon spell. We already had that. But that's okay, because now we got it again. Before we had it once, now we have it twice. And I don't see any problem with that. It looks like you have to go... It looks like you have to land here in order to get these alchemist labs. That doesn't bother me. That's okay. We'll come back later for those. What we really need is a Shrine of the Second Circle with a summoned boat. But maybe here in Luna Landing there will be some opportunity for that. Okay, the skeletons join. Wonderful. And look at this. Excavation sites. 2K. We've got 2,800. I got a feeling that these skeletons are also going to join us. They did so for free. 29K. Excavation site here. We're up to 3K. And look, I'm in the corner. Yay, I did it. We still need to go to this corner of the map. Maybe it'll be useful. Can't go here. We were already there. We're here. If we get a boat, folks, I will summon a boat just to go to the corner. I think that at this point, that is maybe the best thing I could do. Because Tundar has fooled me once by putting a Fizzbin of Misfortune into a hole. I don't think that they would do that to me twice. Tundar, would you fool me like that twice? Would you? If you would, you don't have to tell me. In fact, maybe the best thing you could do right now is just say, I'll never tell. And then I will know that either way, I'm still gonna have to check into it myself, but it'll be interesting to see what the map maker has in store for us. Okay, I think that Luna Landing is gonna be close enough for a shipyard. And if we can finally get into the water, I'm gonna have a real good time. 2,300 experience from these water elementals. The long journey is home. And so look, just as a quick recap, folks, we started off with one hero here on Unicorn Peak, and that takes you up to here, and that takes you to here or here. But our main hero was crash landed, worked their way up into this corner, through the Spittleland, Wishington to the north, Solsley to the left, and up through and past this ominous looking black cat who's actually very cute and cuddly until you get scratched. And then past Peacetown, through the woods, continuing north through so many forces, into the Knights of the Realm, and then we joined forces, right? And from there, we've been heading to the top of the map through this area. We're eventually going to come back for what I assume is Sandro, so he can be reunited with his love, Luna the Lunatic. And then we've eventually gotten to this point through many castles and towns, well, just towns, to this point where Luna Landing is apparently going to be the place to be. So, a very fun map, and you kind of got to do that as a map maker so that way we can deliver the experience that they really want us to have. Ranlow Palace, birthplace of Sir Sandro. I guess we already knew that. These defenders are not going to have any chance. This has to be it. For once, you're excited to see a sorceress town. You crossed your fingers before battle, just hoping the ground here is suitable for a castle. Otherwise, you worry that this is the end. No losses. We walk in. Oh no. Yay! We did it. And we even have enough ore to build this castle here on day one. And look, there is a harbor. We're probably going to end up casting that very first. Folks, we need to be on the lookout for Aunt Phixxy. We want Aunt Phixxy to join us if at all possible. If for no other reason, then they do have a View Hero spell that can be very useful. And if for other reasons, being that we just want to see them because, yeah, I feel bad about losing them. Okay. I think it's, wow. I think it's time to actually be very tactical about our decision making here. So we've got the Battlegarb. We can go anywhere. We've got castles here, 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 and there, and into here. Not to mention here. We've got castles everywhere. Do we set sail immediately? Or are there things that we bypassed and we said that we would come back for those later? Didn't get the shipwreck, could get that. There's a couple of like minor forces like a throng of dwarves, this horde of grand elves we said we'd come back for. Dwarves. Yeah, not really. I mean, there's so many archers' houses that we can eventually pick up. Oh, we are to the point for Crystal. First thing in the morning, I can pick up a marketplace and we'll pick up this artifact here. Let's do this now. Let's go to the Knights of the Realm. Golly, this feels good. Knights of the Realm it is. We will pick up our stables here on this day one. Day two, how about? We'll pick up the artifact here. So first things first, it's gonna be a marketplace. Gonna finally get our crystal. And I don't know, do you think that we should trade any of our 375 units of sulfur? Yes, we shall do that. And I'm wondering if there's going to be a possibility where we actually want to give the Battlegarb of Anduran to a different hero, and they move around and they handle these kind of logistics. I mean, there's the second, hold on, you can get a second Battlegarb of Anduran for a different hero. We're going to do that. We're going to rush to this area as quickly as we can, and then it'll probably be Luna, who's that second hero who's just that good. Shrine of the First Circle, don't know what that is. We'll have to find out. Purple continues to make their little route. We finally get this Holy Hammer for +5 attack, 24 attack, 32 defense, still nowhere nearly good enough to defeat our enemies. I'm going to save these forces. We're up to 4,500 gold because I keep spending it on other creatures like skeletons. There's a +1 here I'd like to get. Not to mention the +1 here. I'm going to go back to Ranlow Place. And let's just pick up all of our advantages. We're going to need as many stats as possible. So going out of our way like this, it might take some time, but it's actually, I believe, the most correct decision. Back to Ranlow. We need to remember that we don't have a lot of spell points. We got one more town portal. And what we're going to do is we're going to make sure we have one mage guild somewhere on the map. So that way we never run into too big of an issue there. We just need to stay in a mage guild at some point. I believe now that I think about it though, most of these castles do have mage guilds in them. So that's okay. That's fine. Slow. I don't have slow yet. That's actually an important pickup. Let's grab that. And then once we're at sea, we should be able to marshal our forces somewhere. If no other reason than finding the golden goose. Like we're going to be doing really good. Oh, that used to be big. Now that we have the Battlegarb of Anduran, this Medal of Distinction is actually useless. But not too long ago, that was a really important thing. And we would have been very sad to have missed that. Okay, gold here, gold there. Maybe it should have been Aunt Phixxy that picked up that other thing. Oh, we can only get a level 1 mage guild. That's actually good information to have. Let's go for the statue? No, let's get as many troops as we can. Still kind of early in the week. And still we pick up our slow. I think that we've been in every castle. It's been our main hero, Phixxy, that's defeated every foe so far. So I don't think I need to go back through all the castles just to pick up additional spells. I think I have all the spells I need right now. We're going to stay here overnight. We're going to get a shipyard. Should we set sail? I think we should. We should just set sail immediately, actually. We're here. Spell points notwithstanding, 17 out of 130. Let's just go for it. Sailing time, Bearded Man says. Yep, I think so. And in fact, I'm going to get as many other heroes to sail as possible, because picking up this flotsam and such can't be that good for me. Like, it'll be fine, but it's not the best thing for me. It's going to be Marini. It's going to be another boat. Oop. And she'll take her forces with her because why not? And then finally, having this expert navigation is totally paying off. I got one more slot left over for artifacts. I'm just going to grab this real quick. Telescope, I'm going to want to get rid of that real quick. And then movement left. So I can go this direction. Nothing over there. Do I land? I think I do. I'm going to grab this. And then this over here. Funny that the hero Marini is going to be able to land right there and bypass the dragons if she so wishes. But she's going to go to Phixxy and give him some space for artifacts. I would hate to miss out on some really nice artifacts just because I failed to provide myself space. Remember that we're still trying to get troops over here. Agar the Warlock appears in the tavern. It's not amazing for me, but I'll keep that in mind. We'll take the telescope. We will take the metal. We will take the ammo cart. I think that the ammo cart's really good early on, but I don't think it's good late game. I think that you're never going to have a fight that you need to do more than 10 rounds of combat for. If you do, then you're using Resurrect or Animate Dead, like that one time, which was actually in Tundar's last map. I think I'm okay. I think I'm okay. This is not a lot of slots left over for artifacts, but +1/+1. I'll get rid of the +1/+1. We'll leave ourselves 4 slots open. Lightning Rod, what's the likelihood that we use the Lightning Rod? It's doing about, what, 4? Oh, we got 26 spell power. Oh, we're going to keep it. 900 points of damage. We're going to keep it. Yeah, we'll just keep it. You don't need the ammo cart yet. Very ominous. Very ominous. Folks, we can land in 2 different spots here. I'm going to go through the Earth Elementals. I'm going to go through the Earth Elementals, but I'm going to do something for myself. I'm going to actually pull the Crusaders off this fighting force. They're okay. They're not bad. They're just not the best. There's only 34 of them. And then maybe some other nice creatures will join me. Maybe 236 Earth Elementals will just join me for free. Bearded Man, in what world will I need it though? I'm scared. I'm concerned because I think you're right. I think you're right. The ammo cart's going to be important. But how could the map maker make it so I'm going to need him that bad? I don't know the answer, and that terrifies me. Okay. Shrine of the Second Circle, please be summoned boat. Disrupting Ray, not bad. Gargoyles don't get to join me. They are simply experience. A bit of gold. Xanadu for the +1/+1/+1/+1. Griffins want to join. I'm not going to pay that, only because like it's a good stack of creatures, but I'm kind of keeping my eye on some of these other stacks. I'm going to be a little bit more choosy than I have been recently about where I spend my gold. Before I was... What is that? Do you see that? That looks like the top of that. That looks like a very interesting opportunity. I don't know what to expect out of this area, but it might be that I need to find a town and Battlegarb of Anduran back just so I can give over another one. The stats for the Battlegarb of Anduran are really good, but is this what I think it is? It's another Battlegarb of Anduran, folks. That's got to go on a second hero. 86 Black Dragons. They're definitely in the mood for a fight. Holy kittens. Rocks are just hanging out. I don't want you to join me. I want dragons to join me. Leave me alone. Oh my goodness. Look, one of each mine. Oh, and there's another jail here. We never did pick up Sandro, but we'll come back later. Oh my goodness, look at this. We're going to pick up all this. This is awesome. And I'm going to go through these swordsmen just so that way I can accept them here. That's sad. These 54 champions, they might have joined me. They're definitely not going to join me now. And then that way Marini can help and just take some of these extra forces. Because I don't want her to go the long way. I don't have time for that. Max is staying here. And Max is also going to get into a boat too. No, there's nowhere else to go. We just need summon boat. Man, what a good map. What a lot of intrigue this is. By the way, 3 tree cities. I'm not going to fight the champions. They didn't want to fight me. I won't make them suffer. But we'll pick up another +1/+1/+1. We're getting stronger all the time. Swordsman over here. Time to let the halflings go, I think. Yeah, and let's pick up all of these free resource generating mines. This is awesome. Cool. Max will stay put. Luna actually needs to take one step out so I don't forget about her. And like try to pick up free resources and stuff and then just fail. There's 2 towns down here, Weddington and Burlock. We'll go pick up those and then we're gonna go give the Battlegarb of Anduran to somebody else. Or I could give it to Marini now. And if I do that, yeah, if I give it to Marini now, then she can give it to somebody else and they can teleport back to the front. I'm gonna keep this on Phixxy for now, but I see the possibilities here. I truly do. Vampires want to join for free. We shall let them. 72 is actually a lot considering how many we have back at home. Peasants, I don't think we're gonna pick them up. How many peasants is it by now, actually? Probably not a lot. Group of trolls want to join? Cool. It's probably like a couple hundred. I'll pick them up. Artifact here, another plus to my Mercury. Very good. But I don't want that on my main hero. Yeah, and we'll just have Marini grab these peasants real quick. Bravo! You are at least tempted to hire a peasant. That's worth a reward. +1 to the luck from the gambler's lucky coin. Okay, but how many peasants is it? It's only 130. We are 4 months into this playthrough. There's only 130, but there is a gambler's lucky coin. And it's funny because at this point you definitely have the Battlegarb of Anduran, math obsessed with the haha in chat. Yeah, and so like it's plus luck, but I don't really need it. That's just funny. I love that. That's great. Way to go, Tundar. You got me. Good stuff. We're gonna clear in this direction. These genies are so scary. You can lose a whole. You can lose 1,500 skeletons. You can lose 700 sprites. You can lose 700 sprites. You see what I'm saying? Does that seem like a problem to anybody else here? It seems like a problem to me. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. All right, here's what we're gonna do. All right, we're gonna take care of this group right here. We're gonna take care of this group right here. No, don't do it. They didn't even half the stack. 10 genies just killed 4,000 worth? No, they did. They just halved the stack. You're kidding me. Even after I paid good money for those sprites. You know that? I paid really good money for those sprites. Okay. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. Wow, my parents did lie to me when they said that they weren't mad at me, they were just disappointed. I don't think my parents ever actually said that to me. I don't think that they ever did. I think that we had a pretty good understanding of one and another. And if I messed up, I knew I messed up. But I don't remember messing up that often. I think I was a pretty good kid. You'd have to ask them though. Yeah, in fact, it's funny because I work with the young people now, and it's a really good group, and the kids are great, and I like them, but I am not the right person to be talking to these young people because I was nothing like them. I didn't sneak out. I didn't do anything that was wild and crazy. And here I am trying to tell them, yeah, just, you know, do the right thing and make good choices. Remember who you are. And they're like, what do you know about this? I'm like, yeah, you're right. I don't know anything. Math obsessed. Well, I saw nothing. That's okay. I think that we all saw something. And again, that's what makes these maps fun. It's the something. Sprites. Okay. All right, here they go. Maybe the unicorns will join for free? Not for free. 56, that's a lot of unicorns. Even for the price, I will gladly pay that. And unfortunately, these peasants who gave me the gambler's lucky coin, they're gonna have to be let go. Okay, +1 gems per day. Marine's gonna pick up what I believe is the defender's helm. And plenty of gems, trees, stuff. 40 genies. They want to join. We will accept that. That's great. That makes up for this. In fact, it's time probably to let the sprites go. Before we come up on these red dragons and see if they'll join us, let's head south. Let's take out one of these castles so we can arrange our troops appropriately. And I almost messed up, folks. I almost did not get the red tower here, but I eventually did on the last day. So, oh, but Bearded Man, for the ammo cart, I'm just saying it will probably be useful in the final fight. Probably, somehow. I don't know how, but somehow. Genies are better than sprites. They took 733 of them instantly. Yeah. I agree. I completely agree. Could not agree more with you. A glint of gold gleaming catches my eye under the brush. I move the brush aside and I find something nifty. I go to this mercenary camp. I say hello to the people who live there, and they say, bro, do you want to learn magic? They say, hop in, loser. We're learning how to attack people with swords and stuff. Champion growth is up by 5, folks. Kingdom tax falls upon us yet again. The dwarves are gone. And then Weddington is finally mine. For free. Upgradable. Upgradable. Very cool. No ore for me though. I haven't seen an ore mine yet, have I? But I'm gonna leave the sprites behind. If I want to come collect them later, I sure can. And then through the druids, maybe they join me. That's I don't have a way I can upgrade them later. It'll just be so expensive to upgrade these creatures later. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. I gotta be very choosy with who I take into my army at this point. The unicorns, I think the 56 unicorns can be useful. That's a lot of unicorns. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I don't know. I need the tavern so I can get dwarves possibly upgraded. Remember though that we have the hill fort here. Just in case we need to do something nifty, we will do it that way. Other forces here, upgradable. This castle is upgradable. Observation tower, wood, mercury, crystal, sulfur, a sphinx. We gotta go south. Have to go south. And so we shall. Looks like there is a path that we can travel along to defeat earth elementals and whoever else. But note that even if we don't have to fight these forces, we are going to fight them if for no other reason than we need all the experience we can get. Truly we do. We gotta go back for these black dragons. I was so impetuous in going south. Aunt Phixxy is hireable. What? What? Hey! You're back! You're back and we all missed you. And nobody realized that there was a problem. Bearded Man did. Thank you, Bearded Man. All is right in the world, so thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Fixer is exiled in that jail. Which one? This one? Right here? I thought it was this one right here that Fixer was exiled. And did Demon King get Fixin? I just see this one jail here. I don't see any other jails around here. There's the two sisters. Yeah, I only see the one jail here. So unless there's one up here, probably not. I saw the toy, the Demon King toy. Haven't seen much else though. Am Phoenix. Oh, by the Phoenixes? Wait, where's the Phoenixes? Oh, here! Oh, the Horde of Phoenixes. There's one of the sisters. Oh, gotcha. Okay, yeah, we definitely need to go through that. There's been a part of me that's trying to save up gold so I can get big forces to join me. They're so big and the gold takes so long. I probably am not going to be able to. Then again, hold on. I mean, if we know that there's a golden goose somewhere on this map, like that's just good information to have. I should probably just go and do that. They say it will take more than just the king to bring down the Demon King. Multiple heroes. Gotcha. Gotcha. Vitania was actually formerly with the green player Sprites, and she's here hireable now. I don't think we're gonna do much with her, not at the moment anyway. Yeah, I just really need a second level mage guild so I can get a summon boat. Okay, back up we go, by the way. And then let me see. Santepalis is in the chat. Hello, Santepalis. Nice to have you here. Hi, Phixfox. Hi, chat. Welcome, welcome. We are playing Spritely's Demon, having a bit of a struggle here in the best way possible. Don't get me wrong. But let me see if I can click on that purple hero. I cannot. They just town portaled back to wherever felt good to them. But we've got some really nice options here as I pick up these goblins for free, because sure, why not? We've got some options because we've got a Battlegarb of Anduran here, and there's a Battlegarb of Anduran here. And so every time we pick up a town, it's kind of like a checkpoint. It's kind of like a video game at an arcade where you find a checkpoint and you don't have to restart all the way from the beginning. And that feels good. That feels really great. I'm all for it. But I do run into some issues, I think, where I'm struggling to get my forces to the front where they need to be. And I'm really struggling because there's a big part of me that wants creatures to join me where possible. But like 65 Phoenixes right now, they want to fight. Red Dragons, I can probably get them to join me. And Marini can follow and take them. And then I'm going to do that. I'm just going to have like Black Dragons just hang out wherever they are. It's not going to be ideal. I feel like there's an opportunity if you know that there's a golden goose to just wait. Phoenixes will join us for 97,000 gold. We got it. Dragons are going to join for free. Oh, this is a big moment. We'll see if the dragons are going to want to join us, but I'm guessing that it's just way too much. Hold on, let me go up the road just a tiny bit. 98 black dragons. It's going to take so much gold for them to join. So much gold. All right, let's do this. It's going to be Marini that goes to here, and they're going to take, I think at this point, 40 genies is not going to be as good as all those phoenixes are going to be. Here, one sec. Are they still going to join me? Oh, we only have 6 spell points? Oh boy. Is there a mage guild here? There's not. We just have to wait. I spent all my spell points. I'm going to assume that 3,000 skeletons is still going to be enough to get the phoenixes to join me for the price that they've already stipulated. And so we're going to hope that that's the case. If I'm wrong, I'm sorry. But let's go do this. You could trade sulfur for ore. Yeah, I could trade sulfur for ore, can I? And lots of it. We need 20. We need 40. Yeah, tell you what, let's upgrade both of these castles. You can upgrade them, so you might as well. Like, I think it's a mistake if you don't. Yeah. And then from these 2 castles, we're going to get 2 marketplaces, and then we're going to trade at an even better clip. Purple hero. Okay. Alrighty. Please join me. Everybody give a round, warm, welcoming applause to these 65 Phoenixes. They've made the best choice ever. They've decided to join the Phixfox army, and now we are looking pretty A-okay. Having a real good time. The fact that the Red Dragons joined me and then the Phoenixes joined me is kind of nuts. Again, I don't think that these Black Dragons will join me, but That's okay. And now we're going to take this jail. Folks, this dazzling display of daring has allowed us to hire up the hero, Phixxy the exiled sorceress. She's got the brooch of shielding. She's going to be really good with her Armageddon. She doesn't have it. She's got Berserker though. Okay. Alrighty. Okay. Instantly, the fact that Berserker's on the map, we saw in the formal Rivals 34 playthrough that there was massive amounts of phoenixes that were gathered in an enemy's army, and even though the black dragons were big and scary, you can do hit and run tactics all day. If you have one phoenix, you can Berserker, you can, well, two phoenixes, yeah, two phoenixes. You go first, you Berserker the phoenixes, the enemy can't dispel it or cure it or nothing, they attack, they do tons of damage, and then your second phoenix then allows you to run away for free. Or cheap, rather, with diplomacy. We're probably going to do something like that. The Brooch of Shielding for the Armageddon, maybe there's a situation where we do that with a Black Dragon. Yeah, probably, but still. Very interesting stuff. Very interesting stuff. This exiled hero is a bit of a wild card in the best way possible. We're going to move these phoenixes over, though. For now, it's not their job to do that. We're going to keep the Brooch of Shielding. We're going to pick up Green Dragon. We should be able to beat them. We can. Disarm of the Martyr. And I do actually want the knowledge here. I'm going to get out of the way for Phixxy to go do that. Yeah, Phixxy's got to go get this knowledge because clearly, if we're running out of spell points like we already have, we've got some important things to do. Whew. Whew. Sending her to the Demon King before Phixxy would be great? I think so. Yeah, because if you've got one Black Dragon and if you've got one Phoenix, you get to go first, you Berserker somebody, and then their next fastest creature goes, a 6-speed somebody or a 7-speed somebody, and then you Armageddon, and then you lose the Phoenix, sure, but your Black Dragon then stays alive, and so long as the Black Dragon doesn't get killed, then you got some possibilities here. Phixfox, you're so cheesy. Hey man, it ain't easy being cheesy, but it is what it is. I told myself I wouldn't say that anymore, but it is what it is. Okay, alrighty, we gotta get the second Battlegarb of Anduran. It's probably gonna go on Phixxy. Phixxy is that good of a hero, so let's have them pick up some free stuff, follow Phix, and back down we go. Swarm of Peasants, yeah, we can defeat that, I think. Okay, what a fun playthrough. And right now, the speed that we're playing, the map is going much faster because there's less to do in many regards, and that's okay. I don't love the maps where I have to forever be clicking on stuff and trying to make it all work out perfectly. There comes a point where you just want to, you know, you see the opportunities in front of you and you just want to make the best with what you have. This is that time where I'm just going to do the best with what I have and see where things go from there. 36 skeletons goes down. Let's attack. Black Dragon's there. Oh, not once, but twice. Skeletons are still going to take a little bit of a beating, but look, 13 Black Dragons are killing 29 skeletons. Do you think that my 38 defense has anything to do with that? Oh my goodness. My dragons actually almost lost a full dragon there. That was kind of scary. But we avoided disaster. And then the skeleton snowball stack is going to obliterate these guys. 33,000 experience, +1 defense, and another artifact. Battlegarb of Anduran. So it is worth the, I mean, it's worth the stats. +5, +5, +5. It's worth the stats. But it's more important to me to have the flexibility of multiple heroes. So this is a big moment here. And I'm glad that we went out of our way for this. I'm going to town portal back to somewhere. Let's go back to Unicorn Peak. We'll stay overnight and we'll see what opportunities we have in a moment or two. Okay, we are going to go to Weddington. We're going to end up staying overnight there. We're going to hire a mage guild in just a moment. Is it this way? No, it's this way. Tomorrow we will... Let's see. What's there? A throng of zombies? We're not beating that. Treasure chest? Okay. We're going to hire that second marketplace. Here and there. Let's see. There and there. And that should help us trade at an even better clip when we do trade for them ore. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. I can't get to this treasure chest here. That vexes me greatly. Even if I lose some forces here, I'll accept those losses. A horde of archers should be doable. Even better if they just run. And then I can actually use a secondary hero, Marini, here to see if we can get this Sphinx. I don't think... There's a golden goose where King Phixxy's ship crashed. I just need to get to it. But as soon as I can, I'll be in a good spot. Yeah, I wasn't sure if there was another bit of storytelling here. Looks like there hasn't been. I'm okay with that. Mage Guild overnight, replenish our spell points, increases our flexibility. Diplomacy? We've got the diplomacy here. I think that the diplomacy is more than Luna has. By the way, remember that there's like 43 giants here. I'm still gonna save the gold just in case I come back to here and get all these big forces to join me. Yeah, I just don't want to defeat them. Like, we've already seen how big of an impact that can have, having 70 Phoenixes join you, and it's not that problematic in the cost. Yeah, I think I'll be fine. Dwarves want to run, I'm going to let them because I don't really care about Marini picking up levels, but I do hope I don't lose at this Sphinx. All right, Phixfox. All of you nice people watching here in the chat, I do need your help. I need your energy. I need you to let me know what we got to do here for the Sphinx. Of course, we are going to step on it, but we need everything we can do. Everything that you can provide me to help make sure that we win and we get the Sphinx, I need your help. I have a riddle for you, the Sphinx says. Answer correctly and you shall be rewarded. Answer incorrectly and you shall be eaten. Do you wish to accept the challenge? I think I must. The Sphinx asks you the following riddle. Sante Paulus with Sphinx in the chat. Yes, yes, yes. Sprites and druids annually meet up to worship what? Oh, it's the Orb of Negation. Right? Sante Paulus, you weren't here for that, but this was already previously in the scenario. We found an Orb of Negation. I don't know if I should capitalize the O or not. Of? Does it matter? Orb of Negation? We've guessed incorrectly. Sphere of Negation. It's a sphere of negation. Right here, this is what remains of the mini sprites and the druids that were guarding this little thing here. Folks, we're 4 hours into the playthrough. I don't want to have to go back, and I don't want to lose that hero. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do the reload. I don't care. I don't care. It's a sphere of negation, not an orb of negation. That was my bad. I apologize for leading you astray. We're going to go back. Tundar, not your fault. It was my fault. It was all my fault. But we're going to see if we can get this correct. So, no fighting dwarves. Fighting here. Sphere of negation. Crap. Did I spell sphere right? That doesn't look right to me. That does not look like the correct spelling of the word sphere. Oh, it doesn't look right. I think it's just sphere. That looks more correct to me. Bearded Man says, the word sphinx is directly related to the word sphincter. Ew. It's sphere. There we go. Okay, I did get it right the second time. Oh, nice. Looking somewhat disappointed, the Sphinx size. You've answered my riddle. Here's your reward. Now be gone. Attack and defense is up by 6 each. This is a artifact that you can find if you find the ultimate artifact. Yeah, this is an ultimate artifact. So happy for that. And Sphinx of Negation. Yeah. Yeah. Tell you what, my problem if I'm to make a map is I think that I will be the person that accidentally misspells the obvious answer. And not if, but when I do that, I will have to apologize to everybody. Whoops, my bad. Okay, let's redo this. We got to get the thing here, good to go, sweet. Okay. Now, knowing that we can travel anywhere, we're still going to continue to head south with these forces because I think that there might be something here. And really, I don't know where to go after this. There's got to be something continuing down the south of this range here. Otherwise, you're deadlocked Unless Sandro has summoned boat. There's a Magellan's Maps. I really want that. Yeah, you're gonna have to continue to go south here. A sign, a wagon. I don't know what's there, but we need to continue to go south. Sphinx of Negation. Centaurs. Blind. Oh, that's a really good spell. I like the blind. Zombies. We'll take them. Malcolm Slab. We'll take it. What's this? Hold on. Did I see something rear up? Nope. It was just me. No, I swear I saw something rear up. Like there was something that I could interact with. There. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah. Yeah, I see you. I saw that. I'm sharp-eyed. I told my wife I didn't need to go get glasses. I totally need to go get glasses. It's one of those things that it doesn't interfere with my life much, but it interferes enough with my life that when there's a high-stress situation with low visibility, it does bother me, and I know it definitely bothers my dear sweet... Whoa, 3,500 Hydras? 3,500 Hydras? We're gonna win. Wait, hold on. Hold the phone. Yeah, you better believe that they're in the mood for a fight. 500 genies? What are you saying? That we're supposed to fight them? You're kidding me. You're absolutely kidding me. What in the world? Tundar, what have you done? That's like my favorite thing to say now. Tundar, what have you done? I don't think you can beat 3,500 Hydras for a crystal mine? We don't have a crystal mine. We got one of everything else except for the ore, but like, do you really need it that bad? I don't think you do. I don't think you want it that bad. Holy kittens. Ah, Math Obsessed says need all the archers and the druids. Yeah. And also, by the way, need the ammo cart because you're gonna have to... Alternatively, you could Armageddon 1,400 points at a time and just use dragons. How many Armageddons is that? 8? At 20 spell points each with 160 spell points? That's 8. That's 8,000. That's, let's just call it 10,000 damage. If they split the Hydras in 5 stacks. That's not even close to enough. Get 1 stack to the genies and just jump right onto the Hydras. I agree with that. I think, but you're going to lose that hero. We're going to ignore this, folks. It's just not worth it to me. This isn't really worth it to me because I'm worried I'm going to lose half my stack of skeletons. Hold on. You know what? I'm gonna do this. I got to do Phixfox 2 because Phixfox 1 has my playthrough of Final Invasion that I'm currently at. So yeah, do Phixfox 2. I'm gonna fight this fight just because I think that this is nuts. This is absolutely insane. You're talking 4 stacks of 900. Look at this. Look at this. And like, what do? Disrupting ray them to death? Blind. Okay. All right, so you blind lock them. That seems pretty obvious. But then from range, okay, we're gonna win this fight, but geez. Yeah, let's just blind lock all of them. And so it's gonna cost us 6 spell points until the end of time. That means that they're gonna retaliate at half strength. That's still not great, that's something. What in the world? Where do you... Well, we got 3k skeletons. You got 3k skeletons with 33 attack. It's 150 degrees out there. You can't play baseball. Sorry, that was from the Sandlot. Okay, and then you blind here because then at least they retaliate with half strength. If we had... Yeah, if we had Paralyze, we would use that. We don't. We can Disrupting Ray again and again and again and again, but look, they got 9 defense and you got 37 attack. You're already almost doing 300% max damage anyway. I think that you want the Black Dragons to take the hit when they attack at half strength in just a moment or two. Here. Again. How much damage do they do in retaliation? 810 to Black Dragons? Yeah, that's a lot. Okay, but we've already kind of committed to this sort of idea. And then how many do you kill? Skeletons only kill between 545 and 380. And now, because you've surrounded them, now they're just going to do oodles of damage. This is insane. Okay, so I'm going to back off. Going to break the blind here. Nope. Nope. Yep. Yeah, and like we're going to win. But, math obsessed, bless on the skeletons. Let me bless this cursed creature. Yeah. You know what though? You could bless the druids. Oh wait, they're gonna run out of shots. But we've got 134 spell points. Like we can do the blind trick all day. Tell you what, we're gonna disrupting ray once or twice to each of these stacks, and then we're gonna go. Dang, no luck on that. Yep. Yeah, so let's just skip a couple times. The blinds are going to last infinitely long, pretty much. But then for the skeletons, I think that this one disrupting raid down to 6. Yeah, if they're all disrupting raid, then the skeletons are going to be guaranteed to do max damage that way. Maybe I just let the skeletons brawl it out. No. We got max luck. Let me do one more disrupting ray up here. Oh no! I did not want to do that. Oh, I didn't want to do that. For some reason I thought it was my druid's turn. I just lose 8 phoenixes for free. Whoops. Where I come from, we call that a big ol' whoopsie bomb. Picking a whole field of whoopsie daisies. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, if I attack here, skeletons can get in. Well, that'll do it. 41,000 damage, 550 Hydras perish. Woof. Hoof. Hoof. That's not even gonna do that much. We'll do the lightning bolt just to help the phoenixes maybe finish off the stack. With the good luck, we finished off. That was Fubar. Yeah, effed up beyond repair. I feel that in my soul. So already we're gonna lose 8 phoenixes and we're gonna lose 2 black dragons. But again, we're gonna win. Yeah, we are gonna win. Do I just get rid of the skeletons? We're losing 325 skeletons at a time. I'm never doing that again. Oh my gosh. That's even with the half damage. Folks, that's with the half damage. Oh my gosh. Probably should have cursed. We are gonna blind here. Skip. Skip. I don't know what to do. Because it's just so much damage. Take a step back. Pop a curse here. Now we'll attack. We'll break the blind. Good luck. Sure, why not? Skeletons are gonna kill more than half. 317, 37 skeletons goes down. That's fine. I'm not gonna kill the whole stack there, so I'm just gonna let the skeletons do this. I mean, thank goodness we've got, you know, more skeletons than we know what to do with, but goodness gracious. Did I ever cast curse on you? I did not. Let me cast curse. Skip through. So that way we have the additional, or the spell ready to do the blind if necessary. How many shots left? I'm just gonna do 4 more shots. You're already so slow. Just take your time. It'll save skeletons later if nothing else. What a crazy fight. Guess I could have been lightning bolting, I guess. Doesn't kill anything. There's one more shot here. So we skip, kill. I will now blind. Half damage on the retaliation, and it's gonna be another 300 skeletons. Oh, only 49 skeletons? Well, that's fine. That doesn't hurt my feelings at all. Do not go into melee range with the greater druids. That'd be very sad. Yeah, we're just gonna let the skeletons finish this off. Okay, so we got out of this fight, folks, but 400 skeletons, 8 of the phoenixes and 2 of the dragons. We're gonna get like what? Oh, we're not gonna get any skeletons back because it wasn't Luna that fought this fight. These losses, they're totally acceptable for the experience. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 levels. totally acceptable in that regard. And we get the crystal, but it does not. I don't know how I'm going to defeat these genies. 515. I don't know how I'm going to defeat 515 genies. All right, let's see what we can do. Okay. Well, yeah, Tundar says the ammo card, lol. Santipala says, how do you run out of whatever druids are materializing in their hands? Yeah, that's a great question. And how does the ammo cart supply whatever magic they're using to... Yeah, that would actually be a very interesting addition to sorceresses. Oh, your elves can run out of shots, but your druids can never run out of shots. That would be very interesting. I think that'd be a really cool idea for a future modder who wants to do something with the FHeroes2 modding scene. It's 588 genies. Do we just have to bite the bullet? This fight looks so bad. This fight looks so bad. Marini, it's your job to go and soften up these genies for me. There's nothing else for it. That's her job. Yeah, she's gonna take these forces. She's gonna get rid of the goblins. She's gonna split her genies into 3 stacks. We're gonna hope that we can get lucky. And we're gonna see if we can soften up these genies at all, because I don't want to deal with them. They're crazy. Beardman also says that they materialize it using magic dust in their pockets, which counts as ammo. I like that. I like that. Poi says they get dehydrated eventually. Yes, folks, we need to stay hydrated. Please do your very best. And the blind and disrupting ray. Yep, so we did use the blind and disrupting ray tactic. And if you noted, the skeletons, they only needed 1 disrupting ray on each Hydra to get them to 30 attack over defense on the Hydras, because you max out at 300% bonus damage against any creature. And so we didn't actually need to continually disrupting ray them down to 0. We actually got them to the right spot. So the suggestion was completely correct. And I didn't see it at the time, but that is the right decision, and we did do it, and thank you. I appreciate that. 77 spell points. I don't know if that's going to be enough to defeat these genies. Let's see again if we can soften these guys up at all. Oh no, we lost. Yeah, no kidding. Whew. Whew. Math Obsessed says Operation Dehydration. I love it. Yeah, Operation Dehydration. Actually, I think that when I did the auto battle, I think that we actually halved some stacks anyway. Wasn't there. Do I really need this hero? She's got the ammo cart and the +1. I do want to keep her alive. If you're going to keep her alive, you got to run right now, though. This didn't work the way I'd hoped. Somehow the AI fought this fight way better than I did. I don't know. Yeah, last time I killed... I don't know, whatever. Okay, but I am going to rehire Marini. She just seems fairly worth it to me. But I think that that confirms to me, you got 4 stacks of 100 each. You don't want to fight that. But you have to fight that. I don't know what's down here, but you have to fight that. Because if you don't fight it now, you may never get to come back and fight it. I hate this, I hate this, I hate this, I hate this. I hate this so much. I do not like this. I do not like this, Sam I am. I do not like this. No, I don't. That's not how the rhyme and the riddle goes. What if we just Armageddon them so that way they leave us alone? I don't know. We're definitely going to just blindy stack, take care of one of your stacks. Let's try and kill 1 full stack here. Hope for the best. Oh, thank goodness. 115 skeletons goes down. 65 skeletons perish. We can't kill 1 full stack here. We can try, though. 1 black dragon perishes. 3 phoenixes die. 42 to 64. Oh. I think we did it. I think we did it. We're just gonna shoot them with the greater druids from afar. That's all we're gonna do. We're even gonna do the lightning bolt a couple times just to help out. Skip and kill. And then when it's our turn again, here's the deal. I don't want to eat the retaliation. 1, 180, and 3. Could you feel the stress? Could you feel how stressed I was? Ah. And because we fought it ourselves, we saved about 1,300 skeletons. That's pretty good. Those genies are the result of being here 1 month later than expected. Oh, am I a month behind? Am I really? Oh my goodness. That's not good. Spritely Great Ore Mines Collection to the south. Tax-free trade into Spritely via Unicorn Peak. Special shipping zone. Oh, we found it. Ore. Look at all this ore. Hey, we are doing great. Yeah, I don't know how I'm so much slower than you expected me to be, Tundar, but we're getting through this anyway. Whew. Whew. SBGG, welcome back to the chat. Nice to have you here. And Math Obsessed says, well, you didn't soften them up that much. Marini, you did not soften them up that much. Math Obsessed is completely correct. Oh my gosh. We have to, and so it's easy. We got there. Poi says, haha. Math Obsessed says, easy. Sante Paulus is very disappointed. But I have noticed that Sante Paulus enjoys the entertainment. Even if the entertainment is Phixfox failing, that doesn't mean that they don't still want to see blood. You're the person at the Gladiators arena that you don't care who lives and who dies. You just want to see something exciting, and I appreciate that, and I respect that very, very much. Very, very much. Oh, Auntie Phixxy was supposed to be here to this point. Oh, that's right. Yeah, and so I have been much slower than I needed to be. Huh. Okay, we're gonna pick up the Mercury. 711 ghosts. These skeletons are absolutely a liability. .45 defense though. They're going to be doing reduced damage to me. I'm going to get to go first, and third. I'm going to fight this fight. Okay. Phixfox was overthinking it, but once I thought about the turn order with these ghosts being 5-speed versus my 6-speed and 7-speed creatures, I realized, wait, hold on, we're good. I can slow, I can't do much else. I'm gonna slow up at the top. Just kill single stacks where I can. There's one. There's two. That's not killing a full stack. That was, hey, there you go. We killed a full stack. Yeah, with the good luck. Nice, very good. And then, oh, Ghost did 1 damage because there was only 1 ghost remaining. Really? Yeah, there was 1 ghost remaining. That's crazy. And then these red dragons, they should make this go pretty well. So even with a little bit of spell power, this went even better than before. Cool. Yep. But still, you can understand my hesitancy to put myself in a position where ghosts could cause me oodles of grief. Folks, this has to be my summon boat. I've been waiting for a summon boat this entire time. It has to be. It has to be. Has to be. If I'm wrong, then I will never say has to be ever again. But I am so confident that it has to be that I'm going to say it one more time. It has to be. It has to be. Has to be. And it was. So, no regrets. We now have a place where we can summon boat. We got to send heroes to the south, down here. This is where we launch. This is where we spread our influence across this map. This is where you, Fixer, actually needs to be. Never mind, I'm going to hire a hero. I'm going to summon the boat across. If I'm right here and I summon the boat right here, maybe I can actually reach from here. Funny enough. We'll wait and see. I might as well pick up some free experience and stuff. Oh look, my scouting actually tells me a lot more than I knew before. It's kind of nifty. And ghosts. Wow, you see these ghosts are a little bit tougher. We're going to do that same slow technique, but we'll see how this works. Oh, but Tundar says, yeah, that actually it was supposed to be Auntie Phixxy that carries this part of the map to this point, and we didn't allow them to have that opportunity. And so the map played out very differently than you expected. And yeah, I wish that I had done it a little bit differently. I'm sure that we all can agree that losing Auntie Phixxy that early was definitely not ideal, but it seems like we're at least going to get out of this scenario, unless there's something I don't know, which unfortunately I feel like that there's a lot that I don't know. So yeah, we'll see. It could be really bad. Oh, the good morale is so good. Yeah, we lost 5 skeletons there. Doesn't even matter. Do we lose a phoenix? We lose 4 phoenixes. Not too bad. I'm going to back off. Take the shot. Snipers in the building. Take the shot. 4 phoenixes, 12 of the little skelly burrows. That's gonna be fine for me. And yeah, let's see if we can actually head south here. Here's all the ore that I haven't had to this point. Nice. Perfectly placed magic well. What a good magic well. That's just that's probably a map designer getting to this point and realizing, oh my gosh, I'm out of spell points. I need to remember to put a magic well there, and then you did. So I like that. Very good, very good. Demon King typically comes out at month 6 or 8. Okay, we still got time. We still got time. That is a little bit scary. I'm a little bit terrified at you saying that. We're gonna do a summon boat here. Yeah, it's gonna be a little too far to bridge the gap, which is a little bit unfortunate, but so be it. More ore, might as well pick up all this. And then Marini is going on to sail. Bit more time, bit more time. Wait, ghosts can drain the undead? They can. They can incorporate those souls. I know, it doesn't make much sense, but that's what they can do. And you feel bad about it because what are you incorporating into your, like, what soul are you sucking? You know, it's just like a skeleton. It's not much there, but apparently it's enough. Okay, I've made the decision. I'm just gonna defeat these gargoyles and then head into the boat and head on my way. I'm probably gonna land, and I'm probably gonna hire, or rather summon another boat here. If I, no, that won't work. Yeah, that won't work. Fixer needs to just go to Weddington. The logistics don't work because you'll hire the nearest boat. No, because Fixer hops into the boat that you land with, and then you hire your own separate unoccupied boat. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Okay, that'll work. So we'll be a gentleman and we'll give Fixer some time. Before Marini does much, they need to go here. They'll get the summon boat ability, then they'll hit the observation tower, they'll pick up all this, and then they will also set sail. Everybody's where they need to be, doing what they need to be doing. Good use of the barrel. Folks, if this is your first look at the barrel in-game, this is it. Your ship bumps into a barrel drifting at sea. Inside you discover a stash of lost treasure. 5 gems, 500 gold. This is a way that the map maker can put precious resources at sea. It doesn't have to be precious resources. It could be ore as well. So it could be anything. In this case, it was gems, and that's just fine. Okay, so we hop into the boat there. Summon boat. We have summoned a new boat. Marini is not going to summon a boat just yet because I don't want her to accidentally cause herself some issues. I don't want to steal my boat back from Phixxy. Oh, this feels good though. This feels really good. After a long, prolonged struggle of struggling. That's some good English there, Phixfox. After a long, prolonged struggle of trying. Yeah, no, there's a lot of unnecessary words there. After so long in trying to be effective with your turns with very little, you come to the point where you realize, oh my gosh, we actually have some opportunities here by land, by sea, and it feels nice. Yeah, it feels really nice to finally be moving on. Oh my gosh, look at this. So the reefs make it that you can only cross this little channel. This is good map design. But now it feels like the map is opening up. Before we were starved for resources, we were starved for opportunities, and now we're actually getting somewhere. And this feels awesome. So we're gonna take Spritely and Bricks. This is gonna be great. We continue up the way. I am still gonna want Marini to get over there. Although I could hire another hero over there now, I suppose. Pendant of Free Will, Mercury, Sulfur, 3 castles, Demon Slayer. Oh my goodness. We might have just done it. Look at this. There's a new Warlock castle called Demon Slayer, not to mention Spritely Crater and Spritely Bricks. Are there phoenixes in these castles? Who can say? But I'm excited to defeat them because we can absolutely defeat them. We're going to do tons of damage to these guys. Tundar says it's good her opportunity was the hordes of dwarves and releasing Sir Sandro. Oh, and we still haven't done that. But once we get the Golden Goose, we're going to be able to go back and just take troops for free, I think. Truly, I think. Glorious Victory. Mage Guild? First thing I got to do is I got to build up this Mage Guild. Because if I can get levels of Mage Guild, it's time for me to do so. Tundar, I don't know if you want me to get levels of Mage Guild. But at this point, you've made the map. It's out of your hands. It's in my hands now. We are absolutely going to do it this way. Marini's continuing on. And I do feel bad that many of my heroes are kind of staying put, but I did a fairly good job of clearing through the map earlier, so I don't have many issues. Identify hero. I don't have any major issues I'm trying to deal with as I'm speeding through this part of the map. And picking up windmills and such, it doesn't feel that useful. I've got multiple castles that I can do marketplaces at, and I've got over 280 units of sulfur, not to mention like 180 units of mercury. It's just not that useful at this point, and that's okay. That's okay. Because eventually the early game struggle of trying to eke out an early game advantage, you don't want that to stay around the entire game. Eventually you want to get to yourself to the point where, yeah, you can move on and focus on the bigger picture things. Early game, focus on the small stuff. Like, sweat the small stuff early on as much as you can. Late game, don't worry about it. Like, just focus on the big picture play. Here, though, I should have got this Adobe forever ago, by the way. No, I couldn't get it until recently because I was missing the ore. Yeah, that's what the problem was. I could have traded. I should have traded. That was my bad. Okay. You got full movement points. This is 24 black dragons. We got so much gold. They're going to join us. Watch this. 24 black dragons, 96,000 gold. We'll accept. Boom, we're up to 32 black dragons. We finally arrived at the Spritely camp. You are indeed a powerful sorcerer, king, and leader of your people. Now it's time to build our last army. It's time for that big picture thing I was just talking about. Demon Slayers, this castle here, it's going to cost us some troops. Let's see if we can avoid that. Oh, never mind. We're going to lose 38 of our druids immediately to these gargoyles unless we deal with them here. 66? Yeah, we're going to do that. Gargoyles fly there. They hurt me with their attack. We're just not going to allow that to happen. Kill all of these creatures. 45 Hydras. Let's kill most of them, if not all of them. And then just make sure that we avoid accidentally flame breathing ourselves. Let's keep a 5-meter spread, 2 paces between all of our 2-hex creatures. Hydras do 8 damage apiece. Oof. That's embarrassing. And we get out of this fight with no losses. 6,700 experience. Look at this. Oh my gosh. Castle, 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 castle. There's nothing here yet. Well, we're going to trade for everything. Let's focus on gold right now. Castle of Demon Slayer has only centaurs in it. We're going to... I was telling you not to sweat the small stuff. We're going to start sweating the small stuff. We're going to start spending all of our time being an excellent builder here in our main castle areas. This is lovely. We just purchased 4 buildings all in a row. I don't need the auxiliary or the supporting buildings unless it's marketplaces. I don't even need to upgrade stuff just yet. We can upgrade all that later. But for now, we need to get dwellings and all of them and as much as possible. Very good. Oh, I love this. Okay. Tundar says the first has dwarves hiding in the woods, and they're absolutely all advantages. Okay, we'll take a look at that. Turboville, welcome to the chat. Nice to have you here. It's a pleasure having you. We're playing Spritely's Demon, which is Tundar's map. Tundar is here in the chat as the map maker, giving us some information, some tips, but this map is wonderful. This will be available to anybody who can hear the sound of my voice. I will make this available on the Phixfox Discord. That's where I post maps I play so that you can find these for your own downloading purposes. And so, yeah, if Tundar is okay with that, that's where I'm going to do that. That's what I did for the Spritely map as well. So Tundar, if you're okay with me doing that, I will post your map, Spritely Demon, for other people who want to play that. You just have to find the Phixfox Discord. The link should be in the description. And then we can't lose our hero Phixxy. So far, not a problem. And we are building up a pretty tough hero, but we know that there's an enemy out there with over 50 attack and over 50 defense, and so I'm still very, very scared. But you say, Turboville, first time I catch you streaming, have watched countless hours of your YouTube videos. Much love from Sweden. Thank you so much. There's something about the Nordic countries, Sweden, Finland, Norway, like, I get along super well with folks from that region of the world. I don't know why, but I really appreciate you, and I really appreciate you taking the time to pass on some love my way. I hope that you feel the good vibes coming right back at you. So thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Tundar. I will also make sure I get that posted. So, okay. On to a new thing. Once again, let's be a great builder in our mini castles. Here and here. Because... I don't know how much longer this map is going to go for, but I do believe that it's going to be going on long enough. It'll be definitely worth my time to focus on forces and get this all built up. Notice that I'm going to be able to get Fixer up here to Demon Slayer. I'm going to start splitting my forces right about here. So Fixer needs to go to Demon Slayer. And then from here, I'm just going to split forces 50-50? Not 50-50. I'm gonna do it like this. Split here, split there, and back. That should be enough for Fixer to take these castles. I'm not seeing anything that's too tough. Oh, and there's an artesian spring. We should actually have everybody grab that when they can. But then we sally forth here. Glorious victory. 6 skeletons. Not a big deal. It's empty. 6 skeletons here. 2 phoenixes. No, we can't have that. Let's prevent losing 6 phoenixes. I'm not even sure how I lose the 6 phoenixes, actually. Hold on. Lightning bolt. Let's just lightning bolt. I don't know. Bunch of hydras or something? Oh, that's the reason why we lost was there were so many hydras down there. We gotta take out the gargoyles so they don't make me hurt myself. 36 hydras. When attacked by 100... oh boy. When attacked by 100 greater druids, that tends to go pretty well for me as the aggressor. I can't attack safely here, so I'm just gonna skip twice. That kind of sucks. But the phoenixes are gonna remove those obstacles, and then the griffins are gonna die on the retaliation from the skeletons. So 2 skeletons goes down. Once again, this castle is empty. So Spritely Muse and Spritely Grit, those are both empty. And then one more castle here, Spritely Swaff. We will pick up this sign in just a moment or two. That's a glorious victory with no losses. There's one more final castle paired with Spritely, and that is going to be pretty nifty. I'm looking forward to that castle in just a moment or two. Marini's coming over here. I'm not sure how useful she's going to be, actually, because with the Battlegarbs of Anduran, we can teleport in between towns really faster than the speed of thought. But all the same, we will take them for now. Let's hope that we can get up to the well in both, or rather all of these castles. It would be a real shame if you pick up all of these dwellings, but you don't have the well for the +2 units per dwelling. We have a week to do it, though. It'll be fine. Kingdom tax falls upon us. Paired with Spritely, 1 sprite each. No losses there. And this castle is fully upgraded, folks. This castle here at the very end, paired with Spritely, it had 1 sprite each. And you know what that means? With 1 sprite in each section, that means that the AI, or rather the neutral player, was not going to purchase any of these troops. There's 18 Black Dragons, 36 Hydras, 37 Minotaur Kings, 313 Centaurs. This is a treasure trove, and folks, a 5th level Mage Guild. It's got Armageddon. View Towns. I'm going to cast View Towns immediately. Look at this. So View Towns. Oh my gosh, look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 castles. The enemy purple players had 10 castles. So we really need to step on it. Not to mention these 3 sprite or sorceress castles over here. Oh, there's an awful lot to do. Awful lot to do. We do need to go through this aqua barrier. I don't know where I'll find it. We need to find it soon, though. Okay, Spritely Crater, no losses. Great. And I'm going to go to here. Glorious victory. Let's not lose these forces. Interesting how some of these castles we do lose some forces and some we don't. I got Berserker. What if I just Berserker your 81 unicorns? That can only end in tears. Or it can end with you going down and defeating your own dwarves for me. Let's do that. Uh-oh. Oh, there's no retaliation here. Unless the druids step up to here and attack the phoenixes, I don't think I'm going to lose these genies. Let's wait and see. Nope, they decided not to. Oh, and the unicorns, I thought they would step down and deal with the dwarves. They did not. It's okay for me. Nice double hex attack here. Just do a bless on the phoenixes. Max damage to these 81 unicorns. We kill most of them. With the good morale, we're going to get out of this playthrough pretty quick. Cool. Corner and Goose reminder. Yeah, corner and Goose reminder. 1 genie goes down. Corner. There's still a corner there. I knew it. I knew it. But is it a trap? That's still the question, and I don't know the answer. Ooh. Mobility artifact. Beautiful. And we're going to have Phixxy go back over to Spritely Phalanx. No. Back to Spritely Crater. Reason being is that there is an Artesian Spring right outside. I do want to grab that. I haven't grabbed that yet. And with the full spell points up to 380, I'm feeling much better about my chances. We'll finish up these other castles in just a moment. And then let's go through all the places that we need to purchase troops. I'm going to spend like there's no tomorrow. Bridges in these barbarian castles. Looks like Red Tower in Spritely Bricks. Demon Slayer's going to get up to the nest today. same with Spritely Muse. Oh, and let's just do that same thing for Spritely Grit. So many Griffins. It just costs gold, so I don't see any reason why we ought not to. This is going to be an archery range in Spritely Crater. In Spritely Meadows, it'll be the same. Oh, Spritely Midfall, excuse me. And then we're back to Unicorn Peak. Okay. It's all an investment, folks. It's all investing in the future. And Santipala says, we have a saying, when grain is carried to Badisha, the ship's captain doesn't concern himself with what comforts mice have in regards to sweating the small things. What a good way of looking at it. Yeah, I really like that. Because that's really where we are, you know? We're, the amount of time it would take to go out of our way just to get the 2 resources per day from, say, I don't know, a water wheel or a windmill, it's probably useful. I mean, we all know it's useful, but it's probably not the very best thing for us, and that's okay. I'm gonna put the red dragons here just in case we were gonna get attacked. 26 to 52, the unicorn's not too bad. I want the red dragons to take the hit instead of the phoenixes. I just think that the phoenixes are a little too fragile for me to feel very comfortable about taking losses. Okay, 5 skeletons, not too bad. Nothing in here, that's okay. That's okay. +1 attack here. Oh, I never did pick up this sign. We're gonna pick up the +1 attack, we're gonna grab the Xanadu, and then somebody's gonna go back for the sign in just a moment or two. Glorious victory. Oh, and look at this. Paired with Spritely, there's also another castle that's fully upgraded. This fully upgraded castle has 18 phoenixes, 36 unicorns, 37 greater druids, and so on and so forth. Another 5th level mage guild. This one has Armageddon again. Okay, maybe we're meant to use Armageddon for the rest of forever. That works pretty well for this person with this brooch of shielding. Not too bad. Okay, but on we'll go through the Mercury, through the fire and through the flames. The dwarves, I'm not going to let the dwarves join me. It's just not in my best interest, I don't believe. But an old man claiming to be an inventor asks you to try his latest invention. He then hands you a compass. That's going to be increased movement on land and on sea. Our main heroes are out of movement. Marini is going to pick up whatever she can, including this sign. And then let's go through it all again. 20 crystal and 20 of the ore goes into Cyclops here. Let's go into these towns. Let's just start building some marketplaces, because it looks like with 309 sulfur, trading's gonna be pretty useful. And again. And again. I actually don't know. At what point do your marketplaces max out? How many marketplaces do you need before you're trading at the best possible clip? 1 to 4? Does it get any better? I don't think it gets any better. I think that that's it. I'll do one more marketplace just to see if I can improve upon that, but I don't think you can. Yeah, 1 to 4. So it maxes out somewhere around 10 or something. I do want there to be a little icon here for marketplaces. So you have a little icon that keeps track of how many lighthouses you have. I think it'd be really nifty to have a little icon in your Kingdom Overview tab for the FHeroes2 game that keeps track of how many marketplaces you have. I know that Push Pop is insanely busy with all the many wonderful Push Pop things that Push Pop does. Push Pop being the person that does the art for FHeroes2. But I will, yet again, for the 575th day in a row, make the recommendation that we put this there. It has not been that long, and I definitely don't say it every day, but hopefully that gets done at some point. Maybe you can be the person, to anybody that hears the sound of my voice, maybe you can be the person to go to the FHeroes2 Discord and make that recommendation so that it can get done. That is my goal. That's my hope. Okay. And then Bearded Man says, I think that those Hydras would be better recruited than defeated. Yeah, I think you're completely right. Once you get 10,000 gold a day from your Golden Goose, I think that that's not a problem. Up until that point, I don't know. It's kind of a tall order. That's really kind of a big ask. I think you're definitely right. Do I regret it? Yeah. Yeah, I think that we're going to have a big enough force eventually. And still, I'm going to hope to have lots of dragons and skeletons and stuff, but are Hydras really, were 3,600 Hydras going to be in the final army? If they were, that's a massive force. I think you'd rather have them than the skeletons even, right? You know? So yeah, I think that you're correct about that. But getting them to join you, I think that was a really tall ask. That was a big order to try and fill. Okay, I think that we've made all of our purchases. On to a new day. And then LMAO, how many Armageddons? Oh, these are all Armageddon. Every single one of my mage guilds is Armageddon. Every single one. This one, that one. Yeah, they're all Armageddon. This pyramid, that was Armageddon. Yep, multiple Armageddons, and that's okay. We go to Xanadu. How do I get over here? I don't see this tent. Is it behind something? Haven't seen the aqua barrier yet, folks. It's got to be somewhere. Tundar must have hidden it. Sounds like something Tundar would do. Uh-oh. Is it like in here somewhere? I'm guessing it's in here. We might have to go back and do that pretty soon. Okay. It's somewhere you've been? Yeah, it's somewhere I've been. Oh, there it is. Found it. Oh, so you got to go here. Yeah, so we want to go to Ranlow Place. We're going to do that now. Boop. And we're going to go south. We're going to go to this Xanadu here for the +1/+1/+1/+1. I suppose I could summon a boat there, but what's the point? And as soon as I can get a Magellan's Maps, I think that everything's going to be much clearer than it was before. Cool. And, oh, it was in case Phixxy didn't have it. That's why we had the Armageddon so many times. Well, we got it now, that's for sure. Yeah, Bearded Man, we definitely have it now. I agree with that. Started with it in the pyramid. It was actually in case Auntie was the carry. Oh, then both complete castles have it too. Oh, perfect. So yeah, I like that. I like where that's at. Sente Paulus is asking, maybe FHeroes2 should also make it possible to have more than 8 heroes, at least on XL maps. That would be interesting. How many extra heroes would you recommend that it should have? I think that I would want to know how big the scope of the change would be before I could make a personal determination about how I would feel about that. Because if it's like 10 heroes, yeah, I could see that. But I also think that there's some fun in limiting how many heroes that there can be. Somebody recently, well, we discussed on the FHeroes2 Discord about my failure to dig on the coast and lose a hero because another enemy hero was able to land on there. Sometimes there's things that are tactically part of the game, like you could add a wait function to Heroes Might and Magic 2 like they have in Heroes 3, but I think that it's kind of part of the charm of Heroes to only have 8 heroes. I don't know. I think on an XL map though, I think that I would love to see someone do that modification because I think it would be absolutely worthwhile in that capacity. I really do. So yeah, I would want to know exactly what you had in mind though before I could weigh in on that. Phixfox, you say you have to wait to weigh in on that, and then you weighed in immediately. Did you notice? Yeah, I guess when you put it that way. Okay, Marini's found this sign. I would need to know what this is. Dwarven Elite Spritely Forward Deployment Force. DESFDF. That doesn't spell anything. Long live King Phixxy. All hail King Phixxy. Whew. Whew, you're telling me. You're telling me. It's enough to make a guy blush. This is the time where you really need your king to be very humble, full of humility, because if they're not, I can see this going very south very quickly. That's a that's a Magnus moment for you from Heroes of Might and Magic 4. The Mad King who tried to bend everyone's will to their own. Yeah, probably a bit of a problem if you take it a little too far. All right, we need to start trading for ore. Yeah, I need to start trading for ore just a little bit. Go back to this here. We should get a great return. Oh my gosh, look at this. Just do 60. 60 units of ore. It's going to help us get the Stonehenge everywhere we need it. Archer range here. And by the way, one of the most recent changes with the FHeroes2 patch was they increased the cycling and they made... Oh, look, I missed one. They've increased how quickly the game makes changes and stuff. It's noticeable. In these moments, I'm able to click through much faster. That increases my enjoyment with the game. So I'm very happy that they are taking the time to look out for me, the little guy. and make sure that I'm able to enjoy the game at a speed that just makes my heart happy. So very good stuff, very good stuff. Okay, time to go ruin some Titans' day. It's a horde of giants. Hold on. I'm gonna leave room just in case these guys want to join me. They might. It's not likely, but they might. And then Fixer is gonna stay right here and paired with Spritely, just so that way we can be ready to go as soon as we can get through these aqua barriers and just get started on moving through. All right, purchases starting from here. Nothing here. Green tower. Oh, it's gonna cost so much ore. There's one green tower. There's two green towers. Jeez, we need 30 more units. Save a lot of the sulfur. I think we can get rid of gems though. Yeah, get rid of gems down to about here. Trade wood over right about there. Green tower. I'm gonna wait to trade sulfur until I know for sure that I'm in the clear. There's another one. Is that it? I think we got some more Sprite stuff to go on. Oh yeah, and this is the problem. I traded away so many gems right now. Very inefficient trades. I was thinking to myself, like, what am I gonna need gems for? Well, we found it. This is what we need gems for. My bad. Again, though, we are picking up some amount every single day, so it will be okay. Stonehenge, we need something there. We are currently getting 7 wood, 10 ore, 6 mercury, 6 sulfur, 1 crystal, and 3 gems per day, so we are actually making pretty good headway in that regard as well. Bearded Man says, what would a wait function entail? I haven't played Heroes 3 yet. A wait function is for in battle, and it would allow you to let a 6-speed creature or a 7-speed creature go last. So a 7-speed creature, you have your turn order set in your turn order bar. Let me just describe it this way. Basically what would happen is that from first to last, everybody here could wait, and if everybody, me, here, 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 and here, and here waited, then basically it would go do in turn order, and then it would go do in turn order. And what that would mean is that if you didn't want to just skip your turn with the Phoenixes, they could still get a turn in the first round of combat. They would just go at the very end, because if you went first, then you also get the opportunity to go very last. Sometimes it's worthwhile to wait to go last. There's some drawbacks where you can be attacked before you're able to get your damage off, and then you lose your turn. You could fall prey to spells and such like that, but it provides extra tactical flexibility. It's absolutely an aspect of Heroes 3 that I don't believe belongs in Heroes 2, because I believe that the game was not balanced around such a thing. In fact, I'm kind of looking forward to trying out the Heroes of Might and Magic Secession Wars mod, because it does have that wait function, and I do want to see how the game plays differently with that in there. I think that's going to be critically interesting and important, and I don't know what we're going to find, but I'm excited to find out. Oh look, you set yourself up for a really nice double hex attack. I think that was an error. I think you should not have done that, but you did. I will take your aqua tent now. And the wood, because I'm just here, ready to go. Hold on. I didn't want to get in the boat. That cost me a full extra day. Yeah, that cost me a full extra day to get into the boat. Whoops, my bad. Well, no use crying over spilt milk. I hope that makes sense though, Bearded Man. Yeah. Wait, you've never played Heroes 3? Like never? I'm more amazed than anything. Most people that have played any Heroes games, like they've at least tried Heroes 3. Huh. Something of an interesting point there. So good for that. Okay. I'm gonna land this boat over here. Who knows? Maybe it'll be useful. Poi says, I think Heroes limit is related to the average supply line length, which is not directly dependent on the map size. I like that. I like that. Yeah, because if you're doing hero chaining, if you have 10 heroes, you can your area of influence is massive, right? The way I conceptualize it is when you're playing a sport, the defender has only so much range that they can cover. A goalie in football, for example, or soccer, they only have so much of the goal that they can cover with their body at any one point. And if you have longer arms and longer legs, then you can cover more ground and you can better defend and you can better attack, right? And so here, if you have multiple heroes, you're able to extend artificially that range that a hero, and more importantly, these troops will have, right? We've seen multiple times that you can get a full weeks of resupply from a town up to the main hero in one day if you have enough heroes to do it. Is that the way it should be done? Some people don't like that, and that's why they made the changes that they did in Heroes 4, where the movement of a hero was tied to the movement of the units in the army and not simply the hero. We've got this far. Phixxy, Luna, Sir Sandro, Fix and the Exiled. Well, we got 3 of those. Still missing Sandro. If you can defeat the Demon King, you will triumph. Go together, die together, win together. Okay. Let me go find that golden goose, and then I'll figure out what I want to do from there. I'm hoping it's over here in this corner. Oh, look, another Battlegarb. You're kidding me. And a Ring of Power. That's not as good. That's better than nothing. Gargoyles want to join. I'm not going to let them. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're just not that cool. I kind of want Marina to have this artifact, though. We're going to have her sit right there, so I have a third hero that can transport myself from the back to the front. We landed here. I'm going to summon a boat. How much gold we got? 11k. I'm going to get a little bit closer to these dragons and these titans. I'm going to see with the vision spell if they're going to let me join. Oh, you know what I haven't done? I didn't make my purchases that week. Whoops. Hold on. Let's see. At least we got up to dragons in each of these. Oh, but we didn't pick up the well. Oh, what'd I tell you? What an error. For 500 gold. Cost us multiple creatures. Okay, well, as late as we are into the game, it's a mistake that we will have to stomach, but that's okay. It's okay. Yeah, there should be 5 dragons there, or 4 dragons, instead of just 2. Whoops, my bad. Let's see, we're good there. Red Tower, we'll do the red towers over the other stuff. When we run out of ore, then we'll switch to getting wells. Where I got a well there. Need a fence meadow here. Beautiful music. Okay. Here. And here. We should be close enough for our vision spell. 235 titans. 60 black dragons. The dwarves will join us, though. That's nice. Remember, though, this isn't our full fighting force. This is less. Yes, this is less than our full fighting force. Okay, we wanted Fixer to pick this up. Out of pity for a poor peasant, you purchase a chest of old junk they are hawking for too much gold. Later, as you search through it, you find it contains the 3 pieces of the legendary Battlegarb of Anduran. That poor peasant. That's like every single episode of Storage Wars you ever see. There's always at least one storage chest that they find. What? There's always at least one storage chest that they find that's full of something valuable. Look at the way that this is clipping through. That's not to be expected. It's fine, but... Oh, what was it? Oh, it was a sea chest. Oh, it was a sea chest that didn't have anything in it. Interesting. Huh. But yeah, if you're not familiar with the premise of that show... Americans have too much stuff, and so they try to find a place to keep all their stuff, and the stuff, oftentimes, if you can't pay to house your stuff, they just auction it off so that the person who owns the building can recoup the money, right? And so, yeah, people will auction off those opportunities, and if you're not careful, you will lose your stuff. Sometimes people buy a storage locker for $100 and it's got a wealth of collectibles and fun stuff, and sometimes they buy a storage unit and it's absolutely garbage. Of course, I don't think that it's actually done sight unseen. The premise of the show is that it's a complete gamble and nobody knows what's in the storage unit. I think that that's hogwash. I think that there's absolutely somebody that's looked through those, but what do I know about this? Why do I need to be so jaded about what a TV producer will or won't do? A retired captain living on this refurbished fishing platform offers to sell you maps of the sea that he made in his younger days for 1,000 gold. Do you wish to buy the maps? That's maybe the best use of 1,000 gold I've ever seen. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh my gosh. Can you have an event bubble at sea? Where's my golden goose? Tundar? Where's my golden goose? Does the shipwreck survivor have it? Is it right here? And like you summon a boat right there? Where's my golden goose? I want it, but I don't know where it's at. I don't know if you can put event bubbles at sea. I think you can, but if I summon a boat on the event bubble, like, does that make it go away? I don't know. We will continue on though. Ice cloak from the shipwreck survivor, not too bad. I don't see any enemies in the water as far as I'm aware. Looks like I have to go all the way around here to escape, or to go on to the next area. All the way up here. Don't get too close to the coastline or else you will get nabbed. The bad guys will find you and they will tell you that you're trespassing. You and I know it's not true, but they'll tell you that anyway. Okay, wells are all purchased there. One red tower's got a well. We're gonna wait on statues for a little bit longer. We need 15 more units of resources. So we pick up another red tower. This one does have its well already. Stonehenge. Not all these castles are upgraded equally, and that's okay. But you see, okay, so we know that the ultimate artifact is right between those two castles. We can't pick that up safely because you know that if we do pick it up right here, they're going to just teleport right back to this castle and you're not going to have time to dig for it. They will kill you. So we don't have time to do much of that, which I feel kind of bad about. We've already read this. I don't need to read it again. Xanadu, we don't need to read that again. Unfortunately, it looks like I have to pick up the genies if I'm to travel by road through these forces. That's okay. I guess I shouldn't feel too bad about picking up genies. Oh no, Tundar. I have to go around the long way? I will. Trees of knowledge. I do want to get boats to the other side though. If for no other reason it provides me flexibility, I might not have another castle that I can teleport up to. It might be right here. This is just the place that you can put into the water. I'm guessing that that's the case. Sante Paula says you can skip a move during battle and do it at the end of the turn. That's true. That's true. And the Bearded Man, thanks for why the skip function might be interesting. But yeah, it does ruin a lot of strategies. It's just not balanced for Heroes 2 is all. But that's why I say I might want to be interested in seeing it in the Secession Wars mod. Because it, I don't know. I don't know. It might be interesting. It might break the game entirely. But who am I to say whether or not something breaks something or not? Tough to say. Bearded Man says, my father has a copy of Heroes 3 in an optical disc, but I can't seem to set it up. I love that. I love that. That's really cool. Yeah. Yeah, I really enjoy the old games and the jewel cases and the manuals. Oh, I love the old manuals. Those were so cool back in the day. As a young person, that was like the coolest thing, is just to... I fancied myself able to become an expert. Whoa, meta moment here, kind of a deal. As a young person, I would read the manuals because I wanted to be recognized as an expert in some of these games that were my very favorite. And then when I got to my teenage years, I realized, well, what's the point? Like, nobody knows and nobody cares. Like, you can be so good at this game, but it's not like people are going to see you play this game. And now here I am in my 30s, and that desire I had to be really good at games so that people could, like, enjoy the games with me and see the intricacies and the strategies and the fun things I learned from the manual. Like, I kind of get to do that now. Huh. That's a little weird. A little weird how life works out. Who knows what technology is going to happen in the future where you're going to make some other changes like that. Very interesting. Oh my gosh. I didn't realize I sailed. I didn't realize what I've done, but I did it. Okay, well, I could have put in the water over here, my bad. Sante Paulus does also mention, by the way, that there is an option to skip. So the defensive option in Heroes 3, it doesn't just skip your turn, it also gives you +3 defense. If you wait and you do nothing, you basically get the opportunity to skip like that. Well, that's unfortunate. I've got a full load, but as soon as I pick this up, it will turn into the Battlegarb of Anduran. Thankfully, I've got a hero not too far away, so we can do this little trade. This tiny little trade. Let's do it like this. Boop, and boop. Boop, 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 boop. Give me that. Give me that. Give me that. So now instead of 1 Battlegarb, we have 2 Battlegarbs. I don't think I need the crystal ball anymore. If I really have an issue, I will cast some other spell. And we're gonna do it like this. We're gonna combine the dragons. Hopefully we can get these red dragons upgraded later. Yeah, hopefully. We're gonna set into the water. Fixer is going to figure out where to go from here. Oh my goodness, I don't really know where to go. +1, +1, +1. That's worth my time. And Sante Paul says you can make another one too from that Anduran trio, LOL. Yeah. So, in case you haven't noticed, we've got 1 Battlegarb of Anduran, we have 2 Battlegarbs of Anduran, and we have 3 and 4. We got 4 Battlegarbs of Anduran. That's a lot of attack and that's a lot of defense. 42, 52, 37, and these artifacts are exceptionally good when it comes down to providing just the raw stats. That's 10 attack and 10 defense right here. Not to mention the 6 and 6 there, not to mention the ultimate crown. If we pick up the Sphere of Negation from Max the Goblin, then the spell power won't matter, but then we're not going to have to fall prey to those terrible, terrible spells later. So, you know, pluses and minuses. Let me just make sure I've got a red tower everywhere and a well. It's actually kind of tough. I'm trying to look at both at the same time. I'm trying to be like a gecko. I'm using my eyes to look in 2 different directions at the same time. One here on the red tower and one here on the well. Doesn't work so well. I am not a gecko. Have you noticed? Have you noticed? Imagine the shock and surprise at the gecko and lizard community. They're like, this fraud! We thought he was something that he's not. He lied to us. No, I did not. I said what I said. Okay, time for the vision spell. Rangers are gonna run, liches are gonna run, giants are in the mood for a fight. We don't have room for these creatures though. After we pick up this jail, we might have some room. The phoenixes I'm hoping will join us, and then we'll figure it out from there. +1s. And actually I can just go back to base camp. Or Phixxy Savior. Yeah, we'll just go back to Phixxy Savior. All right, let's take a quick look at this. This is kind of interesting. We got 39. Here's just the 6th level creatures, folks. I'm not going to read all the creatures. We got 39 phoenixes, 55 giants. I got to do it like that commercial. 39 phoenixes, 55 giants, 47 crusaders, 42 bone dragon, 19 phoenixes, 12 cyclops, and then we got 5 sets of dragons coming up, and then 5 sets of other phoenixes coming up. Holy cow. We've got a lot of forces. I don't think that we're going to end up taking any 5th level creatures. We might. 5th level creatures, we'll have to wait and find out. I'm not sure which ones are the best, but it's probably going to be something that we had here, maybe unicorns. We do have a group of unicorns. Remember, we paid for 56 of them forever ago. If we can find them. Oh no, they died because I was silly, and I let Marini just lose 56 unicorns because I was being silly. Huh. But it's worth noting that we've got the forces if they're out there. So, oh, and Tundar asked the question if I can collect the 3 on 2 slots. So yeah, I needed to back out a little bit there. Yeah, those programs are absolutely never authentic. It's all carefully directed. Yep. Yeah. Talking about any kind of reality TV show. Yeah. There was a time where I wanted to be on the show Survivor, and I even submitted a video once or twice. And ultimately, I'm glad I didn't go on there because, so I had an uncle that was on a reality TV show, Biggest Loser, and he said that there was one guy who was the nicest guy in the world, just like the nicest guy, but they needed a villain. And so the producers, they set up situations and they made it so in the post-editing and the cutting floor, they made him look like he was just the worst guy ever. And he just wasn't, you know? So that's pretty unfortunate when, to make good TV, you have to lie to the audience. And that's ultimately what they did. And that made my uncle feel really bad. And so, yeah, I might have wanted to do that at some point, but not anymore. 82 Phoenixes are going to join us for so much gold. We're going to let them. Oof. 123,000 gold for 82 Phoenixes. You better believe it. We're up to 136 Phoenixes. The diplomacy is coming in clutch. All right, let's go get this gentleman here. Eventually, we're going to set into the water here. Is there anywhere else to set into the water to, though? How do you get to here? How do you get to this side of the map? I don't see it. Unless you land here and then you set sail there, I just don't see it. We'll have to wait to find out. Tundar says the corner is an event at sea and the start location has a goose at sea. Okay, so here or here. Okay. So, does Luna have the spell? No, she does not. It's got to be Marini. Marini needs to land. First thing in the morning, she's going to go to Washington and set sail and go into one of these areas. We're going to find that golden goose. We're going to find it. And we're going to love it. But first things first, we do need to step on this prison and finally free Sandro. Now, this was probably a long time coming, but Sir Sandro the Necromancer, wow, that would have been nice to have 2,000 extra gold a day forever ago. My goodness. Good hero. He's got View Heroes, Resurrect True, Mass Bless. Holy shout. Good hero. I just haven't taken the time to build him up, and he's probably not going to be that hero anymore. He's not going to realize his full potential because I didn't take the time to do that for him. And now I'm sad. Huh. I am going to have him take some artifacts here, though. I think I'm going to get rid of the Staff of Wizardry and the Lightning Rod. I think we are going to end up using the Sphere of Negation just to make sure that fights go the way I want them to. Because you can't Berserker Dragons and you can't Berserker Titans. You could Berserker Phoenixes. Is that going to be the best thing for me? Probably not. Maybe. We will wait and see, though. Okay, Sandro's back. So Phixxy's got room to pick up some other stuff. This artifact is a no-brainer. Upon cresting a small hill, you come upon a ridiculous-looking sight. A sprite! Attempting to carry a scepter that's almost as big as it is. Trying not to laugh, you ask, need help? The sprite glares at you and answers, you think that this is funny? Fine, you can carry it. I much prefer flying. Anyway, that's going to be +2 to all of our stats here with this legendary scepter. A great artifact, if I do say so myself. And then going for a goose hunt. Gonna find the goose in the water. Where do you find the goose? The goose is in the water. Hey. Doesn't that just make sense, though? Of course the golden goose would be in the water. That's where geese belong. So, I felt bad. The other day, so in one of my playthroughs, I mentioned, it was the Heroes playthrough. I mentioned that I was like, oh, you're such a silly goose, Gertrude. Gertrude, that's not even a people name. That's the name of a goose, Gertrude. And somebody commented, they're like, my grandma was named Gertrude. I'm like, I'm sorry. I mean, no offense. So anyway, I don't think that they thought I meant offense, but it's very funny when certain names take on those connotations that you just can't name your kids those things anymore. Kermit. People used to be able to name their kids Kermit, you know, like Kermit the Frog. Can't name a kid Kermit anymore because now they're just going to think of Kermit the Frog. That's not acceptable in today's polite society. We don't name people Kermit anymore. Can't name somebody Bugs, like Bugs Bunny. Maybe you can. I don't know. Will the Giants join me if I... No, they're not going to join. Somebody was going to join me. Hold on. Who just said they were going to join me? Rangers would join. Bone Dragons. Centaurs. Oh, I don't care about Centaurs. I don't really care about the Rangers either. I don't know what the best way of doing this is. I think I'm going to wait until I get the Golden Goose. I'm going to have a couple of places I can set in the water. I can set in here or here. This is, one of these is probably the best one to do. So that's what we're gonna do. So I'm just gonna hit end or skip a couple of times. Skip, and no skip. And skip. Arctic Melody says, wow, a lot of progress from when I was only here for 20 minutes into the stream. Yeah, so eventually we did hit a Magellan's Maps, and that helped us. But yeah, we crawled all the way from this bottom corner all the way up and through. And oh boy, has it been good. Through this lane, and then all the way around the edge of the map here. And then all the way down here. And then boom. Yeah, Arctic Melody. Once we hit this and we were able to get phoenixes in each of these cities and dragons in each of these cities, I think that we're eventually going to be able to catch up. Maybe not. But our stats have caught up anyway. So I like where we're at. It is going to take us still some time to win this scenario, that's for sure. But I'm hoping I can get out of here in the next hour maybe. Oh, thank goodness that there's a magic well because we're out of spell points. Oh, you see the Grand Elves and wonder what it's going to take for them to join you? You've not enjoyed this adventure so far. You imagine war is the only joy to look forward to. Huh. Imagine finding that thought bubble years after you were meant to find it. That's pretty much what happened there. Okay, full spell points. And then into the water we go. Which way? Looks like this way. Ah, looks like it's not here. And turn. And then Sante Paulus, not a gecko? My disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. I'm so sorry. Yep, not a gecko. I apologize for lying to you, but I'm not a gecko. Okay, folks, we summoned a boat here. We didn't find anything. It's got to be right here. There's a little treasure chest here. I hope if I summon one more boat. There's no ocean adjacent to the hero where the spell will work. Maybe if I step right there. At this point, I just want my 10,000 gold. I was... Shoot. Shucks. Darn. Ow. Porque why? Who dat? Why are you like this? New month. Astrologers proclaim this to be the month of the plague. There was once 48 phoenixes here. Warrior, sir? Oh no. Oh no. Let's be clear though, this was my fault, right? Like, this was just my fault. The worst. Yeah, it was my fault though. I knew better and I did it anyway. I feel so embarrassed. Feel so embarrassed, but this is what you get when you don't take your time to do things correctly. And the correct thing to do was to spend your gold. I've been waiting to try and get these creatures to join me. Just take the creatures you already have, why don't you? That just makes sense, right? Oh, there was like 60 giants here. Now the giants, that's not too big of a loss because, well, okay, you're not gonna get those giants. What, were you gonna upgrade them into titans at some point? Probably not. Yeah, probably not. Not in big enough numbers, but still. Sante Polish, your plague reactions never get old. Sometimes, okay, we all agree though that some plagues are worse than others, right? This might be the most costly plague I've ever had. Yeah, this might be the most costly plague I've ever had. Like, you think about some of these forces I haven't purchased since month 1 of the game. I think I set out from Unicorn Peak at month 2. Yeah, like ooh, that's a lot of forces that died to the common cold. Hashtag COVID jokes aren't funny. I don't care. I think you have to be able to joke. I think enough time has passed for COVID, right? Right? Too soon? Too soon. Anyway. Oh boy. Alrighty, well, this is okay. We're gonna get there. I had to go through the centaurs to get this. I'm gonna hope... I can't summon the boat here either? There's no ocean adjacent to the hero where the spell will work. Tundar. Tundar. Help. Math Obsessed says, speaking of polite society, Phixfox, I was permabanned from one stream where a streamer was chatting and rating his moderators. It was a turn to rate a moderator with a name containing the word girl in it. I went, of course, she is S tier, she's a girl. Was that a dumb or offensive comment on my part? It's still a mystery to you. I meant it as a half joke, half compliment. Yeah, so I recognize very strongly that about 97% of my community here is male, but I try not to specifically cater just to the men, right? Christina Diamonds comes to mind. There's another person here that doesn't want to be known that they're a female, but I know, and I don't know if they know I know, but I know. But I just don't make a big deal about it, because some women, they just prefer that anonymity. They don't want to be treated differently. Is that comment like overly sexist and deserves a ban? I don't think so, right? I wouldn't ban you for that. But I understand somehow in 2025 we've gotten very I don't want to say sensitive either, because that almost paints it as if it's like a negative thing. There's a lot of concern people have. Yeah, people have concerns, you know, and they I don't know. I don't want people to feel bad, right? If I mean to offend you, like, I'm going to offend you, right? That's just how I work. But I don't mean to offend people. I don't want people to be offended. But then there's some things I'm like, yeah, I can't tell you not to be offended by something, but lighten up. Not that big of a deal. Not that big of a deal. So maybe I'm making a comment there. I don't know. I don't take offense unless offense is meant. To this point, I haven't yet had somebody who said something that I thought to myself, all right, get a load of this guy. And I decided to give it to him both barrels. That hasn't happened yet. Maybe it's right here. How do I get to there? It's got to be right here. Summon a boat over here. I have no idea where this thing is. If Sandro goes into the water, can he path over to here? No. Because you gotta land... You gotta land here and then fight through the land bridge. I don't know. This is crazy. I'm struggling here. Okay, anyway. Tundar says, what the frig, it worked before. I did it. Did I ruin it with a chest? I don't know. I think it's fine. No worries. I must have changed something. I'm so sorry. Corner definitely works though. Oh, I forgot about the corner. Yeah, let's go get the corner. Let's see. Knights of the Realm. Let's go do that. No, it's okay. It's okay. Because I'm glad that we found something that you can maybe look to make the map even better than it already is. I think that this is a great map before. If that's my biggest complaint, Tundar, I think we're doing great. So no worries. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it at all. And then, oh, it's where you can't summon, so probably like right here or right there. Yeah, so right there. Okay, gotcha. No worries. Don't worry about it. I hope that in future playthroughs, people get to enjoy this, and now they know that there's something special in the water. That doesn't hurt my feelings at all. Math Obsessed says, well, thanks. Seems like I'm too old to understand that, but we'll be more careful in the future. Nah, man. I don't think that you did anything ban-worthy. That's just my opinion of it. I don't know. I don't get it. My dear sweet Luna, I have battled waves, traveled far, but I could not get away from the Demon King. I love you, Luna, with all of my rotting heart. That is so sweet. That is very, very sweet. You know what's also sweet? Whatever trap has been set in this corner. Let's find it. So you're one of the... So you're one of them, who sails to the corners of every game. I mean, really? Well, since it's so late into the game, have a treat on me. Enjoy. Thank you so much, Tundar. That is a lovely treat, and my day is better because of it. Yep, I am that person that likes to wander into corners. How did I lose 2 dragons? How did I lose 2 dragons? How did I flame breath myself and hurt myself? All you gotta do is do this. And then skip? Alright, whatever. Okay. And then Sante Polish, yeah, if someone bans you for something like that, maybe they weren't worth your time in the first place. That's kind of how I feel about it. That's a good way of looking at it. Like, I will tell you, I'm the last person to get politics. don't get politics. I don't do politics, and it's just, I'm not geared for that. I rarely ever have problems with people. I just tend to get along with everybody, is kind of how I work. But some people, they kind of thrive in that negative space where they're always fighting some injustice, or they are just Debbie Downers about something. Some people aren't happy until they can complain about something. And I don't hate them for it. I recognize that they just enjoy the conflict at some level, and best of luck to them. But I think that I have a right to not have to deal with their level of concern. Like, I don't have to put myself around them. And there are people that I say, hey, I love you. You're awesome. You're great. I'll talk to you when I see you. We'll hang out. We'll have a good time. But I'm not going to go out of my way to spend time with you just because I don't feel like it's necessary for me. I don't think it'll help me. I don't think I'm a bad person for doing that either. Yeah, I don't think I'm a bad person for doing that. We need to upgrade these towers. That's gonna be, hold on, let me start at the top. Let's see, 1 red tower, 2 red towers. On to the next. I don't know though, like, I think about it in this way though as well. I asked the young people that I work with if they have a duty or if they owe anything to society or to the people around them. And they had some really in-depth and really thoughtful answers. One of the things is that, of course, some of them said, no, I don't owe society anything and society doesn't owe me anything. And then one person said something along the lines, at 16 years old, they're saying, I think I do because I am the product of all these many wonderful people that I've gotten to be around in my life. And because of these people, I think I'm better off because of it. Should I not too then pay it forward and be a good, upstanding member of society for the sake of those that come after me? And I just thought that that was a high level of reasoning from, again, a young person who, in fact, they're in trouble with the law because they've had some issues and they need some support, they need some intervention. I just thought that that was really impressive for somebody to reason out that level of social contract of, hey, I want to be good, not because it serves me well all the time, but because it serves everyone else all the time. And recognizing that, yeah, they're better off because of other people taking an interest in them. And so, should I still spend time around those people that are negative because maybe I have an opportunity to improve their day? Do I owe them anything? Should I spend time with them even if it's not my favorite thing? You got to set healthy and appropriate boundaries. You can't dig people out of all their problems ever. And ultimately, they do have to learn to stand on their own 2 feet, but still. Oh my gosh, look, there's another way over here, and I missed it. We're gonna go grab that real quick. Burlock or Weddington. Look at this. Huh, I completely missed that. Tundar, that was really cool. That was really clever. I liked that. And let's see. Math Obsessed says, yeah, that was never a political topic for me. Yeah. Yeah. But impressive young person. I agree. It really is amazing. I don't know. I don't know why young people surprise me. I suppose that they shouldn't. I know that they're smart. I know that they're capable. I think that kids these days are better prepared for the world than I was at their age. But still, how do I support them so they can live their best life? Because, tell you what, I think that there was always a couple of opportunities where if 1 or 2 bounces of the ball or dice rolls hadn't gone quite my way, my life would have been very different. And so again, I'm grateful for the people that have supported me all the many steps in my way. Beardman says, that reasoning isn't just impressive, it's a beautiful way to see the world. Are you okay if I tell them that you said that? I feel bad because I'm not telling you. Okay, good. I'm not telling you their name, right? I do believe in client confidentiality. You're never going to find this person. You never know this person, but all the same, just as out of respect for you, are you okay if I tell them that I mentioned their story and their reasoning to someone else and that other people agreed that they thought it was very impressive? You're okay with me telling them that? Let me know. Gargoyles want to join? The answer is no. Actually, 6-speed gargoyles? It's a little too late, but that's actually kind of an interesting opportunity. If we didn't have skeletons, I think that we would take them into our army. But we do have skeletons, and that does take up one of our slots. Huh. Okay. Not going to pick up this artifact. Reason being is because we're not going to use spells. There's no sense for having any amount of knowledge. Knowledge isn't going to help us here. We're going to get the Sphere of Negation from Max, and that's going to prevent all spell casting, so knowledge and spell power just won't matter. Day 3. I'm going to go back to here, to base camp, and we're going to do our best to get these troops to join us. Whether they join us or not, that's up to them, but I really hope that we can get at least some of these creatures to join us. A swarm of titans. What was there? A treehouse? Look at this. Look at all these tree houses I missed. Makes me happy. Math Obsessed says, I hope if you let them know that it may reinforce their belief. I hope so too. I hope so too. 401 titans. 101 black dragons. Gargoyles will join us. 404 titans. Oh my goodness. I don't need to fight these forces. I really don't. I do not. If they're not going to join me, we got 490,000 gold and you're not going to join me? You're not even going to think about it? Come on, you want to, right? Like you want to join me. You're just choosing not to. We're to the point where we are reaching critical mass. I think that the longer we wait, the worse off we're going to be. Bone dragons, yeah, nobody wants to join me. But yeah, I think we're reaching critical mass. So even with 28,000 gold a day, are we ever going to catch up to any of these creatures joining us? How many was it? 101. 101 black dragons. 4,000 gold. 101 times 4,000. I think we've already got that though. 404,000 gold. Yeah, we've already got that. And if they're not going to join us now, they're never going to join us. I'm going to wait one more week and just see if that changes anything because it's just 2 days away. But yeah, no, we've already caught up to that number. So if they're not going to join us here, we're going to carry on our way and we're going to start to use our Battlegarb of Anduran and we're going to make some magical stuff happen, folks. Okay, last chance for romance. Bone dragons don't want any part of me. Dragons don't want any part of me. So be it. I will leave you be. All right. Bearded Man says, I mean, even if you tell them my name, Bearded Man is very incognito no matter what. Okay, cool. I appreciate that. Boreaster says, so thank you. I will let them know just generally that someone online agreed. Boreaster says, I think it's a good way that young people surprise you. That means that they have their own ways of thinking, their own ways of dealing and shaping the world, not blindly following old ways. And that is how society makes progress to be better. I love that. That's beautiful right there. And I hope that I can express that to them so eloquently because, yeah, young people are important. And they're just good. Yeah, they're just really good. They're just really good. So, all right. Auntie Phixxy's out of the castle. You're out of the castle. One step. Not in the castle, not in the castle. I'm just checking to make sure that there's nobody in a castle. So as I do my town portal back and forth, I can make sure that I'm where I need to be, doing what I need to be doing. We're going to pick up phoenixes. For now, should I pick up unicorns? Let me take a quick peek here. 34 giants, is that better than 40, 60? I think unicorns, I'm actually going to pick up unicorns for this upcoming fight. I think unicorns are going to be pretty good. So we're going to pick up phoenixes and unicorns wherever we can. Oop, skeletons, black dragons, and we're going to see about some of these other forces later. Soulsy, I know we got vampire lords here. 61 of them. If it was 120 before the month of the plague, I would probably take them. They're just not that good anymore. Peacetown. Giants. I'm not going to take the giants because I got the skeletons instead. Peacetown and Knights of the Realm, though. There might be... No, that month of the plague just kind of killed that dream, didn't it? Sprites are not that good anymore, I don't think. All the Crusaders went down in a previous engagement. I could have 94 champions. I don't think that that's the play. Necromancers. Yeah, I just don't think that the Necromancers are it. So we do have a bunch of Cyclops available, I think, from the 2 Weddington and Burlock Necromancer castles. 17. For now, I'll take those. Urlock. I do need to remember to go back and get that Sphere of Negation. I walked right by it. I didn't even think about it. Spritely bricks. The Phoenix count is climbing. Have you noticed? Demon Slayer. Should be a couple dragons in here. Nair black dragons. Yes, perfect. I will walk the rest of the way here until I go up to the Phoenixes. Beerman says, yes, Boreas, I agree. It is often said that society is always the way humanity is always this way. Humanity is always that way. Ignoring that we will always improve upon our ancestors no matter what. Yeah. Yeah. Being able to improve upon what's come before us, I mean, Shoulders of Giants, I believe, you'd have to ask him, but I believe that my dad, his whole goal for his children was for them to live a better life than he did. And I know that that's true for me. I want my kids to live a better life than I have, right? And it's really going to come down to a lot of their choices, but they've got so much capacity for choice. And it makes me very happy that they do. Because I could see a time and a place where you just don't have options available to you. And even though you'll hear me complaining about things like, oh, I don't have the ability to purchase a house, I'm still renting at this point in my life. I'm in my 30s, and just the housing market where I live, I can't afford a house. That's okay. I'm raising good babies, you know? Like, I'm raising good kids, and I think that that's worthwhile. I hope that my kids are able to have a house in their 20s. You know, I hope something happens to where they're gonna be fine, and they're just gonna be even better off than I am. That's not gonna hurt my feelings. That's gonna make me happy. For them, for me, for us. And when society, the way and the direction that it moves, if we just kind of stay stuck and we just hope that, oh, I've made it and nothing else needs to change, the world's perfect just the way it was when I grew up. Yeah, sure, the 90s were great, but you know what? Maybe the 2020s, maybe that's actually even better. Who knows? We're back. No worries, just a slight drop in the internet. Yep. Hi, Tundar. Yeah, it just drops after 6 hours. So I've been on the internet for 6 hours. I just needed to re-up that. Although, hold on, what time does this library close? That's actually a really good question. Hey, I really don't know what time this place closes. Oh, sweet. It looks like I got plenty of time. I was worried that I would have to like really hurry, but no, we're in a good spot. So if I lost you, I do apologize. Thank you for sticking with me. Yeah, if we do lose stream for any amount of time, usually it pops right back up as soon as I can just get back. So yeah, welcome back. Welcome back. I'm glad you're back. Glad I didn't lose you. Folks, I don't know if this is a big enough army. 125 of the Bone Dragons, 250 of the Skeletons, 34 of the Cyclops, 262 of the Phoenixes, 181 of the Unicorns. I don't know if this is a big enough army, but I'm gonna hope that it's big enough. We're gonna go back to Luna Landing just for one moment, and it's time for us to set off. If this is actually where the stream cut off, this is the perfect time because, oh boy, we have gathered our army, you've missed the boring part, and now we're about to go out and wreck whoever comes in our direction. We're going to go back to paired with Spritely. We're going to come on down here. We are going to summon a boat, and we are going to set sail. Where to? I think that this island over here, right about there, if we can get a foothold, we're going to be feeling really good. Is this going to be the Titanic struggle that we've been looking for? Are we going to have to defeat this enemy? Are we going to have enough room for one additional artifact? That artifact being the ultimate artifact that we know where it's at. Look at this Demon King. A swarm, a throng, legions, swarms. If I go to my identify hero, he's going to be 51 attack, 68 defense. Who cares about spell power? Who cares about knowledge? We have the Sphere of Negation. We've got 125 Black Dragons and 260 Phoenixes. You've got 280 Titans and 194 Black Dragons. I don't think we win this fight. Holy cow. I don't think we do. I don't think we win the fight. That's too much. We're going to land up here, and we're going to see if we can save the hero in the jail. If they get the hero in the jail before us, I think we just suffer and lose. This is the first time we've seen them go in this direction. It might be too late. They might be on that way. They might be going too far. I might be in the wrong spot. I might be out of position. The Demon King is doing things I've never seen this Demon King do before. And I am terrified. Definitely terrified. Math Obsessed says, yeah, looks grim, especially with only 34 Cyclops. Yeah, but who else do I got? I guess I got 34 Giants. I might be able to take a castle and then do a resupply. Oh, I got Bone Dragons. I got 31 Bone Dragons somewhere. I can do 31 Bone Dragons. That'll lower their morale a little bit. Not enough. Not enough. Yeah, I don't think that there's enough forces just in and amongst these towns. So my hope is that this jail has a really awesome hero. That's my hope. If I land, I'm sunk. Maybe I can get them... Hold on, maybe I can get a second hero into the water. And this second hero, they can land and they can actually draw aggression. It's gonna be Marini tomorrow. Let's see what Demon King does. They just go back to their starting place. Okay, full spell points, summon a boat. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna land right here. So that way you can reach us if you try. And then once you reach us, yeah, once you reach us, we're gonna be in a good spot. I think that this is impassable terrain right there with the shrub. Goes south, that's good. Yeah, but they're staying right there. They're staying right on me. Month of the Gargoyle, that's actually kind of interesting. Don't know how much that changes my hopes and dreams. 3 days, yeah, it's gonna be 3 days either way. Boyster says to Bearded Man that there's a saying that the student has always suppressed the master. I always add that role of master is to be surpassed. Oh, surpassed, my bad. Because future generations see how past decisions shaped the world, they have a luxury to decide, what can be beneficial. Yes, we have to be open about our success and about also our mistakes to others to learn and improve on those stories. What a great way of looking at that. I've never heard that said in that way. I've heard the future belongs to the young people, and things like that. And these things are true, right? But when you put it that way, you're saying, yeah, they have the most information possible to make the best decisions. The only time that that's not true is that when we, in some way, shape or form, erase history, right? Like if we erase history or we make it so people don't get the chance to understand what happened before them, that's when we run into major issues, right? So excellent. Yeah, the youngest people have the most information up to that date to figure out how things should be. I'm at a bit of a standstill here. There's only one place I can land. I can land right here because this isn't going to do it for me. You can land, but then you can't go anywhere. I don't know if you can reach me from here. All right, I have to get them away from me, one way or the other. You can't go this way, you gotta go around the long way. Maybe if I'm really, really fast with my logistics and my pathfinding, maybe I'll be faster than you. I will land, because they're not going for Marini. Oh, maybe it's because Marini needs to step on the dwarf cottage? How many dwarves, by the way? 97? That's a bunch. All right, let's see what happens here. If we give them over a boat and they just leave, I'll feel bad, but that's kind of to be expected at this point. Oh, I don't want to fight this fight. Manny M is in the chat. Hello, Manny. Hello, Mr. Fox. Just played some really frustrating sessions of Mario Kart World on the new Switch 2. Happy to relax now with you guys in some FHeroes2. Yeah, I don't know if you picked up the best. This might not be the best time. Relaxing? Oh boy, I don't know about relaxing. Folks, I need a save here. We're too far into this playthrough, and remember, Phixxy is our loss condition, and this is the win condition. If we beat Demon King, we don't have to do anything else. We don't have to go anywhere, we don't have to do anything. But this is the problem with this scenario. Whirlpool? Where the hell is that Whirlpool? There's a whirlpool for a back door. Where's the whirlpool? I need the whirlpool. Hold on. I was just about to say that there's no back door. There's no way I can like get behind the enemy and steal their stuff and eke out a victory in some way that they don't have access to. Where's the whirlpool? I have the entire map available to me through the Magellan's Maps. I should be able to find it. It's not up here. It's not over there. Is there only one whirlpool on the map? And there's one in there. Okay. Okay. I thought that there was maybe like a backdoor opportunity for a whirlpool. Yeah, 1 and 2. But if there's not, 3. Okay. But there is. But there is. No, 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 no. Stop, stop, stop. But there is. Look. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to go back to Ranlow Place. I've got an idea. Here's what you got to do. Go back to Ranlow Place, right? You got to think with portals. You got to think with portals, folks. You get into the boat so that way Demon King doesn't get a boat for free. We're going to land back over here on this beach. We're going to step over here. We're going to hop back into the boat. We're going to sail across, and then we're going to have access to wherever we want to go. Now, we may not be able to take these castles very well, and Demon King is always going to be able to go to whatever castles suits them best, but this is still going to be fine for us because now we're going to have at least some opportunity to figure out where else can we find an advantage out and about. Good. Very good. Okay. Not quite what I had in mind, but it'll definitely work. Oh, that's not the right spot. I need to go here. Never mind. Okay, so we're going to lose this hero. No problem. No, this is a problem. Marini has a Battlegarb of Anduran. Can't give that over. Okay, the board is going to get us to run. Lightning Bolt. Archmages, goodbye. We run, we run. But I really just want to, yeah, I can land a hero right here, and then I can go through the jail, and I can get my opportunities there. Because we saw this hero, they got to what, right about there? You can't reach me if I land right there. At least I can get to the jail, and then if I need to run, I can. So yeah, we need to land over here on the other side of these reefs, and then from here we can set sail around the other way. Trust me, if this seems crazy, I understand that it is, but we're gonna make this work. And then Manny MM, it's always a good time. Okay, all right, good. I'm glad you feel that way, because I enjoy these playthroughs, but I'm a little worried. I can feel the tension because this is the right playthrough, but a bit of a struggle. We need to go back to Spritely Crater. In case you haven't noticed, we've missed out on most of our spell points. We're down to 208. That's not enough. We need up to 560. Yes, much better. Back to base camp. Yeah, back to base camp. Here. Then we land. Here. Where are we at? Day 7? Okay, so Marini and Fixer, they're gonna grab as many of these forces as we can get. Okay. And then we're gonna go back to base camp, and we're gonna try to move those forces out a little bit. We're gonna try and leave with as many forces as possible. Giant growth is up by 5. Let's do this. Let's go here. How many gargoyles? There's 216 gargoyles. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna take these 216 gargoyles. Yeah, gargoyles are gonna be better than the Cyclops. Much better than the Cyclops. Whoa. This is much slower than I thought it would be. Spritely Grit. I've only got 20 spell points. Marini's kinda not the best at picking up troops for me. Unicorns. Oops. Phoenixes. Unicorns. Unicorns. Spritely Midfall. Because, yeah, the Cyclops just aren't enough. And actually, the Gargoyles provide you a lot of value because they're a 6-speed flying creature. There's not that many 6-speed flying creatures out there, have you noticed? Especially no 6-speed flying creatures that can eat a retaliation. Like, even giants, or excuse me, even... whoops. Spritely Crater and Spritely Bricks. Even like Vampire Lords, they're not that good when it comes right down to it for doing what I want to do with the Gargoyles because they have no retaliation. If you have no retaliation, then I can't trick you into hurting yourself with your double hex attack. So little things like that do tend to matter quite a bit. Okay, let's go like this. Whoa, there's like 2 more castles I really want to get with Fixer. Here in Spritely Bricks. Goodness, there's so many castles. And then down here in Unicorn Peak. We're gonna go back to, let's call it Demon Slayer. And we're just gonna help pick up some of these forces. Yeah, I guess gargoyles are actually gonna be a little bit more important to this fight than I thought, because just the amount of them, the sheer amount, is still gonna be somewhat quality. We might be just shy on movement points. That's okay. We got some time. Here. And then are there any other forces that we want? That's kind of the question. Okay. Why can't you summon the boat on the other side of the beach? Oh, there's these reefs right here. And these keep you locked away in this little area. So it's reefs over here. The reefs are impassable terrain, and they are used to make sure that you can only go the places that the map maker has allowed you to go. And so in this case, our map maker has decided, nope, Phixfox, I've decided where you ought to go and what you ought to do. And I tend to agree with that sort of feeling. I think it's fine. I think it's good. Okay, to base camp. I mean, there's 43, there's 37 bone dragons, there's 45 giants. Giants aren't that good, but again, negative morale with the giants, that could be really good because that actually impacts the enemy forces. Six Phoenixes in Luna Landing. We gotta go to Luna Landing, and we need to go to Ranlow. Let's do that real quick. Luna Landing. Ranlow. And what I mean by taking the bone dragons here is this. So we know that the enemy has their own Battlegarb of Anduran, right? We know that. Now here's the deal, is that it'll give you max morale, but once you start the battle, your hero may have max morale, but your enemy forces are still going to be compromised by these other bits of decreases enemy morale by 1. So the hero's going to have max morale, but their heroes are only going to have 1 below blood morale. They're only going to have great morale. So it does make sense to do things just a little bit differently here. Compass, I still need the movement. I got to keep the movement. Crown, I think is still good. It's not better than the Battlegarb, but I still want one other hero to have their Battlegarb of Anduran. Okay, alrighty. And finally, we are setting sail. And I think I can make this work, folks. It ends up that we are going to leave the gargoyles behind for now, because I think that the bone dragons are just a little bit better. Just a little bit. Ah! If a map maker only places a single whirlpool, what happens? That's a good question. Oh, Tundar says it can't be saved. Oh, okay, perfect. I'm glad Tundar knew that because, yeah, I think that Tundar's been doing a little bit more map making than I have. So that was definitely more the question for Tundar. Thank you, Tundar, for coming in clutch. Okay, we're going to summon the boat from here to here. We're going to land. And even from here, you're not going to be able to reach me. At least I'm going to get to this jail. At least I'm going to get to this jail. Maybe I even have enough gold. Hold on. 344,000 gold? 245 black dragons they want to fight. I don't even care. I don't care. We're going to beat you anyway. 2 and 8. Think about the experience that happens here. Woof. Woof. Beardman says it might be possible to manipulate the files with an external program to only add 1 whirlpool. You probably could, but I guess that the question would be, but why though? Whirlception happens. Yeah. Oh yeah, I think that's correct. Okay, tons of damage wherever we can. I don't think I can fight this fight any better than the AI did. Could be wrong. Sphinxes are gonna get to go next. Keep the bone dragons alive, actually. 1 full stack here. Okay, 14 Phoenixes. Much rather would not have lost that. But here comes the Demon King. He's not gonna be able to reach us though. Not gonna be able to reach us. Oh, he didn't even come our way. Holy crap, you're kidding me. Where'd he go? What are you doing? What are you doing? Is this a trap? This is a trap. This is like totally a trap, right? This is a trap. I think I have to take Sprite Land because I may never have the opportunity again. I'm guessing he can reach up the road. Bearded Man says, why? For the sake of experimentation, of course. For science. Yes, we do like science around here. Very much so. I think I can actually go a little bit quicker if I go through the shrine. Look, you can get the hero and you can evacuate them. Or you can take that castle. I'm just gonna evacuate the hero. So, folks, we have found Phixxy the Exiled Sorceress. Whoa! This seems worth it. Town Portal. Mass Slow, Mass Haste, Chain Lightning, Chain Everything, Summon Boat? No, but Town Portal. Okay. If for no other reason than the stats are worthwhile, watch this. Let's do it like this. Let's go here and here. All of a sudden, I feel way better about my chances. Look how much gold there is in my inventory here. We're gonna send over everybody that's worthwhile. I don't think that any of these creatures are better than any of these other creatures. 2,500 skeletons? Are they just gonna get immediately blown up because they're too slow? Maybe. Fukudi says, I think Sea and Snow are my favorite soundtracks. Yeah, I love Sea. It's so beautiful. Bearded Man, great artifacts. Math Obsessed says, holy smokes, Batman. Oof. Woof. That's a pretty good army. That's so good. I'm going to hit print screen. Window. There we go. Yeah, that is... It's pretty good. You should replace the staff with the Swordbreaker. Which staff? Let me check. Legendary Scepter with a Swordbreaker? Oh yeah, because it's 5 stats instead of 4, because we don't count spell power and knowledge. It's a good call. I like that. Good choice, good choice. I think I do still want the compass. This is it. This is it. I mean... 51 attack, 68 defense. 65 attack, 70 defense. We, for the first time, have an advantage. More than that, I cannot say. If I get a little too close to Sprite Land, I think that they teleport and then they come after us. I still think that they can beat us. But if I get into the boat now, I might be able to just run and go somewhere that they haven't been able to catch me. No, because they're always going to show up. If they want to fight me, they can fight me. You have to eventually just defeat your enemy. They got 1,500 gargoyles and they have 500 archmages. Those are 2 less than quality units. My 245 unicorns are definitely weaker than theirs. My 155 dragons, those are definitely weaker. 307 titans, those... I've got twice as many phoenixes, but bone dragons are nowhere close. Level 41, level 33. Folks, I'm going to save this. I know, I don't usually do this, but I'm going to do this now. Because I kind of want to see if I can win. I just want to win. If we can't win, I want to know that. What are you doing? Hey, buddy. What are you doing? I'll ignore you. If he doesn't want to fight me, I will ignore him. I'll ignore him until the cows come home. That's fine. Okay, no additional spells in the Mage Guild. With one of these castles, I can probably get to some nice other places. Phixxy's gonna go... probably just to one of these barbarian castles. Weddington, how about? Let's go to Weddington. Just to get out of the way. And then... all these forces. We've only got one hero that's got the town portal. Let's go to Spritely Bricks. And start to purchase these forces for the one last time. I think that this is going to be the final push. You know what? We saved, though. If you're going to save, you might as well fight the fight. Why does he think... Alright, let's see what happens. Okay. Alright, let's see what happens. Okay. A rash decision, sure, but an exciting one. 51 attack, 68 defense, spells don't matter, blood morale. Even though Demon King has blood morale, they've only got great morale because these bone dragons limit the top end of their morale. So that's good. They've got Irish luck though. That's kind of interesting. Should have done the Xanadu before fighting. You're totally correct. But we have no spells, but we have, let's see, 65. We got 14 more attack and we got 2 more defense. That's what we got. If I'm going to attack you, I'm going to have to assume that you've got archery. Therefore, attacking your titans actually matters a lot because I don't want you to get full damage off somehow. Your black dragons are very scary. I don't want to have to deal with them. If I attack you here, maybe you flame breath yourself. Good luck is very nice. 212 dragons, we killed 58 and we only lost 13 in retaliation. Folks, that was big. 17,000 Phoenixes did 17,000 damage. We killed 58 black dragons. We only took 2k in retaliation. Now this is my biggest stack. True. That looks okay. I do not want to set myself up for a double hex attack. I think that instantly will lose me the fight. I don't think I care about these creatures nearly so much. 63 attack, 84 defense. Yeah, I don't think I worry about you nearly so much. Phoenixes, we're down to 257. Good luck on the Magi. That cost us 25 Phoenixes, not too bad. Bone Dragons, I mean, I think you immediately die on this retaliation if you're not careful. Yeah, Bone Dragons are basically just here for the morale. And so for that reason, I guess I don't really matter. I guess I don't really care if they go down, if they die. Yeah, but if you're gonna die, you might as well go do something, and you might as well try and stay alive for 1 or 2 rounds of combat. So the Archmagi just did 240 points of damage. Yeah, okay, so with good luck, you did double damage, and you're still not gonna kill this full stack. You only killed 5, yeah, because our defense is so high. So much higher than your attack skill. There's still 2k skeletons that we're gonna bring to bear. That's gonna be good for us. Oh gosh, your Phoenixes immediately get obliterated. I'm gonna continue to focus on the dragons. 83 defense, 82 defense. I want to make sure I don't have to deal with a double hex attack. Oh. The first round of combat, the Phoenixes got good luck against the dragons. They killed 58. The second round of combat, the Phoenixes get good luck and they kill 38 more black dragons, even after their numbers were immediately like squashed. That is so crazy. I love that. There's still so much more to go, but that's what wins fights. That absolutely wins fights. I want the unicorns to get up in here. I do want to limit that double hex attack on my best stack and my second best stack. I'm gonna go deal with the Archmagi. You gotta deal with them some point. You have to. Oh, the good luck is so good. 381 Archmagi go down. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, well, they can deal with that from there on out. Unicorns are only going to do... They're not going to do that much damage. But we're going to... Let's see. I don't mind if the black dragons double hex attack unicorns and bone dragons. We're going to peel off here. I don't mind about these 57 creatures at all anymore. 57 magi, nothing. How many gargoyles are we going to kill? With skeletons, we kill 326. 144 skeletons perish in the retaliation. Not too bad. Not too bad. Okay. Don't want to hurt myself here. Again, archery. I think that the archery is important. I'm guessing he's got archery. We just can't take that extra damage. That's just too much. I don't want to take the retaliation from these. I don't want to take the retaliation for these titans. I'm still going to work on these dragons. Let's go 3 for 3 on good luck. That's okay. That's okay. Not too bad. Not too bad. All right. What's the best move? What's the best move? Dragons against titans. The dragons burn with fury, and they do as much damage as possible to these titans. In my haste, I immediately set myself up for some double hex attacks where I cost myself all the bone dragons. And then some. How many Archmagi? Let's just... I kind of want to just take care of them. This little bit of morale, or rather this little bit of terrain, really is bad. Really not good. Gotta stay on these black dragons. Who cares about the gargoyles? I do, because they're going to attack here and then I'm going to roast myself. Gotta take out creatures where you can. I think it's time to keep working on these titans. Uh-oh. 130 phoenixes, we were down to 81. We did get the good morale. 269. Oh, we got good luck twice. Still not enough. Oh. Their black dragons took a big wallop there. Yeah, Archmagi are doing 127 points of damage. We don't even care. Don't even care. 4 to 7. Skeletons, 5 to 8. What a fight. 245 titans. We don't have the damage. There's 240 titans. Okay. This is bad. And the thing is this, is I can't tell if we're doing good or bad. I can tell that this isn't good, but 130 dragons, like we're still doing good. There's only 10 black dragons remaining. I think we got enough forces. I think we've done it. I think we've done it. I think we've done it. Okay. The Titan count is diminishing. The skeletons remain untouched. The unicorns, I'm going to have the unicorns peel off. They're going to finish off the stack. Skeletons are going to step up. I don't know who does more damage, unicorns or the skeletons. Skeletons are going to be doing about 2k, but remember that with attack skill and stuff, maybe that was correct, maybe that was not, but either way. Oh, and the Titans are actually working on the skeletons instead of the dragons, folks. We're doing it. I can't believe it. We're doing it. 42 Titans remain. 28 Titans remain. The unicorns are standing stall. The skeletons are taking all of this aggression. Titans cannot deal with these forces. The good morale is coming in clutch. The bone dragons did well to bring down the morale of the Titans, and folks, the last 9 Titans from the Demon King go down. And this is a glorious victory. Sometimes I like to be hype and I like to go wild and crazy. This was not the fight to be wild and crazy. I don't think it was. This was something though, that's for sure. This was absolutely something. The gargoyles sure do look horrifying. Horrifying in the sense that they cost us so many double hex attacks. Insane. Insane. Math obsessed. We're getting there. Oh, we got there. Your luck has been winning the numbers. This feels like a win. The luck was amazing. The first and second round of combat, the 300 Phoenixes got the luck. And the double damage was insane. Absolutely crazy. You want the luck at the front end, and boy, did we get the luck at the front end. And we were able to get those dragon counts really low. We were able to counter Phoenixes with Phoenixes. We dealt with the Archmagi. I mean, they were only doing 127 damage at the end. That was nothing. That was nothing. I think that more black dragons died in these first 2 turns than all my Heroes of Might and Magic 2 games combined in the last 30 years. Maybe. Tundar says, oh my gosh, the skeletons carried. Absolutely math obsessed. Well played, Phixfox from Tundar, and thank you so much. Bearded Man says, the tip, a black dragon will take out a Titan any day of the week. Proved itself true. There's a reason that came up twice. 1 level. You have captured the enemy hero, Demon King. Your quest is complete. Glorious indeed. GG's. Well done. Well played. What a great victory. Need a harder boss. Need a harder boss. Good Lord Fukudi says, GG. Yes, I agree. Need a harder boss. My goodness, folks. That was an epic adventure, and I hope that you get the chance to try this out for yourself. As you can tell, I don't know how much worse that fight would have gone in a castle, but that felt absolutely nuts. And it wasn't until we were able to get the forces from the hero what, Phyxian, the hero in the jail there at the very end, that plus 12 from the sword and the plus 12 defense from the cloak, 12 attack, 12 defense, that carried it. That did it. That was enough. But even so, we had to get the excellent luck to make that happen. That was insane. That was insane. Bearded Man to Tundar, hear me out. 900 or 9,999 black dragons times 5. Yeah, I think I would rather deal with that than what we had to deal with here. Oh my goodness. I don't know, folks, if this is going to be my high score. Something tells me it won't be, but this was an epic adventure one way or the other. This is going to be a rating of 228. That's a rating of a black dragon. Took me 184 days to beat this scenario. Go and play this yourself and tell me how long it takes you to play this. Of course, I lost a lot of momentum when Aunt Phixxy went down. You can do much better than me, I am sure. So that will not make it in my high scores. My high scores are somewhere closer to the 279 range, but please let me know how this playthrough goes for you. I'm always very interested. And thank you so much to Tundar for the wonderful, excellent map that you have made. This is great. You are surprised that the Demon King never did release that hero. A little bit odd, sure, but hey, it's to my benefit. And I don't think I would have won this scenario if they had taken them out. So grateful for this, grateful for the playthrough, folks. Pleasure's mine. So I hope I get to catch you in all the usual places. If you do me a favor, when you see this on YouTube, feel free, if you've made it to this point, like and subscribe. It does help out the channel, helps me enjoy what I do a little bit more. Thank you for all the wonderful people that support us here on Twitch. Thank you for the time, truly. These streams are great because you make them great. And we talked about some nice topics here today, and I'm really grateful that people are willing to talk about things that matter and things of the heart. As always, thanks for keeping me honest, and thank you for... I walk away from these streams edified. I walk away from these streams feeling better and feeling like I'm a smarter person. So thank you all for the things that I get out of these streams. Thank you very much. So Tundar, again, cheers to you. Kings to you, sir. You would. Thank you, Bearded Man. Yes, that might stop Phixxy. Maybe. Math Obsessed says, thank you for the stream. Fukity, thanks for the stream. I enjoyed my time here. Poi says, thank you all. Appreciate it. So with that being said, folks, it looks like it's time to call it a day. But do me a huge favor until I see you again. Look after you, look after your friends, look after your family, take very good care of the people that matter to you, because if you don't, who will? And please, that means you. Drink some water, right? I'll catch you all around in the next one. It's been a pleasure. Bye-bye.